professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Battle Rewards. Work hard for advanced fire escape. The past always makes people feel good and nostalgic. I really miss the life in the ninja school. When Shiranui Genjin was soaked with sweat and sat under a tree to rest, he couldn't help but sigh. When he was in school before, he always thought about graduating quickly and was very yearning for the ninja life after graduation. But after graduation, Shiranui Genjin missed the school days again. At that time, there were not so many trainings, and the teachers in the ninja school were not as strict as Teacher Chen. If you stay up late at night, you can use unimportant theory classes to make up for sleep. He thought about it carefully and found that he had always been so contradictory. When he went to school, he looked forward to the holiday, and after the holiday, he looked forward to the start of school again, and after the start of school, he wanted to take a holiday again. If I really go back to the ninja school, maybe I will miss the time when I was a ninja again. Shiranui Genjin complained to himself in his heart. I don't miss it at all. It's over. Ebisu expressed his opinion. Haha, that's because your true nature was exposed in the 4th grade. Shiranui Genjin laughed at his good brother loudly. Ebisu's face darkened. This was not his true nature being exposed, but he had clearly met two enemies of his life. Seeing his good brother was about to kill someone, Shiranui Genjin laughed and prepared to run away. You two should be quiet during the rest. Recover your physical strength as soon as possible and continue training as soon as possible. You are all from the ninja school. If your physical skills can reach half of Akai's, I can concentrate on teaching you ninjutsu. Teacher Chen appeared from behind the two of them, pinched their shoulders and said. Shiranui Genjin took a breath and nodded quickly. Ebisu also sat down honestly, preparing to seize the time to continue training after the rest. He recognized Teacher Chen's level and could indeed feel that his physical skills were improving. Teacher Chen, it seems that we haven't done a mission yet. Do you have any arrangements in this regard? Shiranui Genjin asked doubtfully. Although he didn't want to do those miscellaneous tasks, he was worried that not doing a task would result in not being able to accept higher level tasks. Moreover, as a ninja, he had to make money by himself and couldn't always ask his family for it. The reason why he asked now was because Shiranui Genma felt that a powerful ninja like Teacher Chen must have his own ideas and arrangements. Oh, right, you still have to do some tasks. I forgot. Teacher Chen touched his chin and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. When he was young, he had done enough tasks to save a lot of money. Now basically he would not do tasks if the Hokage did not arrange them. In addition, Might Guy was so outstanding, and Teacher Chen was determined to let Might Guy train properly to become stronger, so he simply forgot about the tasks. Ninjas must do tasks. If they don't do any tasks, Teacher Chen can't even recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. Shiranui Genma. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't think that Teacher Chen actually forgot. Seeing Shiranui Genma's desperate expression, Teacher Chen coughed twice and changed his words. I was joking just now. How could I forget? I have already arranged it. I just want you to spend more time training in the early stage to improve your strength. There is no point in doing too many D-level tasks. Shiranui Genma looked at Teacher Chen with a suspicious look. No matter how he looked at it, Teacher Chen's expression was more natural when he said he forgot. Teacher Chen calmly took out the book with the cover of the cool big sister and began to read. Shiranui Genma silently shifted his gaze. When Might Guy was tired and began to rest, he told Teacher Chen about Muyu's answer. Then let's do it tomorrow. Meet at this training ground after 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Teacher Chen thought about it and decided on the time and place. Might Guy nodded and wrote down what Teacher Chen said. He planned to tell Muyu in the evening and he could have another meal. Yesterday's fried rice was really delicious. On the morning of the exchange meeting, Obito and Shisui met at the agreed place and went to the exchange meeting together. The exchange meeting was held in the Uchiha clan's clan land, in a large courtyard, Conversation and chatting can be carried out in the house, while competition and sparring can be carried out in the open space in the courtyard. When Obito and Shisui arrived, many Uchiha ninjas with ninja forehead protectors were already sitting in the room. Shisui glanced casually. He was the only one without a forehead protector at the scene. The Uchiha here were indeed very young, all in their teens. Shisui also saw Uchiha Tetsuka, the only Uchiha at the scene who was not much older than them. Uchiha Tetsuka was chatting with his senior Uchiha Inahiro, who had become a member of the police department. Noticing Shisui's gaze, Uchiha Tetsuka smiled and turned back to greet Shisui. Who is he? He looks younger than you, and he doesn't wear a forehead protector, Uchiha Inahiro asked curiously. You mean Shisui? He is only a quasi-second-year student in the ninja school. Of course, he doesn't have a forehead protector, Uchiha Tetsuka explained. But brother Inahiro, don't look at Shisui's young age. He is stronger than me. You may not know that you have been busy with missions and police department affairs in recent years. He is the latest genius of our Uchiha. When Uchiha Tetsuka said that Shisui was stronger than him, there was no reluctance on his face, only admiration. He could really feel the difference between geniuses and ordinary people in Shisui. The efficiency of training was too different. It was useless to practice for 2 more years. He was surpassed all of a sudden. Uchiha Tetsuka is a very normal Uchiha. Under the concept of respecting the strong, Uchiha Tetsuka has never regarded Shisui as a brother of the same clan, but always regarded Shisui as the boss. Oh, then I would like to meet him. But he has surpassed you in strength after just finishing the first grade. Uchiha Inahiro became interested in Shisui. He knew Uchiha Tetsuka's strength, and he could be called a little genius. To be praised by Uchiha Tetsuka like this, his strength must be extraordinary. Who is next to him? He looks quite strange. Uchiha Inahiro noticed Obito, who was looking around with curiosity. That's Uchiha Obito. He graduated this year like me, Uchiha Tetsuka replied with a complicated face. Uchiha Obito, I remember that there was someone who was called the last one of Uchiha before. Is that him? Some related memories appeared in Uchiha Inahiro's mind. Yes, he used to have poor grades, but he is no longer the last one. In the 4th grade, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. With his current strength, he can probably become a Chunin directly, even if he directly participates in the Chunin exam. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. After saying this, Uchiha Tsuyu couldn't help but recall the strength shown by Might Guy and Obito in the practical exam in the 3rd semester. He was sure that he would be crushed against any of the two. That is also an excellent Uchiha. Uchiha Inahiro nodded and said, no matter how he performed before, as long as he could become stronger, he would be an excellent Uchiha. So Uchiha Inahiro walked towards Shisui and Obito, wanting to get to know them. Hello, my name is Uchiha Inahiro. I have heard about your deeds from Tsuyu. You are all Uchiha geniuses. Uchiha Inahiro walked to Obito and Shisui and said, hello, Senior Inahiro. I dare not say that I am a genius, but I am just a little ahead of my peers for the time being. Shisui said modestly, hello, I'm Uchiha Obito. Obito stopped looking around after hearing the voice and responded, if being able to defeat Tsuyu at this age is not considered a genius, then there may not be many geniuses in Uchiha. There is no need to be like those hypocritical people. We Uchiha all rely on strength to speak. Strong is strong, Uchiha Inahina said with a smile. Uchiha Tsuyu, who followed, nodded in agreement. If Shisui is not a genius, then he really can't think of anyone else in Uchiha who can be considered a genius. Uchiha Inahina's words attracted the attention of some other Uchiha. It was a bit surprising to find that it was Uchiha Inahina who was praising someone. Uchiha Inahina was also a relatively famous one among the new generation of Uchiha. He graduated at the age of 10, became a Chunin at the age of 12, and entered the police department at the age of 13 this year. If you have any questions about training, you can ask me. If you want to practice actual combat skills, I can also guide you during the battle. Don't think it will be troublesome to me. Just treat it as a warm-up before challenging the senior, Uchiha Inahina said with a smile. Very good. The exchange meeting is to instruct the younger generation and challenge the seniors. Uchiha Yashiro, who came over after hearing Uchiha Inaharu's words, showed a gratified expression. That's right, Uchiha Fugaku, who was walking with Uchiha Yashiro, nodded and said affirmatively. Patriarch Fugaku, Elder Yashiro. The young Uchiha on the field greeted the two Uchiha high-ranking officials after seeing them coming. They were naturally not young ninjas. They came to participate as organizers and battle judges. They commented on the battles of the Uchiha. If there was an excellent Uchiha that satisfied them, they would give rewards. Shisui, keep up the good work. Fugaku patted Shisui's shoulder to encourage him, and then walked to the front of everyone to give a speech. Fugaku's simple words were really only 2 sentences. He spoke for a minute and announced the official start of the exchange meeting. This is better than some teachers in ninja schools. Obito thought of the teachers who used to speak for half an hour and complained, "Do you two have any questions for me?" Uchiha Inaharu asked the two. If Obito and the others were fine, he would go to find an Uchiha who was bigger than him to communicate. I heard that the exchange meeting might reward advanced fire escape. How can I get it? Obito asked directly. Hearing that Obito's goal was to be rewarded with advanced fire escape, Uchiha Inaharu smiled and said in a joking tone, "If you can defeat me in battle, then the Fugaku clan leader will definitely reward you with advanced fire escape." Obito determined his goal. After a few days of recuperation, I feel that I have regained some energy. I will try to update it tomorrow. Chapter 277 The Surprised Uchiha. Then I want to challenge you. Obito challenged Uchiha Inaharu. He was worrying about how to get the reward, but after hearing what Uchiha Inaharu said, his mind became clear instantly. I accept your challenge. Uchiha Inaharu looked at Obito with admiration. He was very proud of the fact that he dared to challenge a stronger person. Just fight freely later. Don't worry about anything else. Uchiha Inaharu continued. Although Uchiha Chiyuo said that Obito had the strength to pass the Chunin exam, Uchiha Inaharu did not think that the 9-year-old Obito could hurt him. First, he passed the Chunin exam last year, and second, he thought that Uchiha Chiyuo had just graduated and didn't know the difficulty of the Chunin exam. Fight freely, that's good. Obito nodded and agreed, thinking that Uchiha Inaharu was a battle maniac like Might Guy. Chiyuo, come and help us be the referee, Uchiha Inaharu said to Uchiha Chiyuo beside him. Uchiha did not prepare a special referee, and usually found a friend or simply did not have a referee. No problem, Uchiha Chiyuo nodded. After the battle between Uchiha Inahina and Obito, he also wanted to be instructed by Uchiha Inahina. Then several people went to the open space in the courtyard together. There was a small pavilion nearby. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yasada went to the pavilion to drink tea after they finished talking. Because it was the beginning, no one in the courtyard was fighting yet. Obito and Uchiha Inahina were the first to fight. I will start the battle after counting down 5, 5, 4, Uchiha Chiyuo said after Obito and Uchiha Inahina took their fighting postures. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yasada, who were drinking tea, noticed Obito and others who were preparing to fight. This Uchiha Obito is a good seedling. He has good talent and dares to challenge. Uchiha Yasada looked at the scene and nodded. He was optimistic about Obito. He felt that among the Uchiha of similar age to Obito, except for Shisui who was more talented, Obito was the second. Well, Inahori is not bad either. Although he is young, he is very steady when doing the work of the police department. Uchiha Fugaku put down the teacup, nodded and said, 2, 1, the battle begins. Uchiha Chiyuo counted down while retreating quickly. When he shouted the start, he was already next to the house, and then looked at the open space seriously to watch the battle. Uchiha Chiyuo felt that Uchiha Inahori would win in the end, but it would not be an easy victory. He would have to go through a hard battle. Uchiha Chiyuo's voice attracted the Uchiha who were communicating in the house. Someone is fighting so soon. Let's see who it is. He dares to stand up in the first game, so his strength should not be bad. Some Uchiha came out curiously to watch the battle. It turned out to be Inahori. That's not surprising, but who is the person opposite him? I don't think I have seen him, and he doesn't look very old. An Uchiha asked curiously when he saw Obito. I don't know. I don't have any impression. Everyone around shook their heads. It should be a junior who is not good at communication, so he rarely shows up. This battle should be a battle of guidance. So a few Uchiha went back to the house to continue chatting, thinking that this kind of battle was meaningless. After Uchiha Chiyo finished reading the countdown, Obito immediately changed his breathing rhythm and entered the state of breathing of flames. While carefully observing Uchiha Inahiro, he actually stood still. What kind of tactics is this? Looking at Uchiha Inahiro, who had not moved, Obito wondered in his heart. In various battles in school, or enemies encountered during missions, he had never seen an opponent standing still, and his whole body was full of flaws. Obito was a little confused about what Uchiha Inahiro was trying to do. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal to condense chakra in his throat and then changed its nature to spit out a large amount of flames. The flames piled together and finally formed a huge orange-red fireball of nearly 4 meters, which looked very powerful. Because he didn't know the information about Uchiha Inahiro, and his tactics were so weird, Obito chose the universal starting ninjutsu Great Fireball. He has mastered the Great Fireball at this age. Uchiha Inahiro looked surprised as he saw the huge fireball coming at him. His Great Fireball was about this level when he used it at full power. You know, Obito is only 9 years old this year, and he is already 13 years old. It seems that he should be a ninjutsu genius. Uchiha Inahiro thought to himself. He decided to focus his guidance on physical skills. There is really nothing to teach about this fire escape. He can use this kind of great fireball at this age. Does anyone know his information? He can have such a proficient great fireball at this age. Uchiha Inahiro was not the only one who thought that Obito's great fireball was amazing. Some people even suspected that Obito was already 12 or 13 years old, but he was just shorter. His name is Uchiha Obito, the same age as me, and he is 9 years old this year. Uchiha Chiyo came out to correct him. Uchiha Obito, I've heard of this name. Isn't it rumored that he is the last one in Uchiha? An Uchiha ninja who was 3 years older than Obito had some information in his mind when he heard this name. The year he was about to graduate, he heard that there was a junior named Uchiha Obito who had poor grades and was called the last among the Uchiha. Although they were of the same clan, he had no intention of standing up for Obito. In his mind, he deserved the title of last because of his lack of strength. Tail, you call someone who can use such a great fireball at the age of 9 a tail? Uchiha Chiyo felt very complicated when he heard their words. Who could have thought that Obito would suddenly explode in the school year of graduation and become a strong contender for the first place in the grade from the bottom? He also understood that these Uchiha didn't know about Obito. After all, who would care about school affairs after graduation? And Obito seemed to have no other Uchiha friends except Shisui, and they all played with people from other clans. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Uchiha Inahiro also quickly formed a seal to condense a large amount of chakra and spit out a great fireball that was almost as big as Obito. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two huge great fireballs collided with each other and exploded violently. The raging flames turned the ground near the collision into black, and the loud explosion also attracted all the Uchiha in the house. This Uchiha Obito is not only good, he must have a strong talent in fire escape. Uchiha Fugaku said with a surprised expression. He originally wanted to see Shisui's performance, but Obito gave him a pleasant surprise. Indeed, this talent is rare even among us Uchiha. Uchiha Yashiro agreed. He couldn't use this kind of fireball when he was 9 years old. Uchiha Fugaku decided to give Obito a B-level fire escape ninjutsu as a reward after the exchange meeting. After using the fireball to offset Obito's fireball, Uchiha Inahiro took the initiative to attack Obito. According to his judgment, physical skills should be Obito's weak point. Obito is only 9 years old. It must have taken a lot of time to practice such excellent ninjutsu, so he didn't have time to practice physical skills. The speed is a bit slow. Is there any tactics again? Obito thought that Uchiha Inahiro might be showing weakness to the enemy, because Uchiha Inahiro had acted like a senior instructing a junior. Obito thought that Uchiha Inahiro would be very strong, and at present, Uchiha Inahiro's speed was only about the same as his normal breathing of flames. Breathing with all your concentration. Obito concentrated his breathing and improved his physical ability again. If he couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking about it. and just go all out and act accordingly. Whoosh! Obito concentrated his chakra on his feet and rushed towards Uchiha Inahiro at a very fast speed, then kicked out a whirlwind kick at a very fast speed. Obito also learned a little bit of the whirlwind series of physical techniques, and he was quite proficient in using them because he often fought with Might Guy. What a fast speed! Uchiha Inahiro only felt Obito's figure flash and immediately appeared beside him. Bang! Uchiha Inahiro, who had no time to react, was kicked 4 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Uchiha Inahiro, lying on the ground, was extremely confused, and his mind was full of who he was, where he was, and what he was going to do. With such high proficiency in ninjutsu and such strong taijutsu, did he start practicing right after he was born? Uchiha Inahiro was extremely depressed. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Not only Uchiha Inahiro was confused, but Obito was also confused. My taijutsu and breathing techniques haven't made much progress recently, so why did I collapse now? Obito scratched his head and thought as he looked at Uchiha Inahiro 4 meters away. The Uchiha watching were even more surprised. Although Obito and the others didn't know him, they were familiar with Uchiha Inahiro. Uchiha Inahiro started participating in the exchange meeting as soon as he became a genin, and he never missed it every year. He would definitely challenge the Uchiha who was older than him at the exchange meeting. He was considered a famous young master of the Uchiha younger generation. When did such a genius appear in the clan? He looks like he is only 10 years old at most. Inahina was defeated so easily. It seems to be called Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, isn't that? At first, it was because of the noise caused by the collision and explosion of ninjutsu. As more people discussed, the noise became louder. Finally, all the Uchiha in the room came out. Finally, they successfully remembered the name of Uchiha Obito and marked him as a genius. His strength is actually stronger than that of brother Inahina. Has he improved again? Seeing the result of the physical skills battle between the two, Uchiha Tsuyu was a little difficult to accept. You know, Uchiha Inahina is the ninja he strives for and yearns for. Maybe brother Inahina was careless. After all, it was his first time to fight with Obito. Uchiha Tsuyu comforted himself, and then continued to look at the battle. At this time, Uchiha Inahina stood up again. Uchiha Inahina and Uchiha Tsuyu had similar ideas. He admitted that Obito's physical skills were indeed strong, but he was defeated so easily because he underestimated his enemy. We can't treat him as a junior anymore. We have to treat him as a ninja of the same level. Uchiha Inahiro took a deep breath and showed a cautious expression. Uchiha Inahiro regarded Obito as an opponent of the same level, and after 2 rounds of duels, Obito came to the conclusion that Uchiha Inahiro was much weaker than him. Those before were not tactics, but pure rookies. After figuring this out, Obito directly rushed up with the bonus provided by full concentration breathing and started a close combat with Uchiha Inahiro. This time, Uchiha Inahiro was extremely serious and careful, but these could not make up for the gap in strength between him and Obito. With a bang, he was knocked down by Obito again. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Inahiro, who found that he really couldn't compete with physical skills, switched to ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix flower chlorette. The fireball integrated with Shuriken was more powerful than ordinary Phoenix fire. Uchiha Inahiro's Phoenix fire was offset, and he was also scratched by the high-temperature Shuriken. He actually mastered this technique. Uchiha Inahiro found that he still underestimated Obito. It was not that his physical skills were better than his, but that his ninjutsu and physical skills were better than his. Obito seized this opportunity to knock Uchiha Inahiro down and press him under him, and directly put the kunai on Uchiha Inahiro's neck. Is this considered my win? Obito asked with a relaxed look. He felt that this high-level fire escape was quite easy to use. Uchiha Inahiro didn't even have a Sharingan. Before, he was still thinking about what he would do if Uchiha Inahiro used the Sharingan. Uchiha Obito won. Uchiha Tsuyu finally announced the result of the battle. At this time, his expression was difficult to describe. There was surprise, sadness and confusion. Uchiha Inahiro, who was lying on the ground, was also in a very complicated mood. At first, he came here to instruct his juniors, but he was severely taught a lesson by his juniors. "Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Obito asked Uchiha Inahiro with a concerned look on his face. He had a good impression of Uchiha Inahib, and he helped him acquire a high-level fire ninjutsu so easily. Uchiha Inahib grabbed Obito's hand, stood up and replied, "Don't bother, it's just a broken skin, I'll just take a rest." After that, Uchiha Inahib walked into the house. He needed to be quiet. "Brother Inahib." Uchiha Chiuo patted Uchiha Inahib's shoulder. He knew this feeling too well. He was defeated by Obito before in the face of a bunch of classmates' unbelievable expressions. Obito's battle was beyond the expectations of most people, except for Shisui. No one thought he could defeat Uchiha Inahib. "I didn't expect that he was so good at physical skills in addition to ninjutsu." Uchiha Yashiro sighed. He originally wanted Obito to become the next Uchiha Inahib, but Obito now has the strength to surpass Uchiha Inahib. We can allocate more resources to Uchiha Obito and cultivate a sense of family identity at the same time. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said. Uchiha Fugaku was very optimistic about Obito now, because he did not have Obito's current strength when he was 9 years old. Uchiha Yashiro nodded. "A genius like Obito should be cultivated vigorously. He will be a reliable fighting force in 10 years. Because of the victory over Uchiha Inahime, some Uchiha came forward to communicate with Obito with curiosity, but they all asked Obito questions about training. Obito answered all the answers he could, and met many young ninjas of the Uchiha clan in the process. It was very strange today. It was fine in the morning and at noon. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I had a slight headache, which caused me to write very slowly and without passion. If there are any mistakes or bad places, you can leave a message in the chapter. I will correct them when I see them. My mind still feels fuzzy now. There will be more later. I will try to write another chapter." Chapter 278, Uchiha Shisui, the genius among geniuses. Seeing that there were so many Uchiha who took the initiative to communicate with Obito, Shisui decided to fight and attract more people to communicate with him. After all, the Uchiha still respects the strong. When you are strong enough, as long as you don't do anything to betray the family, everyone will respect you. If you want to prove your strength, you naturally have to choose an opponent who is not weak. Shisui directly ignored the Uchiha without the Chunin vest, and then found an Uchiha ninja who looked about 14 years old. "Hello, senior, I am Uchiha Shisui. I want to challenge you," Shisui said directly. It might be a bit abrupt in other places, but this is an exchange meeting of the Uchiha clan, and it is supposed to be like this. Uchiha Shisui, the Uchiha Chunin, showed a thoughtful look, and soon thought that this was the Uchiha genius who had appeared in the clan before. Ordinary people can only get in touch with ninja knowledge, refine chakra and various basic ninjutsu by going to ninja school, but the people of the ninja clan are different. They will study in the clan before going to school. Different ninja clans teach different things. For example, those esoteric clans teach esoteric techniques, while Uchiha clans teach the basic knowledge of chakra and the great fireball. Generally, they start learning at the age of 4 or 5. During this learning process, Shisui learned the great fireball technique at a very fast speed, so the name of genius was known by many Uchiha clans. "So you are the little genius of the clan." "Hello, I am Uchiha Chihiro. I accept your challenge." Uchiha Chihiro thought about it and agreed to Shisui's challenge. Originally, he already had a target to fight, but he thought that fighting Shisui would not take too much energy and time, so he agreed. In his opinion, although Shisui is a genius, his strength will not be too high, because Shisui has been training for too short a time and has not graduated from the ninja school. It is not easy for him, a Chunin, to deal with students who have not graduated. "Yixian, please be the referee between the two of us," Uchiha Chihiro said to his friend Uchiha Yashixian next to him. Seeing that Uchiha Chihiro agreed, Shisui walked towards the open space and prepared for the battle. "Chihiro, aren't you going to fight Yasushi?" Uchiha Yoshiaki asked in confusion. They were just talking about Uchiha Yasushi's intelligence. "It doesn't matter. Just fight him and then challenge Yasushi. After all, he is a junior who hasn't even graduated from the ninja school yet." Uchiha Chihiro replied with a smile. Inahime was just defeated by Uchiha Obito, who just graduated, Don't be careless. You can't use common sense to infer the strength of these geniuses, Uchiha Yoshiaki said. He felt that Uchiha Chihiro might be in trouble. It's different. Uchiha Obito has practiced for a few more years than Shisui. How strong can a ninja school student be no matter how talented he is? Uchiha Chihiro shook his head and said, if Shisui was 2 years older, he would be cautious. Shisui's age is too confusing. The Uchiha were still discussing the battle between Obito and Uchiha Inaheim just now, so the second battle has not yet taken place. The venue is still empty. Shisui and Uchiha Chihiro can fight directly, seeing that there were more people fighting, and the age gap seemed to be even bigger than the previous group. Many Uchiha became interested. It's that Uchiha Shisui. I heard he's a genius. I wonder what kind of performance he'll have. Shisui's popularity among the Uchiha was better than Obito's, and many Uchiha could recognize Shisui. Didn't he just go to the ninja school last year? No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to have the strength to defeat a Chunin this year. Although Shisui's reputation as a genius spread among the Uchiha clan, more Uchiha were optimistic about Uchiha Chihiro, who was already a Chunin. Fugaku, what do you think of this battle? Uchiha Yasuda looked at Uchiha Fugaku curiously. He was more inclined to Uchiha Chihiro, who had already become a Chunin. Although Shisui was a genius, his training time was really too short. It's hard to say. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and didn't answer Uchiha Yasuda's question specifically, because he really didn't know how strong Shisui was now. After all, he didn't install a camera on Shisui and he hadn't been to the ninja school to watch the actual combat exam. After answering Uchiha Yashiro's question, Fugaku looked at the battle area. He specifically called Shisui over to see how strong Shisui was. The battle begins, Uchiha Yoshiaki shouted as he retreated after seeing the two ready. Shisui directly entered the state of breathing of fire and rushed forward. After Uchiha Chihiro found that Shisui's speed was not simple, he put away some of his contempt in his heart and started a close fight with Shisui. The fists and feet of both sides kept colliding, and they seemed to be evenly matched. But if you look closely, you will find that Uchiha Chihiro's attacks were basically blocked by Shisui, while Uchiha Chihiro failed to block all of Shisui's attacks. He is not my opponent in physical skills. Shisui came to the answer in his heart. He had not even entered the state of full concentration breathing. How can he have such speed and strength? Uchiha Chihiro was a little puzzled. Physical skills should take the most time to produce results. It won't be the same as the last battle. Shisui's genius is too exaggerated, and Uchiha saw Shisui actually suppress Uchiha Chihiro, who was a Chunin, in physical skills and opened his mouth in shock. Is Shisui so strong? Uchiha Chihiro was extremely shocked. He knew that Shisui was stronger than him, but he didn't know that he was so much stronger and could suppress Chunin. You have to know that Shisui is not even 7 years old now, and Uchiha Chihiro remembered that Shisui's ninjutsu seemed to be better than physical skills. If physical skills were like this, wouldn't the ninjutsu be even more exaggerated? Even though physical skills were no match for him, Uchiha Chihiro was not stubborn. He quickly retreated and threw out a shuriken and continued to retreat to form seals and use ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Chihiro condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and spit out flames. The endless flames finally formed a large fireball nearly 3 meters high and smashed towards Shisui. At first, he was thinking about saving energy and chakra to challenge another opponent. But now he just wants to win this battle. Breathing of flames. Breathing with full concentration. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Shisui silently concentrated his breathing to the limit and then used the great fireball jutsu with a breathing method. Soon, a great fireball more than 4 meters high formed in front of Shisui, and then smashed towards Uchiha Chihiro. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two great fireballs met, and the fierce flames made the faces of the Uchiha who were watching have a shadow of flames. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar is the first to publish this novel. If different people use the same ninjutsu and collide with each other, the stronger user will definitely win. Shisui's fireball is better. After destroying Uchiha Chihiro's fireball, he continued to smash towards Uchiha Chihiro. Seeing that the great fireball he used with all his strength was no match for him, Uchiha Chihiro's face darkened. He felt that he had practiced in vain for so many years, and his ninjutsu and taijutsu were not as good as Shisui, a student who had not graduated. This fireball is stronger than Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Inahiro. How did he practice it? The Uchiha who watched the ninjutsu duel were even more shocked. Except for some large-scale destructive physical skills, the pressure of physical skills can only be felt in battle, but ninjutsu is different. Such a large fireball looks very powerful. As expected, Uchiha Chihiro sighed in his heart when he saw Shisui's fireball. Not only those young Uchiha, but even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yasutaro, the two Uchiha high-ranking officials, showed extremely surprised expressions after seeing the strength displayed by Shisui. If I remember correctly, Shisui has just finished the first year of the ninja school, and he is not even 7 years old now, Uchiha Yasutaro said with surprise when he looked at Uchiha Shisui, who was suppressing Uchiha Chihiro. He had already tried his best to overestimate Shisui's strength in his heart, but in the end he found that he still underestimated Shisui. The strength displayed by Shisui really made him, the elder Uchiha, ashamed. At this age, he was still a long way from being a formal genin. Shisui's talent may even surpass Senior Kagami. Uchiha Fugaku was no better than Uchiha Yashiro, with an expression of uncontrollable surprise and joy on his face. He knew Shisui was a genius, but he didn't expect Shisui's genius to be so exaggerated that he could defeat a chunin at this age. If he continues to grow like this, and he is the descendant of Senior Kagami, he may really have a chance to become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help thinking in his heart. Becoming Hokage is the dream of most ninjas in Konoha, and the same is true for Uchiha, who are even more eager than ordinary ninjas. Both the Dove Uchiha and the Hawk Uchiha are the same, but the Dove believes that as long as they continue to develop, there will be an Uchiha Hokage sooner or later, while the Hawk believes that only tough means can be used to obtain the position of Hokage. Now Uchiha Fugaku really feels that the Uchiha clan is about to prosper again. Two geniuses, Shisui and Obito, have appeared at once, and Shisui is the genius among geniuses. After losing the ninjutsu duel, Uchiha Chihiro could only try his best to dodge the incoming fireballs, but Shisui didn't give Uchiha Chihiro any chance. He showed his super-fast instant body technique and seized Uchiha Chihiro's weakness to knock him to the ground. At the same time, he used kunai to block Uchiha Chihiro's body. Uchiha Shisui wins. Uchiha Yoshiaki saw this and could only announce his friend's defeat. "Senior, thank you for letting me," Shisui said modestly, and then pulled Uchiha Chihiro up. "I didn't let you. You are the most talented person I have ever seen." Uchiha Chihiro couldn't help but praise. He didn't expect to lose this battle, but he lost with conviction. Shisui defeated him with hard power. "I told you to be careful. These geniuses are always good at creating the impossible." Uchiha Yoshiaki patted his friend's shoulder and said helplessly. Uchiha Chihiro didn't say anything. He felt that even if he had to do it again, he would still make the same choice. Who would have thought that a ninja school student had such strength? How did he bear not to graduate early? Today is 7K, 1K more than yesterday. I originally wanted to do 10,000 a day, but my condition was too bad. Chapter 279, Obito is a training maniac? Shisui's performance shocked the Uchiha present. Hearing others say that Shisui is a genius because he learns ninjutsu very quickly and seeing Shisui defeat a chunin before he was 7 years old are two different levels of shock. In Uchiha, not just anyone can be called a genius, because they have too many excellent ninjas, so the outside world has the impression that at least Uchiha has no poor grades, so the mediocre Obito is called the last of the Uchiha. The strength shown by Shisui made all the Uchiha present think that Shisui is a genius among geniuses. "Shisui, why haven't you graduated yet when you are so strong? The teachers in the school can no longer teach you useful knowledge." Uchiha Chihiro asked this question that puzzled him. If Shisui was a genin, he would be more vigilant because of Obito's battle. When other Uchiha heard what Uchiha Chihiro said, they looked at Shisui curiously. They were also curious about why Shisui, who had such strength, stayed in the ninja school to study. If you graduate early, you can manage your time more freely, and you can also join the police department to contribute to the family. Uchiha Chihiro talked about the benefits of graduating and becoming a ninja. He really felt that Shisui's current strength was a waste of time in the ninja school. I think there are still some knowledge I need to learn in school. After all, I'm only in the first year, and fighting is not all about ninjas. Shisui thought for a while and replied. He had planned to graduate directly from the first year before, but changed his mind after asking Muyu's opinion. What's the point of learning those theoretical knowledge? Strength is the most important. If you can have the power of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, you can become a Hokage even if you don't have any knowledge. Uchiha Chihiro advised with a look of heartache. He really couldn't bear to see a genius like Shisui go astray and waste time learning those knowledge in the ninja school without seizing the time to strengthen his strength. Chihiro is right, Shisui. Don't pay too much attention to those theoretical knowledge. It won't be useful even if you learn it. Strong ninjutsu and physical skills are the right way, Uchiha Yoshiaki said with a face of agreement. Uchiha Yoshiaki never cared about those so-called theoretical courses when he was in school. He would only listen in class and never waste time on those theoretical knowledge outside of class. He felt that those courses were meaningless. What's the use of knowing history? There is no way to change it. Learning those difficult mathematics can't make his ninjutsu more powerful, because I think that only increasing strength can't save Uchiha. Shisui really wanted to say this, and then let everyone learn more knowledge and increase wisdom, but Shisui knew that this was unrealistic, because he was just an Uchiha genius now, not a Uchiha strongman. Saying such a thing would not be recognized by others, but would only be considered strange. Studying in the ninja school does not affect my strength growth. Shisui thought about it and explained. Shisui's words made Uchiha Chihiro and Uchiha Yoshiaki unable to refute, because Shisui was now studying in the ninja school and could still defeat the Chunin. The effect of showing talent and strength is significant. More and more people came to Shisui to communicate with him. While answering questions about training, Shisui also took the opportunity to ask questions he wanted to know. When walking on the street, people look at you strangely. Who cares what they think? They may be jealous of the Uchiha's strength. And Uchiha replied nonchalantly, after all, we are the strongest family in Konoha. This answer made Shisui speechless, but he also remembered it in his heart. How did you get along with the team members after the division? Shisui, are you still worried that you won't be able to get along well with your teammates in the future? The second Uchiha smiled. No one will hate a strong teammate. Just be yourself normally. If you meet someone you don't like, just ignore him. Shisui nodded. This clan member is quite normal. The third person Shisui communicated with was Uchiha Inahiro. Shisui asked, Senior Inahiro, can you tell me about the work of the police department? As a department under the full control of the Uchiha, the police department's affairs are the affairs of the Uchiha. The work of the police department is mainly to maintain the law and order in the village and arrest those who violate the regulations. Uchiha Inahiro thought for a while and said simply. Uchiha Inahiro may feel that he has been too brief, and he gave Shisui a few examples, such as setting up stalls in places where stalls are not allowed, fighting on the streets, and murderers who harm villagers, all of which are under their jurisdiction. But there are very few such major incidents, and they are basically small matters. But small matters must also be completed seriously to establish authority, so that it will be more convenient for subsequent actions. Uchiha Inahiro taught Shisui the experience he learned from other Uchiha. The work of the police department is not easy. Shisui sighed. From small stalls to big murderers, the police department actually has to deal with them. It's okay. After all, the police department is full of brothers from the clan, and it's easy if you want to take it easy. Uchiha Inahiro explained. Shisui nodded, feeling that the current situation of the Uchiha is really closely related to the police department. It is normal for a family to be feared by others for controlling such a powerful department alone. After all, the powerful Senju did not monopolize a department alone. What worries Shisui is that the Uchiha seem to take this for granted, thinking that the powerful Uchiha should control the police department alone. Shisui tried to communicate with more Uchiha to collect their opinions. After summarizing the information, He found a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the young Uchiha are not as extremists as he imagined. They did not want to overthrow Konoha and become Hokage themselves. The bad news is that the Uchiha likes the police force composed of all their brothers very much, and even takes pride in it. In addition, there are some minor problems, such as most Uchiha do not care about their clan members, and care about strength far more than other things. When the exchange meeting ended, Obito and Shisui were stopped by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yashiro. Uncle Fugaku, is there anything else? Shisui, who is more familiar with Uchiha Fugaku, asked directly. Now I just want to go home to sort out all the information and then go to Muyu to practice. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, motioned to sit down, and then said, nothing, I just want to chat with you. Shisui, when are you going to graduate and become a ninja? Uchiha Fugaku asked. The ninja school has a special early graduation exam, which is more difficult than the regular graduation exam, and is prepared for geniuses like Shisui. So in Fugaku's eyes, Shisui can become a ninja whenever he wants. Shisui answered Fugaku with the same words he answered Uchiha Chihiro. Is that so? At your current age, it's okay to stay in the ninja school for a while. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and nodded, and did not deny Shisui's words. Shisui, you have extremely excellent ninja talent. In my opinion, your talent is even better than Kagami-senpai. Just now, when I saw you fighting, I subconsciously recalled Kagami-senpai's high-spirited look in my mind. Uchiha Fugaku praised. Fugaku's words made Shisui firm in his inner thoughts. He wanted to complete what his grandfather failed to complete. Uncle Yasada, are you going to issue the advanced fire escape ninjutsu? Obito looked at Uchiha Yasada with expectation. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. He participated in the exchange meeting for nothing else but the reward. Uchiha Yasada couldn't help but smile at Obito's simple expression. It was the first time he saw someone asking him for advanced fire escape so directly. A genius like you will naturally not be stingy in the clan. There must be fire escape ninjutsu, Uchiha Yasada said with a smile. I'm glad that you listened to my words and worked hard to practice and keep improving. Obito scratched his hair, recalled in his mind but couldn't think of what Uchiha Yasada said to him. Forget it. Get the fire escape ninjutsu first. Obito nodded seriously in order not to affect the reward. With your strength, passing the Chunin exam is not a problem. If you become a Chunin as soon as possible, the clan can directly arrange you in the police department after you apply. Uchiha Yasutaro continued. With Uchiha's current strength, passing the Chunin exam and becoming a Chunin is the fastest way to enter the police department. When the time comes, you can ask many clan elders for advice and learn, and I will also teach you all the fire escape techniques I know. Uchiha Yasutaro talked about the benefits of joining the police department. I don't want to join the police department. I prefer to go on missions to go abroad. Uchiha shook his head and said that becoming a Chunin is no problem, but he doesn't want to go to the police department. Uchiha Yasutaro was stunned. It was also the first time he saw an Uchiha refuse his invitation to the police department. Uchiha Yasutaro and Obito introduced some of the benefits of the police department. All colleagues are family brothers. The path to promotion is smooth, and the power is great. Listening to Uchiha Yasutaro's difficult words, Obito felt a headache and quickly said that he was only interested in improving his strength and turned the topic back to ninjutsu. So he's the type who's obsessed with training. Uchiha Yasutaro guessed Obito's personality, so he stopped caring about the police department. Whether he joins the police department or not, Obito is a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and this cannot be changed. How about the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu? It's very suitable for you at this stage. Uchiha Yasutaro thought for a while and said, I already know the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Are there any other ninjutsu? Obito hoped to change one. Uchiha Yasutaro fell into deep thought. Of course, there are advanced fire escape ninjutsu, but that is not suitable for Obito for the time being. I have to think about this. I will send it to your home after the reward is confirmed. Uchiha Yasutaro said. He had to discuss it with Uchiha Fugaku. Obito nodded, although he didn't know what ninjutsu it would be. he still got the reward. Because Shisui had to sort out the information, Obito went to the South Forest to practice alone. When he thought of Kakashi practicing hard for several hours while he was attending the exchange meeting, Obito couldn't help but speed up his pace. When Obito saw Kakashi doing full concentration breathing exercises, he immediately joined the training, and they took a break to eat at 1 o'clock. "I have to go out for something later, you guys practice on your own first," Miyu said. The agreed meeting time between him and Teacher Chen was at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and the agreed time was almost up. "Is it about the ninja school?" Obito asked curiously, as the ninja school was about to start. "No, I'm going to communicate with Teacher Chen." Miyu shook his head and replied. He had handed over all the chores at the ninja school to his shadow clones. Teacher Chen? Kai's instructor. Obito had a certain impression of this name, because Kakashi had ridiculed him for being ignorant. "Can I go with you?" Obito wanted to go and see what the strongest physical technique of Konoha looked like. At this time, Obito had already imagined a terrifying macho man who was 2 meters tall and had explosive muscles all over his body. Miyu thought about it and nodded and agreed. It was not a big deal. Chapter 1. There will be more later. Chapter 280. Battle with the strongest physical skills master. Miyu had the habit of arriving early. The agreed time was 2 p.m., and he arrived with Obito at 1:50 p.m. Junjian, Ebisu, Kai. Obito smiled and greeted the 3 people who were practicing. The 3 people who heard Obito's voice stopped and looked at Obito, and saw Miyu beside Obito. "Miyu teacher and Obito, why are you here?" Shire Anui Junjian asked with a puzzled look. He didn't know the conversation between Teacher Chen and Might Guy that day, but he only knew that they were talking about training. "Teacher Miyu and your instructor have something to do. By the way, where is your instructor? Why can't I see him?" Obito looked around for a while but didn't see the muscular man he imagined. "Has he not come yet?" Obito asked puzzledly. "Isn't he sitting under the tree over there?" Shire Anui Junjian pointed to a big tree not far from them, where Teacher Chen was sitting and reading a book. Obito looked in the direction of Shire Anui Junjian's finger, and saw a middle-aged man wearing a rustic yellow jacket and yellow tights. "Is he Mr. Chen?" Obito asked Shire Anui Genma with a suspicious look on his face. He saw that Mr. Chen was probably not much taller than him when he stood up, and he didn't have strong muscles on his body, and there was a slightly wretched smile on his face. Obito felt that he didn't look like the strongest taijutsu in Konoha at all, just an ordinary middle-aged decadent uncle. "Why, don't I look like him?" Before Shire Anui Genma explained to Obito, the perceptive Mr. Chen put away his book and came to Obito at high speed and asked, "So fast?" Obito couldn't help shrinking his pupils when he saw Mr. Chen suddenly appearing in front of him. He didn't even see clearly how Mr. Chen came over. "Hello, senior, I am Hanyu Muiyu." Muiyu put her hand on Obito's shoulder and introduced herself to Mr. Chen with a smile. Mr. Chen looked at Muiyu for a few times, nodded and made a simple self-introduction. Mr. Chen gave Muiyu a look, indicating that Muiyu should go to the side to talk, not to be with the disciples. He wanted to question Muiyu's training method, which was not suitable for the disciples to hear, so he had to save some face for Muiyu. When the two walked to the side, Teacher Chen asked bluntly, "Since you can make meritorious contributions in the battle with the Jinchuriki, you are naturally a powerful ninja. Don't you know the harm of overtraining to the body? The body's tolerance is limited. There will be no problem now, but it will be bad when you reach middle age. Akai's training volume is too large. Just from what I see, it has exceeded the limit that ordinary people can bear." Although he admired Akai's perseverance, he believed that this would shorten Akai's peak period and even shorten his life. Facing Teacher Chen's questioning, Miyu's expression did not change, and he smiled gently. "First of all, I would like to thank you for your concern for Akai." Teacher Chen looked at Miyu. What he wanted was Miyu's reason rather than thanks. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to bear such a huge amount of training. Miyu affirmed what Teacher Chen said, and then continued, "But Akai is not an ordinary person. Akai is very good at physical skills, and his body can withstand more than ordinary people. Might Guy can become strong mainly because of his hard work. But Might Guy's body is actually better than ordinary people. Although he is not born with supernatural power, his ability to withstand is stronger. In other words, if Might Guy does not work hard, he is just an ordinary person, but if he works hard, he will have a chance to catch up with those geniuses. I can see this. Even if his body can withstand more, such a training volume is too much. Teacher Chen retorted, he has practiced physical skills for half his life and naturally knows these very well, so he attaches so much importance to Might Guy. Superman's perseverance plus a body with strong endurance makes him a perfect physical skill seedling. If it's just like this, the current training volume is indeed too much, but I also have a secret medicine that can eliminate fatigue and restore the body. Akai's strong tolerance plus the recovery of the secret medicine. This training volume is just right for him. Muyu continued to explain, I have to say that the secret medicine of the system is really powerful, and it is a perfect match for Might Guy. How can the secret medicine be so powerful? What kind of secret medicine did you use? Teacher Chen asked. He also used secret medicine to practice, but he thought that the secret medicine was not so effective. There is no secret medicine like mine on the market. Muyu shook his head and replied, the secret medicine given by the system could not be bought by Teacher Chen even if he searched the ninja world. Teacher Chen didn't know whether to believe Muyu's words. If everything was as Muyu said, there would be no problem, but Muyu's explanation of the secret medicine was very vague. And Akai practiced the 8 gates of Dunjia. Senior, you should know this forbidden technique. Muyu continued to speak. 8 gates of Dunjia. It turned out to be this forbidden technique. No wonder his aura sometimes suddenly became stronger when fighting with me. Teacher Chen showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He had never fought with a ninja who mastered the 8 gates of Dunjia, but he had heard of the reputation of this forbidden technique. The 8 gates of Dunjia become stronger by opening the limitations of the human body. Only when the body is stronger will the damage to open the 8 gates be less, and the power of the 8 gates will be greater. Muyu did not say anything more after introducing the 8 gates of Dunjia. Teacher Chen is not a rookie and will understand what he means. At this point, Teacher Chen has been convinced by Muyu. Muyu knows Might Guy better than he does and has considered more than he does. Akai wants to be a strong man, a top strong man in the ninja world, but his ninjutsu talent is very ordinary. The only thing that can support him to fulfill his dream is physical skills, Muyu said at last. Muyu's words made Teacher Chen fall into deep thought. In addition to being the instructor of Might Guy and the other two, he actually accepted a disciple. That disciple is even worse than Might Guy. Might Guy can learn some simple ninjutsu if he spends more time, but his disciple has no ninjutsu talent at all, and can't learn a single ninjutsu illusion. He can only learn physical skills all the way to the end, and it took a lot of effort to graduate from the ninja school. Teacher Chen was moved by his perseverance after hearing his story and accepted him as his disciple, preparing to pass on all his physical skills to him. However, due to his lack of strength, he could not learn the Konoha Dragon God at present. You are a good teacher. No wonder Akai respects you so much. Teacher Chen sighed after waking up from his thoughts. He believes that the teacher who can help his students realize their dreams is the best teacher. Muyu smiled and made a wave of commercial praise, and then issued a battle invitation to Teacher Chen. I have heard of your title as the strongest ninja in Konoha's physical skills. Can you give me a chance to challenge the strongest? Fighting with Teacher Chen is his main purpose of coming here, to show his own physical skills. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Teacher Chen waved his hand and said, what's the strongest? Those people are just making a fuss. If we really fight, the 3rd generation is better at physical skills than me, but we can give it a try. Teacher Chen saw that Muyu knew so much about physical skills, and he taught Might Guy so well, so he would not be bad at physical skills. After thinking about it, he agreed. Do you want to fight here or choose a new position? If you want to fight here, let those guys see what a ninja fight is like. Teacher Chen suggested. Watching the strong fight is useful. First, it expands your horizons, and then it is to learn the advantages of the strong. Of course, if you are too strong, you can't learn it because you can't see it clearly. Just here, we'll stop. Muyu smiled and nodded. It doesn't matter where to fight. His main audience is Teacher Chen because he is more influential. Teacher Chen flashed to the side of the disciples, and then said, "Muyu and I are going to have a sparring match. Remember to watch and learn carefully to see what a real ninja fight is like." "Ah, you are fighting with Teacher Muyu?" Shiranui Genma asked in surprise. He felt that this was a bit of bullying. A ninja who was known as the strongest in Konoha's physical skills was fighting a special jonin who was teaching. "No, Muyu teacher is also a person who can defeat jonin." Shiranui Genjian quickly thought of the mission story that Obito had told him before. But Shiranui Genjian thought again. It seemed that it was nothing for a stronger jonin to meet a ninja with the title of the strongest. "Why? Do you have any opinions?" Teacher Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. He didn't know the specific information of Muyu, but he only knew that Muyu and Jiraiya fought back the Jinchuriki on the battlefield. "No. No opinions." Shiranui Genjian shook his head quickly and said, he was worried that Teacher Chen would let him fight. Teacher Chen might be like this, occasionally giving them difficulties. Teacher Muyu and Teacher Chen. Ebisa pushed the sunglasses on his nose, recalling the terrifying Konoha dragon that day, and felt that Muyu was a little bit in danger. Hearing that Muyu and Teacher Chen were going to fight, Obito showed an expectant expression, and was glad that he followed and could see Teacher Muyu's battle. He was not worried that Muyu would lose. Obito had great confidence in Muyu. Even if Muyu only used physical skills, he did not think that Teacher Chen could win. After all, that was the omnipotent Muyu sage. It was just that there was no problem that Muyu had the strongest physical skills in Konoha. Might Guy showed a curious look. The strongest battle he had seen so far was the battle between Muyu and Might Guy opening the 6 gates. He was curious whether the performance of this battle would be stronger than that time. How will Teacher Muyu deal with Teacher Chen's Konoha Dragon God? Might Guy guessed in his heart. At present, he had no way to crack the Konoha Dragon God. The wind was too strong and he would be cut soon after approaching. But how could he crack it if he didn't get close? After notifying the disciples, Teacher Chen and Muyu chose a place that was not too far from the disciples as the battle site. If it was too far away, the disciples would not be able to see clearly, and there would be no point in watching the battle. But if they were too close, it would affect their battle and they would be easily injured by the aftermath of the battle. The battle begins. Obito, as a tool, shouted loudly. Recommend a friend's Naruto book titled, Gojo Satoru doesn't want to be Konoha Hokage and Jujutsu Double Penetration. The young Gojo Satoru saw the Jujutsu Kaisen manga and didn't want to become the clown in the future. In the end, he became the strongest through the resources of the 2 worlds and beat Sukuna. Chapter 281 Intelligence Muyu. When Obito called out start, neither Chen nor Muyu acted immediately, but just stood there looking at each other. Muyu gave Chen an appraisal, and Chen's faceplate appeared in his mind. Name, Chen Long. Chakra, 48,000. Skills, Konoha Fluid Technique. Mastery, 7,000 15,000. Konoha Dragon God. Mastery, Fire Chakra Nature Change. Proficiency, 2, 803,000ths. Chen has a variety of high-level physical skills, which Muyu had expected, but he was a little surprised to see 2 nature changes in Chen's skills that were close to the mastery level. This means that Chen's ninjutsu is not worse than that of ordinary jonin. He even saw illusions in his skills, although the skill configuration is quite comprehensive. If you face a real strong man, you still have to rely on physical skills. Muyu thought to himself, since Chen has the title of Konoha's strongest physical skill, he certainly can't match ordinary jonin. As expected of a duel between jonin, both sides seem to have great momentum. Shiranui Genma said when he saw this scene, if it was a practical test in a ninja school, they would usually attack immediately to seize the initiative. After all, we don't know the other party's intelligence, so we should be thinking about how to test and obtain more intelligence. Ebisa pushed his sunglasses with his middle finger and guessed. Obito scratched his head and complained, didn't they just stand there for half a minute? How did you see so much? He thought that both sides might want the other to take the initiative, so this happened. Obito guessed that Teacher Chen really wanted Muyu to take the first move. After all, he was considered a senior. Seeing that Muyu didn't move, he felt that Muyu might have a special tactic, so Teacher Chen took action directly. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique. Teacher Chen quickly formed a seal to condense the chakra at his throat. changing the nature of the fire attribute chakra and spitting out a straight flame. Dragon Fire Technique is a special ninjutsu among fire escape techniques. Most fire escape techniques create large-scale flames to attack the enemy, while Dragon Fire Technique is a straight flame as thick as an arm. This ninjutsu can also be assisted by a line to hit the enemy more accurately, but the battle has just begun and there is obviously no such condition, and Teacher Chen's main purpose is to test Muyu's bottom line. It's actually a fire escape ninjutsu. Isn't he the best in physical skills? Seeing that Teacher Chen's first attack was actually a ninjutsu, Obito was dumbfounded. He thought that Teacher Chen should have used the instant body technique to kick out a terrifying attack that could overwhelm a tree. Although Teacher Chen's physical skills are very strong, this does not mean that Teacher Chen's ninjutsu is not good. Our Konoha's Jonin generally have no weaknesses in ninjutsu and physical illusions. It is only possible that one of them is stronger. In this case of not knowing the information, it is obviously safer to use long-range ninjutsu attacks. Ebisu analyzed. Ebisu's well-reasoned and meticulous analysis convinced Obito, who couldn't help but sigh. So Ebisu, you have such insights in combat. Why do I feel that I rarely meet you in the grade practical battle? Ebisu, because he is usually eliminated in the first round. It is not easy to meet him among the 16 people. There are only 2 exams in a semester. Haha, Shao is like this. He talks a lot, but he is not good at actual combat. Shiranui Genma laughed and patted Ebisu on the shoulder. Is there a possibility that it is not that I am not good at actual combat, but that you are too strong? Ebisu said faintly, restraining Shiranui Genma's neck with his arm. His ability to enter the grade practical battle has shown that his strength is excellent in the entire grade. After all, only 2 people can be sent to a class, and those who can participate in the grade practical battle are at least the top 2 in the class. Fire Escape, Dragon Fire Technique. Seeing Teacher Chen using ninjutsu, Muyu immediately formed a seal and used the same ninjutsu as Teacher Chen, spitting out a straight line of flames. Muyu's proficiency in the Dragon Fire Technique was not high, and he had only used it once in class, but with the blessing of the perfect level fire attribute chakra nature change, the fire line Muyu spits out was twice as thick as Teacher Chen's. The 2 fire lines collided, and there was no doubt that Muyu's thick fire line was better, resisting the sprint of Teacher Chen's fire line and constantly pressing towards Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen did not hesitate to cancel the chakra supply to the Dragon Fire Technique, and then the chakra of his feet burst and flashed away. Bang! Exclamation mark. The thick fire line shot a black pit where Teacher Chen had just stood. Teacher Chen was not too surprised in his heart. After all, he was a ninja who could play a role in the Battle of Jinchuriki, and it was normal for him to have skills. Wind Style, Vacuum Jade. Teacher Chen jumped onto a big tree and used the vacuum jade from a high position to spit out transparent tear force one after another towards Muyu like a machine gun. This was a coincidence, because Muyu not only knew the vacuum jade, but it was also an advanced wind style that he could use casually in public. Wind Style, Vacuum Jade. Muyu and Teacher Chen formed the same seal, condensed a large amount of chakra in their mouths, and then exhaled a stream of transparent chi. Muyu's proficiency in vacuum jade was also average, but he happened to have a master-level wind style change some time ago, which had a great bonus to wind style. The transparent chi of the 2 of them did not all collide with each other because there were too many, but whenever there was a collision, Muyu's side was the winner. Boom boom! Exclamation mark. The ground next to Muyu was hit by several small pits by the transparent chi, and Teacher Chen's side was even more tragic. Many big trees were blown up by the chi, and cracks appeared on the ground. Due to the large amount of sawdust and dust caused by the attack, Teacher Chen inevitably became embarrassed. Teacher Muyu's strength is really unexpected. He used the same ninjutsu twice, and Teacher Muyu's ninjutsu was stronger. Shiranui Genji sighed with his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Using the same ninjutsu to fight is definitely the best way to judge the level of both parties. Whoever is stronger will win. Obito shut up and said nothing. He wanted to tell Shiranui Genma that this was nothing. The ninjutsu used by Muyu during the mission was much stronger than these, but Muyu had told him not to tell anyone, so Obito simply forced himself to shut up. Mr. Muyu is indeed better in ninjutsu, but we have to wait for Mr. Chen to use taijutsu to judge who will win. Obito thought for a while and said, he didn't know what Muyu was best at, but Mr. Chen was undoubtedly best at taijutsu. What a strong wind escape. It happens to be fire escape and wind escape. I'm completely outdone in ninjutsu. After 2 consecutive attempts to attack were frustrated, Mr. Chen decided to start using his best taijutsu to fight. After all, it was in front of the disciples, and it was not right to keep losing. Your ninjutsu is very good, but be careful next time. I'm going to use all my strength, Mr. Chen shouted to Muyu. After seeing Muyu's 2 ninjutsu, plus the experience reported by Konoha, Mr. Chen judged that Muyu's overall strength was far beyond that of ordinary jonin. Don't worry, senior, although I'm not as skilled in taijutsu as you are, I know a thing or two, Muyu said with a smile. This time he was not modest. If he didn't use the stripes or the 8 gates, his taijutsu could only be considered to be a little bit better than Teacher Chen. As for whether he used it, Muyu could only say that great power can create miracles and break all methods. Absolute power can crush skills. Teacher Chen exhaled, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Muyu silently changed his breathing rhythm, from ordinary normal breathing to extremely concentrated breathing, in order to enhance his physical ability. Teacher Chen gathered chakra in his lower body, burst out and rushed towards Muyu at a very fast speed. The speed was so fast that Obito felt that Teacher Chen appeared in front of Muyu in the blink of an eye. Muyu was not to be outdone and rushed up using the multiple bursts of shaving. Seeing that the two were finally going to start a battle in taijutsu, Might Guy showed an extremely serious expression and began to watch the fight between the two. Konoha Big Tornado. Muyu poured power into his legs and kicked a whirlwind kick at Teacher Chen at a very fast speed. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. Facing Muyu's extremely fast kicking skills, Teacher Chen showed a relaxed expression and easily resolved it with his fists, and then kicked out 3 consecutive roundhouse kicks at high speed to counter. Konoha's Burt. The roundhouse kick with strong kicking power kicked towards Muyu at high speed. Muyu dodged the first 2 kicks as much as possible, but there was no way to dodge the last kick. Muyu could only use her arms to block in front of her body and took the kick hard. Under the powerful force, she retreated 7 meters. The physical skills are not bad. Have I not paid attention to the village for too long? I didn't know that such a powerful young ninja appeared. Teacher Chen thought in his heart after repelling Muyu. Although not as good as ninjutsu, Muyu's physical skills are also good in his opinion. The speed and strength are both good, and the attack is also decisive. Sure enough, the situation changed all of a sudden after using the physical skills. Obito thought after seeing Teacher Chen repel Muyu. After all, Teacher Chen is the ninja with the strongest reputation in Konoha's physical skills. Although he looks like a decadent uncle, Mr. Chen's taijutsu is really amazing. Shire Anui Genma knew that one should not judge a person by his appearance. He and Obito both believed that the balance of victory had tilted towards Mr. Chen. Might Guy and Obito's trust in Muyu remained unchanged, especially Might Guy. Only he, who practiced the 8 gates and rock breathing at the same time, knew how terrifying Muyu's taijutsu could be. Muyu expected to be at a disadvantage in the taijutsu duel. His taijutsu proficiency was not as good as Mr. Chen's, and his combat experience was much worse. He just wanted to see how strong such a highly proficient taijutsu was. Knowing how strong Mr. Chen's taijutsu skills were, Muyu silently changed his breathing again and entered the state of rock breathing, marking. In his opinion, Mr. Chen's strength was even higher than that of the 6 gates Might Guy. If he only used breathing methods, he could only enter the marking state. After using the marking, the chakra in Muyu's body began to be rapidly consumed, and the extremely concentrated breathing strengthened Muyu's body in all directions. Muyu could feel the power pouring out continuously. It is impossible for the body to be strengthened like this without any changes. Muyu's aura gradually increased and became stronger and stronger. With just the aura, the surrounding grass could be moved without wind. Senior, your physical skills are really exquisite. But I also have some physical skills with decent power. Please be careful next time, Muyu reminded. Is this the 8 gates of Dunjia? No, the aura is not violent, but very heavy. Since he had seen Might Guy use the 8 gates of Dunjia, Teacher Chen now has a little understanding of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Looking at Muyu, whose aura suddenly became stronger, he thought of the 8 gates of Dunjia at the first time, but quickly denied this answer. Teacher Chen calmed down. No matter what ability he used, it was Muyu's own ability. He only needed to exert his strength. After opening the stripes, Muyu also opened the transparent world, and the control over his own body reached the extreme. With the blessing of the transparent world, Teacher Chen's body was seen through by Muyu. Although Muyu's aura at the moment was very unusual, it just happened to arouse Teacher Chen's desire to fight. He hadn't fought with a strong man like Muyu for a long time. Whoosh! Teacher Chen flashed forward and kicked Muyu with a very fast kick. The extremely serious Teacher Chen was very fast and appeared in front of Muyu almost instantly. But Muyu had already opened the transparent world at this time. Teacher Chen was seen through by Muyu the moment his muscles moved, and knew what kind of attack Teacher Chen was going to make next. At the moment Teacher Chen moved, Muyu took a step back and perfectly dodged Teacher Chen's attack. It's a coincidence or he predicted my action. Teacher Chen noticed something was wrong and used the leaf blitz again. Muyu flashed, and each time he dodged Teacher Chen's roundhouse kick just right, and all 3 consecutive kicks missed. One time might be a coincidence, but dodging so many attacks can only be strength. Teacher Chen was very surprised. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. It seemed that his heart was seen through by Muyu, and all the attacks were predicted. After dodging the last roundhouse kick, Muyu moved again, raised his palm and slashed at Teacher Chen lightly, seemingly without much strength. Teacher Chen burst out his chakra and punched him. When the fist and the hand knife met, Teacher Chen's face changed instantly. He was shocked by the power contained in the seemingly light hand knife. Bang! Exclamation mark under the terrifying force. Teacher Chen flew backwards at a high speed and hit 3 big trees before stopping. What kind of move is this? I can't feel the power, but it has such a terrifying power. Teacher Chen's expression became more serious than ever. In his opinion, this is a high-level physical skill that he doesn't understand. The sudden change in the situation on the field surprised Shire Anui Genjian and Ebisu. Teacher Chen was actually knocked out. Just now, Shire Anui Genjian found that the battle between these high-level ninjas was too difficult to understand. Both were close physical collisions, but there were 2 completely different results. One time, Teacher Chen gained the advantage, and the other time, Muyu gained the advantage. Mr. Muyu's taijutsu is so powerful. Seeing Mr. Chen at a disadvantage, Ebisu showed a shocked expression. This is Mr. Chen, who is known as the strongest taijutsu master in Konoha. There is one more chapter, which should be finished later. Chapter 282 Konoha Shenlong vs. Day Tiger. Teacher Chen patted the dust off his body and stood up. He had practiced taijutsu for half his life, and his body was much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. This level would not affect his next battle. After the previous wave of battles, Muyu's impression of Teacher Chen changed completely. Muyu's taijutsu was even stronger than ninjutsu, and he even mastered taijutsu techniques that he could not understand. What a pity! If he was born 10 or 20 years earlier, my taijutsu would be even stronger. Teacher Chen thought to himself, if there was a taijutsu ninja like Muyu more than 10 years ago, he would definitely challenge Muyu every day, and his taijutsu would definitely be stronger than it is now. But now it's not possible. His body is already at its final peak. 2 frequent battles will only make him enter the stage of declining strength earlier. But it's not bad to meet such an opponent at the peak. Teacher Chen smiled. He said that taijutsu was the strongest just because of others' teasing, but he also had his own pride in his heart. He said that taijutsu could not beat the 3rd Hokage mainly because the 3rd Hokage had Monkey Demon. If he was empty-handed, he would not necessarily lose. Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen used his own advanced physical technique without hesitation. Facing such a powerful opponent, he naturally had to fight with all his strength. Teacher Chen gathered a large amount of chakra in his lower body, and then burst out all the chakra in one breath, kicking out a whirlwind kick at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh whoosh! Almost instantly, a dragon-shaped tornado over 30 meters high appeared. The powerful cutting force instantly cut all the trees around Teacher Chen into pieces of wood and stakes. Not only trees, but everything around Teacher Chen that was close to the tornado was torn into pieces, and sawdust and yellow sand flew all over the sky. How exaggerated. It turns out that Teacher Chen didn't use his full strength in the last game. Looking at the extremely tall Konoha dragon god Shire Anui Genjian subconsciously moved his buttocks backwards. He felt that there was a risk of being affected even if he was watching the game here. How will Teacher Muyu deal with this move? Might Guy stared at the green tornado on the field, very curious about what kind of physical technique Muyu would use to deal with Teacher Chen's Konoha dragon god. How should Muyu teacher deal with such an attack? Because of the last confrontation, Ebisu is not sure that Muyu's strength is worse than Teacher Chen. Is this a taijutsu or a ninjutsu? It feels so cool. Obito couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the destructive blue dragon. Obito wanted to ask Muyu if he knew this. He wanted to learn it. As for this taijutsu, Muyu showed a thoughtful expression. As the owner of the master-level Konoha dragon god, and having watched anime, he knew the weakness of the Konoha dragon god. Because it is essentially a tornado, the Eye of the Wind is the weakness of the Konoha dragon god. If you find the right opportunity to enter the Eye of the Wind, you can crack the Konoha dragon god. Muyu thought about it and decided to fight the Konoha dragon god head-on with taijutsu. This is not a battle with the enemy, so there is no need to use the least strength to get the greatest results. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, Shaman, open. Muyu directly opened the third gate of the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, which greatly improved his already powerful body. He was going to use the Day Tiger he had obtained before to fight against Mr. Chen's Konoha dragon god. However, with his current physical strength, even if he used the stripes, he could not reach the conditions for activating the Day Tiger. Even if he wanted to weaken the power of the Day Tiger, he would have to open the third gate of the 8 gates. Muyu concentrated a large amount of chakra on his fist and punched the air very quickly. The air was constantly compressed under Muyu's extremely fast punch. Day Tiger. After Muyu threw the last punch, the compressed air suddenly exploded, and a huge transparent tiger appeared, rushing towards the Konoha dragon god like an air cannon. Hhhhh. The moment the tiger-shaped air cannon appeared, an extremely huge shockwave appeared. The nearby trees were directly overwhelmed, and the leaves of the distant trees were also rustled by the shockwave. Ebisu, who was unprepared, was blown backwards by the powerful shockwave. Might Guy immediately entered the rock-breathing state to stabilize himself and then quickly pulled Ebisu. Shire Anui Genma was not much better than Ebisu, but he reacted a little faster and hugged the big tree next to him in time, so he was not blown away like Ebisu. Obito entered the state of full concentration of the breath of fire to resist this powerful impact. What kind of horrible move is this? It's so far away and there is such a strong aftermath. Shire Anui Genma complained. When the Konoha dragon god came out, he could subconsciously move his butt and retreat. When the Day Tiger came out, he was simply worried that they couldn't get away and blew them away. So strong. Might Guy looked at Muyu who shot the tiger-shaped air cannon with a shocked face. He felt that Muyu's current strength could kill him with one punch. The aftermath of the move alone had such power. Although there is no dragon martial, this seems to be stronger, Obito thought in his heart as he looked at the air cannon giant tiger. There was no such movement when the Konoha dragon god just came out. The four of them looked at the battlefield very seriously, looking at the dragon and the tiger that were about to collide, looking forward to the victory of this battle. Such a pure and strong power. After Muyu used the Day Tiger, Teacher Chen and the tornado immediately felt an extremely powerful force coming towards him. Obito and the others who were watching the battle could feel the horror of the Day Tiger, not to mention Teacher Chen who was facing the Day Tiger directly. He felt a powerful force that he had never seen before. Under the stimulation of this power, Teacher Chen was extremely excited. This kind of physical battle was also unprecedented for him. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, the tiger-shaped air cannon fired by Muyu and the blue dragon kicked by Teacher Chen collided with each other. Roar! The blue dragon and the white tiger started to bite each other. The huge white tiger bit the dragon's body with its sharp teeth, and the blue dragon was not to be outdone and used its body to whip the tiger. letting the wind with strong cutting force attack the tiger. Boom! The collision between the tiger and the dragon caused a huge explosion on the surrounding ground. The ground could not withstand this terrifying force and exploded directly, and dust flew. Shockwaves rushed in all directions, knocking down trees, blowing objects away, and making the surroundings a mess. Between the roars of the tiger and the roar of the dragon, the giant tiger and the giant dragon were full of holes, and finally dissipated together, and Teacher Chen, who was in a mess, emerged from them. Muyu cancelled the 8 gates of Danzo in the rock-breathing mark state, walked forward and said with a smile, "Senior, you are worthy of being the strongest physical ninja in Konoha. Even if I use all my means, I can only barely offset your Konoha Dragon God." Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6=9 plus book_bar released this novel for the first time. Muyu was not ready to continue fighting. The state he was in just now was not only able to use the day tiger, the two combined. Any physical technique he used was extremely powerful, and coupled with the transparent world, it was simply a dimensionality reduction attack on Teacher Chen. He said that he would stop at the right time, and he did not come here to defeat Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen was slightly stunned. He knew what the art of language was. It was Muyu who looked more relaxed, but in Muyu's mouth, it became that he barely offset Teacher Chen's Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen laughed and said, "You are good at talking, but there is no need to mention the strongest physical skills. Your physical skills are not weaker than mine." He didn't know how Muyu used such a powerful physical skill to block his Konoha Dragon God head-on, but he was sure that his physical skills were not as good as Muyu's. If it was a real battle just now, Muyu could have taken advantage of the moment when his Konoha Dragon was cracked and rushed up to attack him, and he would have found it difficult to defend. "I just took advantage of it. My real physical skill level is far from yours, Senior," Muyu replied with a gentle smile. He was completely using force to suppress cleverness, using breathing techniques and the absolute power of the 8 gates to suppress Teacher Chen. "It's really scary to be young. It's hard to imagine how strong you will be when you reach my age." Teacher Chen ignored Muyu's modesty and said with a sigh, he believed that no matter what means, it was Muyu's own strength. "Senior, you have taught Ikai to my age, so it should be enough," Muyu said with a smile. He just had the rock-breathing mark and the 3 gates of the 8 gates. When Might Guy reaches the age of 18, he may be able to master the 7 gates of the 8 gates and the rock-breathing mark, and he may also master the armament haki. As for Ikai, it is indeed possible. Teacher Chen showed an expression of serious thinking. Might Guy is only 9 years old now, but his physical skills have reached the current level. If he can practice for another 9 or 10 years, plus Might Guy himself is diligent, and he has physical skills teachers like him and Muyu, his future is really immeasurable. "Are you not going to fight anymore?" Obito saw the two people start chatting and ran over to ask in confusion, "And the winner has not yet been decided." Bang! Muyu swung his hand knife, and a transparent energy hit Obito's forehead accurately, saying, "This is called a master's fight to the point, and it is not necessary to decide the winner." Teacher Chen narrowed his eyes and found that this was a not simple physical skill, and Muyu had never used it in the battle. "Okay, Teacher Muyu, do you know the move to create a giant dragon?" Obito touched the place where he was hit just now, and then looked at Muyu with expectation. "Konoha Dragon God? This was created by Senior Chen. How could I possibly do it?" Muyu shook his head and said, "Originally, he wanted to pretend that he had learned Konoha Dragon God in battle, but now it feels a bit disappointing to Teacher Chen. In addition, Might Guy can also learn from Teacher Chen, and he himself has no need to use Konoha Dragon God, so forget it. If you want to learn, then I will give you the teacher and let him teach you." Teacher Chen patted his clothes and said, although Konoha Dragon God was created by him with a lot of effort, he had no intention of taking this physical skill underground. It just so happened that he liked Muyu very much, so it didn't matter if he gave it to him. "I was wrong. You are not a decadent uncle, but the most energetic uncle." Obito smiled and gave Teacher Chen a thumbs up. "I'm so sleepy, I fell asleep. If there are any mistakes, you can leave a message in the chapter and I will correct them when I wake up." Chapter 283 Basic Breathing Technique. Teacher Chen wanted to hand over the Konoha dragon god to him, and Muyu naturally would not refuse. It was a good thing to be able to clean up a master of advanced physical skills. However, Muyu did not choose to take it for free, but chose to exchange physical skills, and handed the scroll that recorded the method of practicing tile splitting to Teacher Chen. He exchanged a physical skill that Teacher Chen did not know for a physical skill that he already knew. It seemed a bit disadvantageous, but Muyu thought it was okay. First of all, tile splitting is not an important skill for him, and then he can use this skill to prove his ninja talent and create such an excellent physical skill. In addition, the widening skill expands the circle of friends. Teacher Muyu, what is the name of the physical skill you just used? Might Guy came over and asked. He was very excited when he saw the Konoha dragon god and the tiger air cannon fighting just now, because the two people fighting on the field were his teachers, and he had the opportunity to learn both physical skills. Zhu, when your physical strength reaches the standard, I will hand over this physical skill to you. Muyu replied with a smile. The requirements for physical ability of the date tiger are extremely high, even higher than those of the Konoha dragon god. Because this is a very typical flying type of physical technique, my youth can't wait to burn more fiercely. Might Guy couldn't help but cheer. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu showed envious eyes. It's really good to have a good master. There is no need to worry about advanced physical skills. That physical technique is not something that ordinary people can learn. If you practice hard and master my Konoha dragon god, it will be very smooth. Teacher Chen noticed the eyes of the two and said, as a master of physical skills, he can see the principle of the day tiger. This is not a physical technique that ordinary ninjas can use. Hurry up and start training. After watching this battle, you almost know how far you are from being a real ninja. Teacher Chen said. Yes. Might Guy and the other two answered in unison, and then said goodbye to Muyu and started training. Then we won't bother you. Muyu said goodbye with a gentle smile. Goodbye, spirited uncle. Obito waved to Teacher Chen with excitement. Although he wasted a little time, Obito felt that this trip was worth it. Not only did he see a physical technique that Muyu had never used before, but he also got a physical technique that looked handsome and powerful. What kind of spirited uncle? You can call me Teacher Chen or Uncle Chen. Don't give me such a weird nickname, Teacher Chen said with a frown. Got it? Spirited uncle. Obito replied with a smile. After hitting Obito on the head, Muyu smiled apologetically and took Obito back to the South Forest to continue training. After returning to the South Forest, Obito looked around for Kakashi's location. He wanted to show off to Kakashi about Muyu's battle just now, but he unexpectedly found that Nohara Rin also came here to practice. He was sitting with Kakashi and chatting about something, so he ran directly to Nohara Rin. Lin, you also came here to practice today. How have you rested these days? Obito asked with concern. Unlike them who have encountered this situation several times, Nohara Rin encountered such a crisis situation for the first time when she left the village. Obito felt that Nohara Rin would be under pressure. Thank you for your concern, Obito. Actually, it's not a big problem. I've been studying some theoretical medical knowledge at home these days, Nohara Rin said with a smile. It's impossible to say that Nohara Rin didn't feel anything when she encountered such an accident on her first mission, but it didn't affect her mentality. She stayed at home for 2.5 days mainly to learn more medical knowledge and improve herself. It's good that you're okay, Zeolin. You don't know, just now I followed Teacher Muyu to find Teacher Chen, Akai's instructor, and then Teacher Muyu and Teacher Chen had a fierce battle. Obito tried his best to describe the scene of the two fighting. When describing the collision between the Konoha dragon god and the date tiger, Obito deliberately performed the scene of being blown back by the impact in order to make it more vivid. Teacher Chen's physical technique Konoha dragon god is like a blue dragon, and Teacher Muyu's date tiger is a huge white tiger. The aftermath of their attacks can blow people away. Papa. Nohara Rin clapped her hands with a smile and said, "It's really wonderful, ha ha ha. Maybe I have the talent to be an actor." Obito laughed happily after receiving Nohara Rin's affirmation. Teacher Chen is worthy of being called the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha. He saw the potential hidden in my body at a glance and wanted to teach me the Konoha dragon god. When saying this, Obito looked at Kakashi with a very proud expression. Obito's expression successfully made Kakashi want to speak, and he said, "I think Zealand should be talking about the wonderful battle between Teacher Muyu and Teacher Chen, not the wonderful performance of your storytelling." "Kakashi, what are you talking about? The battle between Teacher Muyu and Teacher Chen was indeed wonderful, but my storytelling and performance were not bad either." Obito thought Kakashi was jealous of his talent, so he looked at Nohara Rin. Yes, Obito's performance was very attentive and hard, Nohara Rin said with a gentle smile. "See, it must be your jealous and twisted heart that affected your judgment, Kakashi." Hearing Nohara Rin's words, Obito became more confident. Kakashi smiled but said nothing. He did work hard, but the effect was another matter. Feeling that he had rested enough, Kakashi once again devoted himself to the practice of breathing method. Although he wanted to talk more with Nohara Rin, he couldn't sit still when he saw Kakashi practicing, so he immediately started practicing breathing techniques. Just when Nohara Rin was about to continue training her medical ninjutsu skills, Muyu stopped instructing Shisui, walked to Nohara Rin and said, "Dalin, you will start practicing water attribute chakra nature changes and chakra form changes today." Nohara Rin's natural chakra attribute is water, and her ninjutsu talent is not as hard to describe as Might Guy's, so it's only a matter of time before she learns water-based ninjutsu. He didn't teach her before because it was unnecessary, a waste of time and meaningless. Because Nohara Rin's chakra is the least among his disciples, as a medical ninja, she must keep some chakra to use ninjutsu, and her strength also consumes more chakra, so there is no chakra to allocate to other ninjutsu. So at that time, instead of practicing water-based ninjutsu, Nohara Rin might as well exercise more, improve her physical skills experience, or practice chakra control ability to improve medical ninjutsu. Now the situation has changed a bit. First, he is developing water breathing, and second, Nohara Rin's chakra is slowly increasing with age and training. As for water breathing, Muyu conservatively estimates that it will take about a year to fully develop it. However, it is impossible to wait for water breathing to come out before learning water escape, so it will be a bit difficult to use it well in battle. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. In order to let Nohara Rin keep up with Obito and others, Muyu really tried his best to find a way. The development time of water breathing was too long, so Muyu used the experience of developing water breathing to develop a basic breathing method. There is no special ability, and it can only enhance physical ability through breathing. The degree of enhancement is similar to that of fire breathing. Muyu plans to teach Nohara Rin after a few days of testing, so that it will be much faster to learn water breathing in the future. Yeah, Nohara Rin nodded obediently, and then looked at Muyu. It is said to practice the change of water attribute properties, but Muyu has not taught her how to change water attributes properties yet, and she doesn't know how to practice. Muyu certainly knew this, and took Nohara Rin to the river to start changing the nature of water attributed chakra. It is easier to use water escape in places with abundant water sources and consumes less chakra. Muyu asked Nohara Rin to pick up water from the river to feel the water, and then tell him what he thought. Water is different from fire. If you touch fire with your hands, you will get burned. This is very convenient. Wet, flowing, liquid. Nohara Rin thought about it and said what he thought. Muyu nodded and said, "Next, you just need to move in the direction you feel now when changing the nature of chakra." After that, Muyu demonstrated it once, and under his control, a water column appeared on the calm river surface. After demonstrating the use of surrounding water, Muyu also demonstrated using chakra to create water. Nohara Rin studied very seriously. After watching Muyu's demonstration, she subconsciously replaced Muyu in the chakra nature change. Water is the natural attribute of Nohara Rin. In addition, Muyu is very proficient in changing the nature of water-attributed chakras and has the blessing of teaching skills. Nohara Rin practices very seriously, with multiple buffs. Nohara Rin's nature changes are progressing well. In addition to the nature changes of water-attributed chakras, Miyu also asked Nohara Rin to practice the change of chakra forms. The characteristics of water attributes make many advanced water escapes require a high level of chakra form changes. In the evening, Miyu called all the disciples home to eat together. This kind of life is so happy. Obito smiled happily after eating a big mouthful of rice. Although training is very tiring, it is really refreshing to eat the food made by Miyu after training. It is like the soul has been redeemed. Eat more, go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, everyone except Jalin will have special training, Miyu said with a warm smile. Do you want to do the questions? Obito asked the question he cared about most with a serious expression. If you can complete it perfectly, then there is no need, Miyu replied with a smile. Tomorrow is the last day for Obito and his friends to rest. It's time to put some pressure on them. Obito, he felt that if he could complete Miyu's training without doing exercises, he would be more than capable of fighting a Jonin. Thinking of facing the terrifying exercise tomorrow, Obito turned his fear into appetite and ate even harder. Kakashi needs to participate this time, too. It's time for him to experience my pain. This was the only comfort Obito had. Chapter 1. More to come. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Jiraiya. This time, we will still do the special training by hitting the target. Try your best to attack the shadow clones to win, Miyu said after creating 3 shadow clones. Because it was Kakashi's first time to participate, Miyu repeated the punishment mechanism of the special training. Then we have to fight quickly and decisively, hit the shadow clones as quickly as possible, Kakashi thought to himself after listening to the rules. Since it was a special training with results, Kakashi naturally hoped that he could get good results, and he didn't want to do so many questions. If it was the level of questions in the ninja school, it wouldn't matter, but Miyu's questions were not simple. Kakashi would feel very good if he could do a few questions occasionally, but if there were too many, Kakashi would be a bit overwhelmed. The number that Kakashi could accept was about 30 questions in one training. In this way, he only needed to do 4 to 5 questions a day on average in a week, and he could finish them easily when he was resting after training. Start. Thunder breathing. Breathe with full concentration. Kakashi silently changed his breathing rhythm and concentrated his breathing to the limit of his concentration. The moment Miyu shouted to start, Kakashi immediately drew out the White Fang short blade and rushed to attack the shadow clones. Special training is different from actual combat. In actual combat, you need to deal with various emergencies, so you need to preserve your physical chakra. But the special training with a time limit of 10 minutes obviously does not require that. Kakashi transformed a large amount of chakra into lightning properties and then exploded in his lower body. His speed suddenly increased, and he rushed to the shadow clone in the blink of an eye. A white light flashed, and the tree next to the shadow clone was cut down, while the shadow clone who retreated and dodged in time was still unscathed. Can you react to such a speed? It seems that it is impossible to finish the training quickly by using your full strength normally, Kakashi thought to himself. Because it was training, the shadow clone would not attack him, so Kakashi just exerted his own speed to the limit, but even so, he was a little short of hitting the shadow clone, so Kakashi judged that it would not be possible to complete the training in advance by using his full strength normally. The training was difficult, but it was within Kakashi's expectations. After all, even someone as fast as Obito felt miserable with this training, and the difficulty was obvious. Then Kakashi tried a few more times and found that no matter how hard he pushed his strength to the limit, he was still a little short. After 3 minutes of probing, Kakashi changed his tactics. He threw out smoke bombs to hide his figure, and then the shadow clone attracted attention outside while the main body sneaked into the underground. After the shadow clones fought for a while, Kakashi decisively appeared and used purple lightning. In order to ensure that Miyu was hit, Kakashi dispersed the purple lightning into more than a dozen lightning bolts and rushed towards Miyu. Miyu calmly dodged and pulled a short distance away from Kakashi's shadow clone. then put her hands together and spit out a large amount of flames to block all of Kakashi's purple lightning. Ordinary tactics won't work. Kakashi temporarily stopped attacking and quickly reviewed the situation in his mind to obtain more information. Based on Miyu's performance, Kakashi judged that Miyu must have known that his main body was hiding in the dark, and the series of actions were too smooth. When the time came to 9 minutes, Kakashi still hadn't hit the shadow clone once. It should be impossible to complete it in advance this time, but with this experience, I can think of a targeted tactic after returning. Kakashi thought to himself that 1 minute was obviously not enough for him to organize an offensive that could hit the shadow clone. During these 9 minutes, Kakashi did not just rush at the shadow clones like a headless fly, he was trying to get information. The information Kakashi had collected so far was that the shadow clones were just a little faster than him, and the ninjutsu was much stronger, so there was no way he could win by relying on ninjutsu. And if he did not use ninjutsu, the shadow clones would not use it either. The second and third points can confirm each other. The shadow clones' ninjutsu was so strong that if they used it casually, they would not be able to touch the shadow clones even if their strength doubled. 10 minutes later, Miyu reported the results. No one hit the shadow clones before 10 minutes, and all 3 of them had 50 questions. 50 again. Obito's eyes gradually lost their luster when he thought of the horror he would face in the evening. Shisui took 2 breaths. This time he also carried out the battle plan, but it did not succeed, and Shisui found that the shadow clones this time were faster than the last time. Everyone, try your best to finish the questions. There is no time limit for completion this time. You can come to me to discuss the questions in the evening, Miyu said with a smile. This time he reset the strength of the shadow clones. As long as the disciples did not make a breakthrough or think of a good combat plan during the training would basically end automatically after 10 minutes. However, most of the students have graduated now, so Miyu cancelled the time limit and let the students complete the questions according to their own situation. The greatest significance of doing the questions is not the questions themselves, but the thinking generated by doing the questions and the knowledge that Miyu told afterwards. Okay, Obito's lifeless eyes immediately regained some spirit. Without the time limit, it means that there will be no more abominable existence of installments. Although installments once made him feel relaxed for a while, when Obito thought of the extra questions out of thin air, he felt that this was an extremely evil existence. After the afternoon training, considering that this was the last day for Obito and his friends to rest, Miyu said that he would cook a big meal for them, and Miyu purchased a lot of ingredients for this. But coincidentally, an unexpected guest came to Miyu in the evening. Haha, it's quite lively here. It seems that we came at the right time. Jiraiya laughed and walked into Miyu's house with Minato. The war with Iwagakure came to an end. Although it was not a complete ceasefire, there was no large-scale battle, so Jiraiya returned to Konoha to rest. Minato-sensei, Uncle Toad, why are you here? Obito and Jiraiya greeted. What Uncle Toad? I'm the Toad Sage, Jiraiya corrected. Ahem, the Toad Sage is a hidden name, and the more widely known title is the Three Ninjas. I am Jiraiya, the most handsome white-haired handsome man among the 3 ninjas. Since there were still 2 children he didn't know, Jiraiya introduced himself solemnly. Is it Jiraiya-sama who is as famous as Tsunade-sama? Nohara-rin asked with a surprised expression. The 3 ninjas are very well known in Konoha, and even a newly graduated student like Nohara-rin knows their names. Yes, the legendary Jiraiya-sama is me, Jiraiya said with his chest raised and his head proud. Minato looked at Jiraiya, who was proudly introducing himself in front of several children, and couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Shisui's expression was a little strange. Why did the 3 ninjas look unreliable? You guys picked a great time. I was just about to make a big meal, Miyu said with a smile. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Jiraiya's arrival was indeed a coincidence. It had been a while since he selected the Palm Immortal technique as a reward. He could use a very normal reason to ask Jiraiya to go and ask Tsunade questions. Big meal. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He guaranteed that this was the most wonderful sentence he had heard in the past few days. This was Miyu's big meal, so there must be so many delicious dishes. Minato went to the kitchen to help immediately after hearing Miyu's words. Jiraiya was in the living room telling the children about his experience of traveling around the ninja world. Uncle Toad, do you have so much time? You can actually travel around so many countries. Hearing Jiraiya talking about traveling around the world, Obito became interested. He has been to several small countries around now, and he left very quickly. I'm not traveling around the ninja world for fun. There are very important things that concern the fate of the entire ninja world. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and said, Jiraiya has been looking for the child of prophecy in the preview of the Great Toad Sage. He will continue his journey after the war is completely over. What is so important? It also concerns the fate of the entire ninja world. Obito looked at Jiraiya suspiciously. Although he knew that Jiraiya was very powerful, the entire ninja world was too exaggerated. You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, a fool like you who can't even call his name can never be the child of prophecy, Jiraiya said and laughed. If you want to say who is the most like the child of prophecy among the people Jiraiya has taught, Jiraiya's first choice is Nagato, because Nagato has the legendary Samsara Eye of the Six Paths Sage, and the second choice is Minato. Minato's ninja talent is very powerful. I'm not a fool. The elders of our Uchiha clan say that I am a genius. Obito retorted. Nohara was right next to him. How could Obito let himself be labeled as a fool? It is said that only fools will rush to explain when others call them fools. Jiraiya added. Obito showed an expression of wanting to say something but not being able to. He wanted to explain but had to hold it back because of Jiraiya's words. Ha ha ha, you are such an interesting kid, not like those Uchiha at all. Obito's look of wanting to say something but not daring to say it successfully made Jiraiya smile. It was the first time he met an innocent Uchiha like Obito, and he couldn't help but want to tease him when he saw him. Kakashi, what else can he say? He can only say that Jiraiya's image continues to collapse in his heart. Kakashi silently memorized Jiraiya's methods and used them on Obito in the future. Jiraiya-sama, can you tell me something about Tsunade-sama? Nohara looked at Jiraiya with expectant eyes. Jiraiya thought about it, and the first thing he thought of was Tsunade's gambling addiction and her love of running away from paying. However, looking at Nohara's expectant little face, Jiraiya still picked up some good words to say some of Tsunade's advantages. Chicken soup is here. Miyu brought a large pot of chicken soup to the dining table. Then came the various dishes, most of which were from the major cuisines of Miyu's previous life, and a few were native to the Hokage. When the dishes with tempting aromas were served, no one chatted anymore, and everyone swallowed their saliva and stared at the dishes on the table with eagerness. When Miyu served the last dish, a war without gunpowder began. Chapter 285 Meeting Tsunade. After dinner, Obito and his other disciples went home. Jiraiya, who was not satisfied, bought some sake. The three of them ate and drank while chatting. Jiraiya was the main one talking, while Miyu and Minato mainly listened, and occasionally started some small topics. It is more difficult to imitate the tailed beast ball than I thought. Minato talked about his development of ninjutsu, and wanted to get inspiration from Miyu and Jiraiya. It is not a simple thing to develop a ninjutsu similar to the tailed beast ball. Jiraiya drank the sake in the cup and touched his chin and said, a large part of the deterrent power of the Jinchuriki lies in the tailed beast ball. The destructive power of the tailed beast ball is too great. Even Jiraiya has no way to take it head-on when facing the tailed beast ball, and can only find a way to dodge. I imitated the shape of the tailed beast ball to develop it in the form of a chakra ball, but now the chakra ball is very unstable, and the power cannot even penetrate a big tree. Minato continued to talk about the difficulties he encountered when developing it. If it's unstable, I think Minato, you can find a solid round object to help you practice, such as a ball or something. Miyu thought for a while and said. Minato's eyes lit up, and he felt that Miyu's suggestion was very good. He smiled and thanked Miyu. It is indeed a good idea to use physical objects to assist in practice. After talking about the Rasengan, Miyu also took the opportunity to talk about his previous ideas. It is indeed not appropriate to set a seal on a single chakra acupoint to store chakra. I thought about it carefully. If the scope can be expanded and more chakra meridian acupoints can be added, It may work. You haven't given up this bold idea yet. It may work in theory, but it requires a great test of the accuracy of chakra control and a strong foundation in medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya sighed. He is still not optimistic about this direction. The risk of developing on chakra meridian acupoints is too great, and it is easy to make himself useless. Of course, the risk is great and the improvement is also great. If it can really be achieved, then the improvement in strength is very intuitive, which is equivalent to having a lot more chakra out of thin air. Well, I am somewhat confident in the accuracy of chakra operation, but I really don't understand medical ninjutsu. I haven't spent much time studying it. At present, I have only mastered the preliminary palm technique, so I have always been in the theoretical stage. Miyu continued to say along with Jiraiya's words. Hearing that Miyu had started to learn medical ninjutsu, Jiraiya swallowed his words of persuasion again. Fortunately, Miyu knew the importance of things and would not mess around without being sure. Hearing Miyu's words, Minato was in awe. Miyu had really taken great pains to develop a technique that could store chakra. Not only did he study the sealing technique, but he was also learning medical ninjutsu now. This made Minato feel that he had been a little lax recently and had not spent enough time developing ninjutsu. Jiraiya-sama, you and Tsunade-sama are both Sannin. Can you help me introduce them? I want to ask Tsunade-sama some questions about medical ninjutsu. After the foreshadowing was completed, Miyu stated his ultimate goal. He had thought of looking for Tsunade before, but he was not well prepared at that time. Now he has a certain reputation in the Konoha ninja circle, and the medical ninjutsu he has is also from the ninja hall, so there are no major problems in all aspects. Tsunade, her medical ninjutsu is indeed very powerful, which should be of great help to your study, but she is not an easy person to talk to. Jiraiya fell into thought. He and Tsunade are very familiar with each other. They are teammates and good friends. They have been through life and death together countless times. To be fair, Jiraiya thinks Tsunade is a kind person. In order to reduce the death and injury rate of ninjas, Tsunade proposed that each team be equipped with a medical ninja. Although it was not adopted, it was considered an effort. But to say that Tsunade has a good temper is a boast. After being a teammate for so many years, Jiraiya also knows what Tsunade's temper is like. It's okay to take you to see her, but I can't guarantee that she will help you solve the problem. Jiraiya poured himself a glass of wine and replied. If Miyu was seriously injured or had some disease, Jiraiya was sure that Tsunade would treat her. As a medical ninja, Tsunade still had medical ethics, but if it was about teaching something, Jiraiya really couldn't guarantee that it would work. This was a very personal matter, and Tsunade had the right to teach or not. Well, Lord Jiraiya, if you can help me introduce him, I will communicate with Lord Tsunade myself about other matters. Miyu smiled and toasted to thank him. It would definitely be much better to have Jiraiya as a bridge than to go there suddenly. Jiraiya laughed and patted Miyu on the shoulder and said, "You should be fine. You are only a little less handsome than me, and you have a magical cooking skill. When the time comes, she might agree to cook as a condition. As for her, I remember that she likes to eat tender chicken while drinking." Miyu secretly wrote down that Tsunade liked to eat tender chicken. After eating and drinking, Minato helped Jiraiya, who was already drunk, out. Miyu studied the sealing technique until 11:30 p.m., washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Miyu sent out a shadow clone to handle school affairs. The ninja school was about to start, and there were some things he needed to deal with there, and then he was going to the South Forest to teach his disciples. But when Miyu finished his meal and was about to leave, a ninja knocked on his door. "Please go to the Hokage building. The Sandaime-sama wants to see you," the ninja said simply. Miyu nodded, left a shadow clone, and waited for the main body to leave for the Hokage building. After the shadow clone went to the South Forest, Shisui was still waiting there. Dong. Miyu knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside the office. Miyu pushed the door open and found that in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was another ninja he didn't know. "Sandaime-sama." Miyu greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with respect, and at the same time gave the unknown ninja a smile and walked to the desk. "Is there any mission?" Miyu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, then smiled and said, "No, You were promoted due to your outstanding performance in the ninja school, plus the merits you have made on the battlefield. You are already promoted to Jonin." As he said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Miyu a brand new ninja certificate, which was no longer a special Jonin, but only Jonin. "Thank you, Sandame-sama." Miyu's face showed excitement and gratitude, as if he had accomplished something extremely important, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was the benefactor who helped him in the process. Of course, this was pretending, and Miyu's heart was not shaken at all. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. It was within his expectations to be promoted from a special Jonin to a Jonin. He showed such strong strength and made great contributions on the battlefield. In addition to his performance in the ninja school, it was normal for him to be promoted to a Jonin during the war when the promotion conditions were more relaxed. In fact, this was slower than Miyu expected. After all, it had been a while since he returned from the battlefield. Miyu guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to collectively promote a group of meritorious ninjas, so it was slightly delayed. Miyu glanced at the information of the unknown ninja with his peripheral vision, and he was also promoted to Jonin. "No need to thank me. This is what you have earned through your own merits and strength, and it is the reward you deserve for protecting Konoha," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a satisfied smile. Miyu did not continue to say nice things, but his expression was still excited and grateful. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen denied it, but he was very happy in his heart. This time, the promotion was only for the ninja level, and other positions did not change. The reason is also very simple. His position in the ninja school can no longer be promoted in a short time. There are two people above him. One is the teacher class leader Shimano Hisanobu, and the other is the principal Sarutobi Hiruzen. The teacher class monitor is just an ordinary Jonin, but he has been working in the ninja school for a long time. He is an old Jonin. It is impossible to remove him for no reason. It is even more impossible for the principal of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a very special position at present. Of course, after all, he is promoted to Jonin, which is considered the upper level of Konoha. There will be no substantial rewards. Miyu has obtained 2 more opportunities to select ninjutsu in the ninjutsu hall. Before Miyu left, 2 more ninjas walked into the Hokage's office, which further verified Miyu's idea. Usually, there are not so many people coming to the Hokage building together. After leaving the Hokage building, Miyu went directly to the south border forest to practice. Afternoon, Miyu returned to his home in the main city, because Jiraiya said yesterday that he would take him to find Tsunade at noon today. This kind of thing must not be allowed to let the shadow clone go. I will never get tired of eating it no matter how many times. Jiraiya, who had lunch by the way, sighed with satisfaction. Try not to mention topics such as younger brother and lover in front of her. Jiraiya reminded her when he thought of something. I will. Miyu nodded, indicating that he had written down all the taboos. Then Jiraiya took Miyu directly to Tsunade's home. At this time, it feels like she has just woken up. If she is not at home, we can only look for her in the nearby casino. Jiraiya did not dare to say that he would be able to find Tsunade at her home 100%. Although Tsunade was not looking for the child of prophecy like him, she was not interested in all kinds of ninja things because of the death of her brother and lover. If it were not for the war, she would not be in Konoha now. Miyu and Jiraiya were lucky. As soon as they walked into Tsunade's yard, they saw Tsunade and Shizune sitting in the corridor under the eaves. Jiraiya, why are you here? I will beat you to death if you want to peek. Tsunade asked Jiraiya with her arms folded. Haha, is this the impression I had of you? But now is not the time to collect materials. Jiraiya replied with a big laugh without any shyness. There is another chapter later. Chapter 286. Tsunade. Teacher Miyu. Shizune was a little surprised to see Miyu, and then greeted Miyu. She was also a student graduating this year. She had participated in Miyu's special training and studied with Miyu for a period of time. She had a good impression of Miyu. Miyu smiled gently and nodded. Hearing Shizune's voice, Tsunade looked at Miyu in confusion. After a closer look, she found that it was not Minato Namikaze, but someone she didn't know. Because Minato Namikaze often followed Jiraiya, and Miyu also had similar blonde hair and a gentle smile on her face, Tsunade didn't pay attention and directly assumed that the person behind Jiraiya was Minato Namikaze. Shizu, do you know him? Tsunade turned her head and looked at Shizu and asked. Well, he is Hanyu Muyu, who taught me for a while and is a very powerful teacher. Shizu answered softly. Isn't that the teacher of the ninja school? Tsunade thought for a while and said. Shizu's instructor is her, so Muyu can only be the teacher of the ninja school. Shizu nodded. Don't underestimate Muyu. Although he is a teacher at the ninja school, Muyu's strength is not weak. Not only did he defeat the Burst Hunter, he also helped me repel the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya listed Muyu's most outstanding achievements. I didn't say that the strength of the ninja school teachers must be poor. So what are you doing here today? Tsunade slapped her mouth and asked as if she hadn't slept enough. She forgot when she went to bed yesterday, and only remembered that she was drinking and eating all the time. Muyu has been learning medical ninjutsu recently, and he has encountered some difficulties in this regard, so I want to ask you for advice. Jiraiya stated their purpose. Although Muyu said yesterday that he could communicate by himself, Jiraiya thought it would be better if he asked. After all, they have been friends for so many years. Ask for medical ninjutsu? Then you can go back. I don't have the time and interest to teach others medical ninjutsu. Tsunade refused directly after hearing this. If it comes to treating illnesses, Tsunade may still help, but teaching people is out of the question. Now, except for Shizu, she is willing to teach. No one else is interested. Jiraiya was a little embarrassed. Tsunade's refusal was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to be so quick and direct. Tsunade-sama, I won't waste too much of your time, and I won't let you teach me for nothing. I can pay you, Muyu said with a smile without changing her expression. Hearing that there was a reward, Tsunade became a little interested. After all, her chic life was very expensive. Sometimes she could lose millions of rion in one night if she lost a little faster. How much can you give me? I'm one of the 3 ninjas, and the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Tsunade emphasized her identity. It just so happened that she had lost almost all her money recently, so she wanted to get some money back from Muyu. Seeing that Tsunade became negotiable after talking about the reward, Jiraiya had a helpless smile on his face. How about 100,000 rion per hour? Muyu offered a very high price. The normal process was that Muyu would first offer a low price and then wait for Tsunade to raise the price and then cut a little more. After all, if it was 100,000 rion per hour, Muyu's small treasury would not be able to support a whole day. However, Muyu had already thought of other ways. If everything went well, she only needed to spend some money in the early stage. 100,000 ryo for 1 hour. Tsunade was a little tempted after hearing this. 100,000 ryo is not a small amount. The reward for an ordinary B-level mission is only about 100,000 ryo, and you can't take it all by yourself. In this way, I can only deal with a few hours a day, and I can save up for a few days to go gambling happily. Thinking of this, Tsunade decided to take this job. Since Shizun said you're a great teacher, I will reluctantly agree to it. Tsunade finally replied. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Muyu smiled gently and thanked. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as Tsunade is willing to teach at the beginning, the rest will be much easier. Do you want to start now? If so, I will start counting. In addition, even if it is less than an hour, I will charge 100,000 ryo at the beginning, Tsunade reminded. Jiraiya interrupted Muyu's words with his eyes and pulled Muyu aside. Haha, sorry, Muyu. Tsunade is not like this usually. It should be because she has lost too much money recently. Jiraiya explained for Tsunade. Tsunade's temper is indeed not very good, but this situation is still relatively rare now. It's okay. After all, Lady Tsunade is not my teacher. It's normal to pay her, Muyu said with a smile. Then Jiraiya touched his clothes, took out 600,000 taels and handed them to Muyu, saying, I don't have much money with me. Here are about 600,000 taels. Take it first. He was the one who brought Muyu here. He felt a little sorry for what happened now. Moreover, although the money was for Muyu, it was actually for Tsunade. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. If Tsunade took the initiative to borrow money from Jiraiya, Jiraiya would not even blink an eye even if he borrowed a few million. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Jiraiya. After all, this is my business and you should not be responsible for it. Miyu declined Jiraiya's kindness. Looking at Miyu's firm eyes, Jiraiya patted Miyu on the shoulder without saying anything more, and walked back to Tsunade with Miyu. Tsunade, we haven't had dinner together for a long time. Do you want to drink together tonight? I'll invite Orochimaru. Jiraiya invited with a smile. Since the Second Ninja World War, the three of them have rarely gathered together. Jiraiya traveled around the ninja world and Tsunade left the legend of the big fat sheep everywhere, while Orochimaru was devoted to studying various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Drinking, that's no problem, Tsunade readily agreed. She had limited time to teach people, but she had plenty of time to drink. After inviting Tsunade to drink together, Jiraiya left. He had to look for Orochimaru, but Orochimaru was not easy to find and was usually not at home. How about it? How many hours do you want to learn today? Tsunade looked at Miyu with interest. At this moment, Miyu had turned into a banknote in her eyes. Then let's start with 6 hours. Miyu thought for a while and replied. It was now 12:30 noon, and it was just time for dinner 6 hours later. After speaking, Miyu found her wallet and took out 600,000 taels of banknotes and handed them to Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at it casually, and nodded with satisfaction when she felt that there was no problem. 100,000 ryo for an hour was indeed a very good number. You are very good, I believe in you. If you have any questions, just ask. Tsunade threw the money to Shizu for safekeeping and then looked at Miyu and said. She didn't even ask to pay first, but Miyu took the initiative to pay. This straightforwardness made Tsunade like Miyu a little more. This chapter is a bit short, but it's a bit too late. If I don't post it, I will not be fully present, and my brain is also sending a signal that I need to go to sleep. I will try to update more tomorrow, if my condition allows. Chapter 287. Tsunade wants to give up. I want to develop a sealing technique that can store extra chakra in the body, but this involves a lot of chakra points. How can I set up a sealing technique in the body without affecting the chakra points? Miyu asked. In order to get a power bank, Miyu is now studying the sealing technique harder than when he took the civil service exam. He thinks about the sealing technique in his spare time. Now he has learned half of the sealing techniques he has obtained to the master level, and the others are basically more than half of the proficiency level experience. In the field of sealing techniques, Miyu feels that even if he is not good enough, he is only a little bit worse. He has seen the panels of the senior ninjas in the sealing class, and their proficiency and quality are not as good as his. What he lacks now is the medical ninjutsu, which allows him to complete the development steadily. Huh? Are you sure you are here to ask about medical ninjutsu? Tsunade complained after hearing Miyu's question. I'm sure it involves a lot of medical knowledge, how to perform delicate operations in the human body, isn't it? Miyu continued calmly. One of the reasons why he gave the money first was that he was worried that Tsunade would let him go directly after hearing his first words. Now that Tsunade has received 600,000 ryo, she has to listen to him. Tsunade thought for a moment. To develop this kind of ninjutsu, it does require a good attainment in medical ninjutsu. Why does Tsunade know so much? Because she now knows that there is a ninjutsu similar to the one described by Miyu. It is a sealing technique passed down by her grandmother Uzumaki Mito, called Yin Seal, which can store chakra. Tsunade did not learn this ninjutsu because it has great defects and is difficult to learn. However, this ninjutsu has great potential. Tsunade has been thinking about how to improve Yin Seal or develop supporting ninjutsu. But this is also a thing of the past. Because of the death of her brother and lover, Tsunade is not interested in ninja matters now. She knows that if her idea can succeed, it can greatly improve her strength, but she doesn't care. What's the use of being strong? The people she likes are dead. Even if her medical ninjutsu is improved, she can only treat the living, but not bring the dead back to life. Now Tsunade only regards those studies as a tool to kill time. Sometimes when she is really bored and doesn't want to drink and has no money to gamble, she will study for a while. That's true, but do you really understand the difficulty of developing ninjutsu? Tsunade said lightly, wanting Miyu to give up. First of all, This requires extremely high attainments in sealing techniques. Playing with sealing techniques in your own body can easily affect your body. Chakra is needed to release ninjutsu, chakra is needed to use physical techniques, and chakra is also needed to climb walls and tread water. It can be said that the amount of chakra can largely determine the strength of a ninja. If you can easily get a chakra charger in your body, it would have become a must-have for the strong. This is really a very difficult thing. Miyu raised her glasses, stretched out her hand and opened her palm to perform the 5-element seal. 5 bright chakra lights appeared in Miyu's hand. The 5-element seal can be performed so smoothly. Tsunade's expression was a little surprised. This is already a very advanced sealing technique. I'm still somewhat confident in the sealing technique, and I've also learned the 4 symbols seal. Miyu dispersed his chakra and smiled. Even the 4 symbols seal has been mastered. Tsunade was even more surprised. This was a super strong sealing technique that even she hadn't mastered, which meant that Miyu was better than her in terms of sealing technique. What is your current level of medical ninjutsu? Tsunade continued to ask. Miyu showed Tsunade his chakra scalpel and palm magic. Tsunade felt a headache after reading it. Being able to master these 2 already made her a very qualified medical ninja. She knew that the next answer would definitely not be easy. If she used a metaphor to describe it, Tsunade originally thought that she needed to teach addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. But in fact she needed to teach advanced mathematics. It's really troublesome. Or just let Shizu teach it. Tsunade was lying on the wooden corridor, and her laziness began to take effect. No matter how I think about it, it won't work. How can I teach Teacher Miyu? Shizu couldn't help but complain when she heard Tsunade's bad speech. Shizu pushed Tsunade with her little hand and urged, Tsunade-sama, you have already accepted the payment from Miyu teacher. How can you go back on your promise? Miyu silently gave Shizu a thumbs up in her heart. Sure enough, being a good teacher is rewarded, and it was not in vain. After Shizu pushed her several times, Tsunade sat up again, and the first thing she did was to rub Shizu's little face with both hands. Tsunade-sama. Shizu looked at Tsunade pitifully. Children like you are born to be rubbed by me, and you dared to lecture me. After rubbing her, Tsunade put down her hands and showed a smug smile. After a short one-sided fight with Shizu, Tsunade calmed down and began to answer questions for Miyu. Miyu had a lot of buffs on her, which were brought by Jiraiya, and Shizu was a teacher she liked very much, and she paid him first in the end. If one of them was missing, Tsunade might not be very happy. Miyu had to say that he had found the right person. Although Tsunade's personality was a bit bad, her level of medical ninjutsu was really unmatched. After an hour of communication with Tsunade, Miyu discovered many problems that he had not discovered before. Perhaps because she was a little unhappy, Tsunade's words were sharp when she pointed out Miyu's problems. It was not that there was a fool who didn't know this, but that even a pig knew this. But Miyu didn't care. After all, this was a tutor who could help him complete the power bank plan. Even if she really spit knives from her mouth, he had to open the armed color to listen to the class. And it should be said that Tsunade was very beautiful. If she was replaced by someone with special hobbies in his previous life, this might be a reward. Happy time always passes quickly. In teaching medical knowledge, Tsunade is indeed a very good teacher. He listened to Tsunade's lectures and thought about it. Soon 5.5 hours passed, from noon to dusk. It's finally over. I must have a good drink in the evening. Tsunade showed a relieved expression. She taught for so long at once. She didn't teach like this when she taught Shizu. Tsunade decided not to make this money. Next time Miyu came up, she would just chase him away. It would be more comfortable to lie down. If you are tired, Tsunade-sama, you can end your rest now, Miyu said with a gentle smile. You said it yourself. Tsunade agreed without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing. Miyu looked up at the sky, and then asked with concern, Tsunade-sama, you must be tired and hungry after such a long class. It just so happens that I have a lot of experience in cooking. How about I cook something for you? Teacher Miyu is so gentle. Ginny sighed in her heart, finishing early and helping to cook dinner. She felt that Miyu, as a teacher, deeply understood the hardship of concentrating on teaching, so he did this. Tsunade has always been very happy with good things that she picked up for free, but she was worried that Miyu's cooking skills were not good. So she asked, "What level is quite experienced?" "The level that is more confident in the sealing technique," Muyu replied with a smile. Facts have proved that his cooking can conquer even non-human beings. Tsunade became interested after hearing this. Muyu's sealing skills were extraordinary. Then Muyu went to buy vegetables and went home to get some cakes. Finally, she started cooking at Tsunade's house. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar released this novel for the first time. Teacher Muyu, let me help you wash the vegetables. Jinian walked to the kitchen to help. Well, you are such a good child. Thank you. Muyu smiled and handed 3 packaged cakes to Jinian. Jinian could smell an attractive fragrance from them, but she did not take it but looked at Muyu in confusion. This is a reward. Muyu stuffed the cake into Jinian's hand. After washing the vegetables, Jinian curiously tasted one. Instantly, her eyes lit up. She had never eaten such a delicious dessert. Teacher Muyu, which dessert shop in the village did you buy this from? Jinian asked quickly. If it is not too expensive, she can use her pocket money to buy some to eat. This is not for sale. Why? Because I made it myself. Shizune was shocked. She didn't expect Muyu to have such a skill. Shizune put away the remaining 2 cakes and prepared to eat one a day. If it was other delicious things, Shizune would definitely share them with Tsunade, but not for sweets, because in Shizune's memory, Tsunade didn't like sweets. When she bought 3 colored dumplings for Shizune, she even said bluntly, how could so many people like to eat this thing? After Muyu finished cooking, she put some of the dishes into the lunchbox and asked the shadow clone to send it to Minato, and then took the dishes out. The aroma is very good, but I don't know how it tastes. Tsunade smelled the aroma of the dishes before she sat down. She glanced at them and found that they were all unfamiliar dishes, but they all looked very good. Tsunade casually picked up a piece of meat from the stir-fried pork with peppers. After eating it, she was instantly amazed. In a trance, Tsunade seemed to have gone to another world and forgot all her troubles. When she came to her senses, although she felt extremely hot in her mouth, Tsunade couldn't help wanting to continue eating. After taking a bite, Shizune also fell into an immersed state of eating. When Tsunade wanted to continue to pick up vegetables and eat with rice, she suddenly found that the 3 plates in front of her were empty. Why did you only make so little? Don't underestimate the appetite of ninjas. Tsunade was a little hungry. Considering that you, Tsunade-sama, have to go out for drinks with Jiraiya-sama and others in the evening, I didn't make too much. I originally wanted to try a whole chicken with the new dishes I thought of, Muyu explained. Tsunade now wanted to punch Jiraiya hard. Can't we change another day? But I will come to learn from you tomorrow. I will make more tomorrow night, Muyu continued. Tsunade was a little entangled. She originally didn't want to teach anymore and continue to live a carefree life of doing nothing, but after eating Muyu's cooking, she heard Muyu talking about the new dishes made with whole chicken. Tsunade really wanted to taste what Muyu's chicken would taste like, then teach for another day, make more money and gamble more. Tsunade decided to teach Muyu for another day tomorrow, and let Muyu stop coming after teaching tomorrow. Well, remember to cook more dishes tomorrow and make them delicious, Tsunade reminded. Muyu looked at Tsunade's expression and knew that her plan had taken the first step. She smiled and nodded. In the evening, Jiraiya and Orochimaru went to Tsunade's house to invite Tsunade to drink, but what puzzled Jiraiya was that Tsunade looked at him with an unhappy face. There is another chapter later. I am a little busy today, but it should still be more than 1,000 words more than yesterday. In addition, I took a look at Tsunade in Minato's biography. There seems to be no yin seal mark on her forehead, so I guessed Tsunade's yin seal and the 100 healings should be the period when she was wandering around after the Third World War. Chapter 288 Tsunade eats chicken. At the izakaya, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru sat side by side. I really miss it. How many years ago was the last time the 3 of us drank like this? Jiraiya said with a sip of wine and a big laugh. When the Second Ninja World War ended, Tsunade drank the wine in the glass and recalled briefly. After the Second Ninja World War, they each did their own things. Jiraiya, after so long, have you found the student who can change the ninja world? Orochimaru picked up the snacks and ate them before asking. Haha, good question. I don't know either, Jiraiya replied with a smile. The prophecy of the Great Toad Sage was too vague, and he didn't know if there was really a child of destiny among the students he had taught. "I don't know, but you are still so confident." "You are really an idiot as always," Tsunade complained. "He is just looking for trouble." Orochimaru was not surprised by Jiraiya's answer. He believed that it was absolutely impossible to change the entire ninja world with personal strength. Even the powerful ninja god Senju Hashirama could not do it. After his death, the ninja world would remain the same. "I am looking for trouble. So what are you?" "You have learned all the ninjutsu in the world to achieve immortality. This is impossible. No matter how much you study, human life will not be eternal." Jiraiya responded without hesitation. "Instead of studying immortality, it is better to find a pleasing successor to pass on your ninjutsu. In this way, although you are dead, you are still alive in another way. No matter how nice it sounds, people are dead. Living in the heart is just a nice way to comfort children." Orochimaru retorted lightly. "He has witnessed many deaths since he was born. His parents died not long after he could remember. During the Second Ninja World War, Orochimaru was already an outstanding jonin. He had led many Konoha ninjas to carry out important war missions. During this period, he saw many of his men die in front of him. However, what touched Orochimaru the most was the death of his disciple Nawaki. Nawase is both his disciple and Tsunade's younger brother. Although he is Orochimaru's disciple, Nawase and Orochimaru have almost opposite personalities. Orochimaru always has a cold face, while Nawase always has an excited and enthusiastic smile on his face. Although their personalities are very different, Orochimaru likes this disciple very much. His not smiling does not mean that he cannot stand others smiling. In fact, Orochimaru is very comfortable when teaching Nawase. But the ninja world war is too cruel. In a night mission, Nawase accidentally fell into the detonating talisman trap because he was anxious to catch up with the enemy and died on the spot in front of Orochimaru. Since then, Orochimaru has known one thing, that humans are very fragile creatures, so he has to study ninjutsu to the extreme to make himself less fragile. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Tsunade recalled some not-so-good memories and drank several glasses of wine. "You are getting more and more cold." Jiraiya sighed after listening to Orochimaru's words. "It's your idea that is too naive," Orochimaru said after taking a sip of wine. "A naive fool and a dumb fool who can't talk." Tsunade chose to confront both of them. The three of them chatted for a long time while drinking and eating. Although they spent a lot of time arguing with each other, the overall atmosphere was pretty good. "Haha, I'm quite happy today. Do you want to continue drinking tomorrow?" Jiraiya's cheeks were already red when he finished, and he asked. "No time, I have to study ninjutsu tomorrow night." Orochimaru rejected Jiraiya's invitation. "No, if you hadn't invited me today, I would have eaten the chicken dish made by Miyu today." Tsunade also refused directly and decisively. "Just kidding." She changed her previous idea in order to eat the chicken made by Miyu. How could she go to make an appointment with Jiraiya for a drink? That's indeed a big loss. After all, it's Miyu's dish. Jiraiya touched his chin and nodded in agreement. Miyu. Hearing Jiraiya and Tsunade discussing this name, Orochimaru showed a thoughtful look. But he was not thinking about the legend of a certain cooking god, but the content of the Konoha newspaper and the communication between Danzo and him. He happened to be working in the root organization on the day the Konoha newspaper was published. Danzo was so shocked when he saw the content of the newspaper. He originally thought that he had just poached a small shrimp that was dispensable, but it turned out to be an outstanding jonin who could make contributions in the Battle of the Tailed Beasts. Danzo immediately couldn't help but use his authority to get a detailed report of the battle and learned how Miyu made contributions in the war. If Orochimaru remembered correctly, this Hanyu Miyu was good at using combined ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu was very powerful. After a brief recollection, Orochimaru lost interest. He was now studying ninjutsu, not those ordinary 5 nature ninjutsu, but those with more special effects. When Tsunade woke up again, it was already noon. Feeling a little hungry, Tsunade walked out of the room and shouted, "Shizu, I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" "I'm doing it. Tsunade-sama, please wait a moment," Shizune responded. Tsunade simply washed up, and when she passed by the table, she smelled a faint floral scent. and then Tsunade locked onto 2 packaging bags on the table that were wrapped in something unknown based on the smell. As she was a little hungry, Tsunade curiously opened one of the packages and stuffed the pastry into her mouth. It's actually quite delicious. Is it a newly developed dessert? Tsunade opened the second package and stuffed the pastry into her mouth and nodded. Tsunade-sama, the food is ready. Shizune trotted and put the prepared food on the table. Then she saw 2 packages that had been opened. Shizune was dumbfounded. Because it was so delicious, she decided to eat one after 24 hours. In order to prevent the temptation, she deliberately did not bring it with her when cooking. Unexpectedly, maybe it's just the same bag, maybe Tsunade-sama will eat other types of desserts. Shizune comforted herself in her heart. Then Shizune picked up the 2 empty packages and looked through them carefully. There were still a little bit of pastry crumbs on them. At this moment, Shizune could no longer comfort herself. There was no doubt that this was the pastry she put on the table. Shizune's face was stunned, and she looked at Tsunade with lifeless eyes. "Shizune, what's wrong with you?" Tsunade noticed Shizune's gaze and asked. "It's gone." "What's gone?" Tsunade was a little confused. "The dessert is gone. It was eaten by Tsunade-sama who doesn't like sweets." Shizune's voice was a little resentful. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar's first release of this novel. Oh, it's the 2 on the table. They taste surprisingly good. Where did you buy them? I'll give you money and you can buy some more. Tsunade showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and prepared to give Shizune money. I can't buy it. That one was made by teacher Miyu herself. Shizune's expression was very disappointed. Seeing Shizune's low mood, Tsunade also felt a little embarrassed. Although she usually didn't care about such things, she did have an indescribable sense of guilt for accidentally snatching the candy that the child was looking forward to. "It's not a big deal. Shizune, you should eat soon. I'll ask him for some when he comes." Tsunade quickly thought of a solution and said, "It's not good to trouble teacher Miyu like this." Shizune shook her head and said, although she really wanted to eat, she felt that it was a bad thing to bother Miyu for no reason. "What's the matter? His questions are so complicated and difficult. 100,000 taels per hour is not enough. He should give some dessert." Tsunade waved her hand to indicate that there was no problem. At 12:30, Miyu came to Tsunade's house again, but this time she didn't need Jiraiya to lead the way. Miyu came by herself. "Tsunade-sama, today is 5 hours." Miyu handed Tsunade a banknote of 500,000 taels. Tsunade took the money and threw it to Shizune, and then began to answer Miyu's questions. I don't know if it was Miyu's illusion. He felt that Tsunade was more active today than yesterday. Yesterday, Tsunade took the opportunity to fish. When the 5 hours were over, Miyu felt the same as yesterday, and still gained a lot. After the teaching was over, Miyu also fulfilled his promise and made a chicken dish for Tsunade. Curious, Tsunade took Shizune to watch Miyu cook the whole time, wanting to see if the new dish Miyu mentioned was a scam. "Why do you want to smear mud on it?" Tsunade asked Miyu, who ran to the yard with a puzzled look on his face. "What if it gets dirty?" "Will it taste good like this?" "It won't get dirty. The lotus leaf is wrapped tightly. As for the taste, you will know after you eat it," Miyu replied with a smile. The chicken dish he wanted to make for Tsunade was the famous beggar's chicken in his previous life, which has a very unique flavor. After putting the beggar's chicken into the simple baking tool made by Earth Escape, Miyu began to make other dishes. He fried some tempura and made sushi, and then the indispensable stir-fry. When all the dishes were placed on the table, it looked very rich. Although many dishes exuded a very tempting aroma, Tsunade's eyes were still attracted by the biggest dish among them, the beggar's chicken. Tsunade poured herself a glass of sake, which she bought specifically for eating chicken. "Will it taste good if it is wrapped in mud and baked?" Tsunade took this doubt and directly pulled off a chicken leg and took a bite. After the chicken was in her mouth, the tender and crispy taste burst out in Tsunade's mouth. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She had never eaten such delicious chicken before. Then there was a trance. Tsunade seemed to have turned into a pheasant living freely in the jungle. She was very relaxed both mentally and physically. Tsunade didn't say another word until she finished the food on the table. "Miyu, your dessert is delicious. Can you give some to Shizune? She likes it very much." After the meal, Tsunade thought of Shizune. "No problem. I'll bring some when I come to study tomorrow," Miyu replied with a smile. Tsunade fell into silence. She thought about ending her short teaching career today. Forget it. I'll teach for another day. It's for Shizu. It's definitely not because the food is too delicious. Tsunade decided to ask Miyu not to come tomorrow. Chapter 289. Tsunade, teach me again. Why haven't you come yet? Have you not gotten up yet? Tsunade glanced at the clock. The hour hand pointed to the 12th minute hand, which had already moved halfway. Since Miyu arrived at this time the previous 2 days, Tsunade thought that Miyu would come at about the same time today. Teacher Miyu should not be the kind of person who gets up at noon. Shizu felt that Miyu must be different from Tsunade. What's wrong with getting up at noon? Anyway, there is nothing to do, so it doesn't matter what time you sleep. Tsunade felt that Shizu's words were pointed at something, so she stretched out her evil hands towards Shizu's cheeks. Shizu wanted to say that getting up at noon would directly lose 1/3 of a day, but Tsunade's rubbing attack made her words unclear. Tsunade didn't see Miyu's figure until 1 o'clock, so Tsunade simply started to teach Shizu. I should still be teaching you the palm immortal technique, right? Tsunade asked Shizu. Yeah. Shizu nodded. When it was 2:30, Miyu entered Tsunade's courtyard, holding a small box in her hand. Tsunade-sama. Miyu greeted Tsunade with a smile, and put the box next to Tsunade and Shizu. At this time, Tsunade was taking a break after talking for a while. She nodded and opened the gift box directly. Shizu, who was next to her, saw the cakes in the gift box and her eyes lit up instantly. Tsunade picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, then nodded. She had to admit that Miyu was really good at eating. Even someone like her who didn't like sweets thought it tasted good. Eat it. It was originally for you, Miyu said to Shizu with a smile. Shizu looked at Miyu with gratitude after receiving the affirmation, and then followed her to eat. In fact, Shizu wanted to save some for the night or tomorrow, but Tsunade's constant actions made Shizu extinguish this idea. She definitely couldn't save it. If she didn't eat it, it would be eaten by Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I have to study for 4 hours today. Sorry for the trouble. After Tsunade finished eating, Miyu said and handed 400,000 taels to Tsunade. Then let's get started. After taking the money, Tsunade threw it to Shizu without even looking at it. She didn't ask Miyu why it only took 4 hours today. After all, Miyu might not be as free as her, and it was normal for her to be delayed by something. In the next 4 hours, there were only lectures and questions in the courtyard. Although the knowledge that Tsunade taught was too advanced for Shizu now, in order not to affect the atmosphere, Shizu also tried to listen to the class and wrote down the content that she didn't understand. After the lecture, Miyu made a dinner for Tsunade and Shizu as usual, and left a preview for the next day. In addition to beggar chicken, I actually know a way to make chicken that is delicious, but it is a little spicy, Miyu said after dinner. After listening to Miyu's words, Tsunade silently swallowed the words she was about to say. The beggar chicken made by Miyu is the most delicious chicken Tsunade has ever eaten. In fact, Tsunade and Shizu tried to replicate it at noon today. Although the taste is okay, it is completely different from Miyu's. After eating, there is no feeling of relaxation from the whole person to the body and mind. After eating the chicken dish tomorrow, I must tell him not to come. Tsunade thought very resolutely in her heart. There is no doubt that Miyu's existence seriously affects her playing badly. It would be easy for Tsunade to teach a ninja of Shizu's level, because she can give the answer without thinking, and most of the time she can just let Shizu practice by herself. But Miyu is different. Sometimes she needs to think seriously about the questions Miyu asks. When Miyu left, Shizu waved to Miyu reluctantly and said, Teacher Miyu, goodbye. Miyu was so good to Shizu. Not only did she give her desserts, but she also made delicious dishes for them for free. Miyu responded with a gentle smile and left the yard under the gaze of the two. Seeing her disciple staring at Miyu's back, Tsunade knocked Shizu's head with a knife, crossed her arms and said, still looking at him, he has already gone far away, and a few meals have made you like him so much. It's not because of cooking, because Teacher Miyu is a very good person. Shizu explained with her hands covering her head and blushing. Not only do I like her, but everyone in the 4th grade likes Teacher Miyu. The next day, because she didn't have a hangover, Tsunade got up a little earlier today, at 10 o'clock. However, getting up early was meaningless to Tsunade, and it was even a negative effect, because it meant that she had to wait a little longer to eat Miyu's food. Shizune was very happy, thinking that Tsunade might be able to return to a healthy routine of getting up at 8 in the morning. I should have slept until 6:30 in the afternoon before getting up. Tsunade glanced at the clock, and it was 1 o'clock and Miyu hadn't come yet. If I really slept that late, I definitely wouldn't be able to eat Teacher Miyu's food. He would leave disappointed when he saw the teacher sleeping, and he wouldn't stay to cook. Shizune thought that Tsunade's idea was not good. She thought that Miyu stayed to cook to reward Tsunade for giving lectures, so if Tsunade didn't give lectures, she wanted to eat Miyu's food. Wasn't that getting something for nothing? Tsunade thought about it and it was indeed the case. If she didn't teach, how could Miyu stay? Miyu came later today than yesterday, and didn't come to Tsunade's courtyard until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You are so lazy. You came so late today. I will never use the evening time to teach you, Tsunade said with an unhappy face. Sorry, Tsunade-sama, only 2 hours of teaching time is enough today, Miyu said apologetically, and then handed 200,000 taels to Tsunade. Miyu's strength is enough to support him to complete high-level tasks and earn commissions, but Miyu will definitely not waste time for money, and the ninja school is about to start, so Miyu doesn't have much money. Of course, this is also in Miyu's plan. So that's the case. Tsunade was slightly stunned and then the inexplicable anger in her heart disappeared. If Miyu only plans to learn for 2 hours today, then there is nothing wrong with coming at 4 o'clock, and it is not too late to come at 4:30. After 3 consecutive days of teaching for 4 to 6 hours, today only 2 hours, Tsunade felt that time passed in a flash, and she was not tired. Tsunade did not give up the idea of stealing the teacher, and took Shizune to watch Miyu cooking. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus _. Tsunade felt that the chicken might taste richer today, because she saw that Miyu marinated, fried, and stir-fried it, which looked a bit complicated. In fact, Tsunade was already very hungry when the frying was finished, and she couldn't wait until Miyu finished frying. This dish is called spicy chicken. For people who like spicy food, it may be more delicious than beggar's chicken. Miyu briefly introduced it after serving it on the table. Tsunade ignored Miyu's words. How could she not know whether it tasted good after eating it? But looking at the pile of red peppers, Tsunade felt that the name of spicy chicken was very appropriate. Driven by the fragrance, Tsunade picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth to chew. In a trance, she felt as if her whole body was soaked in a warm hot spring, and she felt very comfortable. Miyu, you have such good cooking skills. If you open a restaurant, you will definitely make a lot of money, more than being a ninja. Tsunade tried to encourage Miyu to open a restaurant, so that it would be easy for her to eat Miyu's cooking. Cooking is just a little hobby of mine, I don't want it to be my job. Miyu told Tsunade directly that this was impossible. Tsunade was tangled in her heart for a long time and didn't say Miyu, don't come again, because she still wanted to eat the beggar's chicken and spicy chicken made by Miyu. Forget it. I will teach you for the last day tomorrow, and it will definitely be the last time, Tsunade said silently in her heart. Tsunade didn't ask Miyu not to come, but Miyu said, Tsunade-sama, I have something to do tomorrow, and I probably don't have time to come to you to learn. You don't have to wait in the afternoon. Who do you think I am? I am Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. How can I wait for you to come to study at home in the afternoon? I just want to teach Shizune, Tsunade said with an unhappy face. Well, thank you Tsunade-sama for your teaching today. Miyu didn't care about Tsunade's words, smiled gently and said goodbye to the two. Watching Miyu leave, Jinyan said with some regret, it's a pity that I won't be able to eat Miyu's cooking tomorrow. What's a pity? I'll take you to a high-end restaurant tomorrow and use his money to eat, Tsunade said with a nonchalant look. Tsunade did not break her promise. She got up at noon the next day and took Jinyan to a high-end restaurant in Konoha for dinner. I really don't know how they dare to set the price so high. It's not even as good as an amateur's, Tsunade complained as she looked at the dishes on the table. She tried to order more expensive dishes, but none of the dishes gave her the feeling of Miyu's cooking. Tsunade even felt that these dishes were not even one-fifth as delicious as Miyu's. Maybe Miyu's cooking is too delicious. Jinyan thought that it was not that the restaurant was too bad but that Miyu's cooking was too strong. She felt that the restaurant's cooking tasted much better than hers. In the afternoon, Tsunade still had a little thought in her heart, thinking that Miyu might also finish his things in advance and come to study. After all, according to her observations over the past few days, Miyu was very hard at practice and should be the type who would seize the time to improve himself. But when Tsunade saw the clock turn to the number 7, Miyu was nowhere to be seen. The current atmosphere of young ninjas is really bad. They can't even grasp the opportunity to improve themselves. Tsunade thought that the younger generation of ninjas in Konoha was a little worrying. Sir Tsunade, Miyu teacher just had something to do. It won't involve all the young ninjas in the village, Shizune said weakly for Miyu. Tsunade glared at Shizune. Can you just say what's in your heart? At this moment, Tsunade suddenly felt the slowness of time. She was eagerly looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow. Chapter 290 Tsunade understands everything. On the 6th day of knowing Miyu, Tsunade got up at noon as usual. After eating the food prepared by Shizune, Tsunade subconsciously looked at the clock. The hour hand pointed to 12, and the minute hand was almost halfway. Since I was busy yesterday, maybe I will come at 12 o'clock today like at the beginning, Tsunade thought to herself. After finishing her meal, Tsunade sat on the wooden aisle under the eaves, and from time to time she would look at the entrance of the yard to see if there was any trace of a golden figure. You are so lazy. You can't delay learning. The more you delay, the more you will form a habit. Tsunade thought this was the main reason why Miyu's coming time was gradually postponed. Tsunade-sama, I think what you said makes sense. Why don't you get up early in the future and set an example to inspire teacher Miyu? Shizune tried to correct Tsunade's irregular schedule. I don't need to study anymore, so it's okay to sleep a little longer. Tsunade said that getting up early was impossible. I don't know if it was because she was still busy or she didn't plan to study for a long time. Tsunade still didn't see Miyu until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Could it be that yesterday's work is not yet finished? Tsunade thought of a possibility. This is a very normal and reasonable thing, because this is the world of most adults. When she thought that she could only eat restaurant food or Shizune's food today, Tsunade sighed in her heart. As her mood deteriorated, Tsunade suddenly found that the sky, which was originally sunny, suddenly became gloomy and depressing with dark clouds. Drops of raindrops as big as bins kept dripping, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Along with the heavy rain came a burst of lightning and thunder and a constant howling wind. This damn weather. It was fine just now, Tsunade complained and walked into the room with Shizune. Although there were strong winds and continuous thunder and lightning outside, not to mention the battle-hardened Tsunade, even the 9-year-old Shizune was not afraid of thunder. The two of them were very quiet doing their own things in the house. Shizune looked through the information about medical ninjutsu, while the bored Tsunade studied how to improve the yin seal. Tsunade is a person who can't sit still. After studying for an hour, she couldn't help but tease Shizune twice, and then she felt a little comfortable. Tsunade subconsciously glanced at the clock. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. He probably hasn't finished yesterday's work, and it's raining so hard, he probably won't come today. Tsunade simply speculated. If it were her, she wouldn't want to do anything and would just lie down in such a heavy rain. Although as a ninja, it would be fine even if she moved in the rain. Tsunade felt that the atmosphere during heavy rain was not suitable for doing things, only for lying down or playing. Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart gradually calmed down. It was just that she couldn't eat the food that was so delicious that it seemed like an illusion. It was not a big deal. Shizune, I have an important task for you, Tsunade said to Shizune with a serious face. Shizune, who had never seen Tsunade show such a serious expression, also became serious in an instant, and asked with a serious face, Tsunade-sama, please say, I will definitely complete the task. Go and learn all of Miyu's dishes, and make them exactly the same, Tsunade said solemnly. Excuse me, Shizune, didn't you just say that you would definitely complete the task? This shouldn't be an important task, and teacher Miyu may not teach me how to cook, and I may not be able to learn it even if she teaches. Shizune didn't think that Miyu's dishes could be learned just by ordinary means, and she was not outstanding in cooking. How can you know if you don't try? Young people should be brave enough to try. Just ask him directly. Tsunade patted Shizune's shoulder and said with an attitude of I am optimistic about you. Tsunade-sama, I'm here. Can I come in? Just when Tsunade and Shizune were chatting, Miyu's voice came into the house. Shizune looked at Tsunade. She really wanted to say please come in, but to be precise, this is not her home but Tsunade's home, so Shizune didn't speak. Ahem, come in. Tsunade suppressed her somewhat surprised expression and said calmly. Tsunade looked at Miyu who walked in from the door. Although Miyu brought an umbrella, it was obvious that an umbrella could not completely protect Miyu in such a heavy rain. There were traces of rain on Miyu's trouser legs and back, and her hair was a little wet. Excuse me. Miyu put the umbrella outside and ran the water on her clothes, changed shoes and walked into Tsunade's house and said, Teacher Miyu, let me help you wipe it. Jinyan took out a dry towel and said to Miyu, then I'll trouble you Jinyan. Miyu smiled and squatted down and said, he did not refuse Jinyan's kindness. He gave Jinyan pastries and Jinyan also had a share of cooking. He had to give Jinyan a chance to play his role and repay her. Have you finished what we talked about yesterday? Tsunade asked with her hands on her chest, showing her broad mind. Yeah. Miyu nodded in affirmation. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar is the first to publish this novel. Why are you still here in such a heavy rain? Tsunade asked. After all, I wasted a lot of time yesterday because I couldn't study with you, Tsunade-sama, because of miscellaneous things. Let alone rain. Even if it rains Shuriken, I will come, Miyu said in a joking tone. Tsunade laughed at Miyu's words. If Shuriken really rains, you will be soaked to death before you can walk for long. Although ninjas are strong, if Shuriken keep falling like rain, they can only use defensive ninjutsu to resist, and the body can't bear it at all. That's why I have to learn medical ninjutsu from you, Tsunade-sama, and run while healing. Maybe it will really work. After Shizune finished wiping, Miyu stood up and said, today we have to study for 2 hours too. Miyu took out 200,000 ryo and handed it to Tsunade. Why don't you study for a little longer? It's raining today, and I don't want to go out. The time can be postponed a little. Tsunade thought for a while and asked. This is her little compensation to Miyu. After all, she often speculated about Miyu for no reason in the past 2 days. Because I'm running out of money, Miyu said directly. I'm a teacher at the ninja school, and I don't do any extra tasks outside of the school, so I don't have much money on me right now. I won't be able to study with you, Tsunade-sama, for a long time after today. I have to wait until the school pays me a month after the start of the school. Tsunade suddenly understood everything. Why did Miyu come so early to study for 6 hours the first 2 days, and then later and later, the study time became less and less? The reason is money. Miyu offered her a price of 100,000 ryo per hour, which is enough to issue a B-level task. She didn't know how strong Miyu was, but if Miyu worked at the ninja school, she wouldn't make much money no matter how strong she was, because the ninja school didn't pay based on strength, but based on position and performance. Tsunade felt a little guilty. She really didn't expect that the change in Miyu's study would be because of money. After all, she never cared about money. Even if she lost money from childhood to adulthood, she was still happy to go to the casino to give money. It will take a month after today to come back to study. Wouldn't that mean she won't be able to eat that kind of food for a month? Tsunade found an extremely serious problem. She scratched her hair. It was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. It would be too painful for her not to be able to eat Miyu's food for a month because of such a trivial matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Tsunade's Decision. The 2 hours of teaching passed quickly, and when Tsunade finished teaching, she found that the sky had just cleared up. Miyu bought groceries and cooked, while Tsunade sat in the living room thinking about life. How can I make Miyu rich? Tsunade thought about this question very seriously. If Miyu had money, She could come to her to learn every day. Tsunade thought that Miyu would definitely make money quickly if she opened a restaurant and sold expensive dishes, but this was denied by Miyu herself. And it was obviously not possible. Tsunade thought of several ideas in a row, but they were immediately rejected as soon as they came to her, because either Miyu had to change her career or she thought they were a bit unreliable. Shizu, how do you think Miyu can make money? You don't want Miyu to come once a month in the future, right? Tsunade, who had not thought of a good idea, looked at Shizu next to her. Although Shizu was not very old, she was reliable in all aspects. Why do you need teacher Miyu to be rich? Shizu looked at Tsunade with a puzzled look. You see, Miyu can't learn from me if he doesn't have money. Although I think it's not bad for him to come and cook directly, he definitely won't want to. If it's not for learning, he definitely won't come. Tsunade leaned back on the chair and said, since teacher Miyu has no money, wouldn't it be better if you don't charge money? Tsunade, didn't teacher Miyu cook for us without charging money? Shizu thought for a while and said. Tsunade scratched her head. It's not that she hadn't thought about it, but if she didn't charge money, she always felt that she would lose out. She is Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, and the recognized medical saint in the ninja world. People who want to find her for treatment can line up from Konoha hospital to outside the main city. If she teaches people for food, doesn't it mean that she is a foodie? Tsunade, you don't charge money for teaching me, and you can also propose other rewards. Shizu continued. Tsunade gave Shizu a thumbs up and rubbed Shizu's cheek with her hand. If Miyu was her disciple, then of course she wouldn't need money. Exchanging for rewards is also a very good way, which fundamentally solves the problem of money. Tsunade decided to choose to exchange for rewards. After all, she still didn't know much about Miyu and didn't want to accept her as an apprentice rashly. While eating, looking at the chicken dish that she had never seen before, Tsunade was curious about how many chicken-related dishes Miyu had mastered. What is the name of this dish? Tsunade asked curiously. Drool chicken, Miyu replied with a smile. What a strange name, Tsunade complained and then decisively picked up a piece of chicken with a red oily surface and stuffed it into her mouth. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She hadn't eaten Miyu's dishes for 5 meals. When the chicken was put into her mouth, Tsunade knew that it was back. That feeling was back. At this moment, Tsunade admired Miyu very much. It was just a chicken, but there were 3 ways to cook it so differently, and they were all delicious. If she had reached the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, then Miyu had undoubtedly reached an unsurpassed pinnacle in cooking. Tsunade couldn't help eating piece after piece of chicken. When dinner was almost over, Tsunade remembered that she had forgotten to talk to Miyu about teaching. Miyu, don't be in a hurry to leave today. In order to prevent Miyu from going back directly, Tsunade spoke quickly. Tsunade-sama, is there something wrong? Miyu put down her chopsticks and asked with some doubt. The original teaching remuneration cannot be easily changed, but I see that you are very enthusiastic about learning, and Shizu also likes you very much. I will allow you to change the original remuneration of 100,000 ryo per hour to other remuneration. Tsunade looked at Miyu with admiration and said, as if she was moved by Miyu's efforts, Tsunade-sama, is this really okay? Miyu's face showed a surprised and grateful expression. Miyu knew in her heart why Tsunade was really willing to change the remuneration, but this could not be pointed out, and she had to accompany Tsunade to continue acting. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. In that case, can the remuneration be changed to tutoring Shizu? Miyu thought hard for several minutes and finally answered. In fact, this was the remuneration he had thought about from the beginning. The reason why he had to think hard was that sometimes answers that were too easy to get would be underestimated. Cooking can't be used as a reward. Although he knows that Tsunade is just after a bite of food, he can't put this kind of thing on the table. Otherwise it will become a pure transaction. Compared with a pure transaction, Miyu wants to make this transaction a transaction with feelings. His talent in medical ninjutsu is ordinary, which is not comparable to sealing techniques. So if he wants to complete the power bank plan faster, he can only let Tsunade participate directly after brushing up Tsunade's favorability. Be a tutor for Shizu? Tsunade was a little confused. The reward for her teaching Miyu was that Miyu would teach Shizu. Isn't this a bit confusing? Although she thinks that Miyu can just make a condition casually, it's a bit narcissistic to think that her tutoring can be equal to the teaching of the 3 ninjas. Tsunade-sama, don't underestimate Teacher Muyu. He is a good teacher. He is the most powerful teacher in the ninja school. He can teach more than 300 people well. Shizu next to him said softly. After listening to Shizu's words, and thinking about Muyu's deep thinking, Tsunade felt that Muyu might not be narcissistic, but had already shown what he was most proud of. After all, Muyu had been very humble in all aspects during the days she had been with him, and it was impossible for her to suddenly become narcissistic. Of course, Tsunade just thought that Muyu was very thoughtful, but there was a question mark about her teaching ability. What was taught in the ninja school was not the same as what was taught after graduation. Then it settled. You come to teach Shizu to cook. Tsunade decided to affirm the new reward. Tsunade might not be assured of teaching other people, but she felt that there was no problem teaching this one. She felt that it was not an exaggeration to say that Muyu's cooking skills were the best in the ninja world. Muyu smiled and nodded. What he taught Shizu was not the point, but learning from Tsunade was the point. Things were easier than Muyu thought, and he had some other backup plans for accidents that were not used. The plan for the power bank for the sealing technique was on the right track, and Muyu only needed to maintain normal actions next. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 +_. With the solution of Tsunade's problem, ninja school officially ushered in a new school year. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 2, students who had been separated for 2 weeks began to discuss their experiences in the past 2 weeks. Z-Tai, did you find a chance to deal with your cousin during this holiday? Shinnu Izumo asked curiously. During the holiday, Gang Z-Tai threatened to fight with his cousin who was 1 year older than him during this holiday and suppress him with strength. As a good brother, Shinnu Izumo was extremely worried that Gang Z-Tai would suffer a loss. After all, Gang Z-Tai's cousin was indeed insidious and cunning, and he couldn't take him down even with several tricks. Don't mention it. This despicable guy knew that I was strong and didn't fight with me in actual combat, but insisted on using games to decide the winner. I was either reading books or exercising every day, so where did I have time to play games? In the end, I lost. Gang Z-Tai sighed. He can refuse your actual combat, and you can also refuse his game challenge. Shinnu Izumo said with a puzzled look. Because he said that if I win, he will help me pursue Mitui. Gang Ziti looked regretful. Haha, it's very much your style, Ziti. Shinnu Chuyun smiled and patted Gang Ziti on the shoulder. This was indeed an offer that was impossible to refuse. Shouldn't the point be that this guy spent all his vacation reading and exercising? Hongdu couldn't help but complain. She still remembered that Gang Ziti said that the vacation was not easy and we should enjoy it well, but it turned out that he enjoyed it like this. After all, we are students. Isn't it natural to study? Gang Ziti said with reason. That being said, Ziti, you give people the feeling that you want others to stay where they are and then secretly work hard to surpass them. It's really despicable. You treat the school as a battlefield and your classmates as enemies. Shinnu Chuyun accused with a look of heartache. That's right, Hongdu nodded quickly, feeling that Shinnu Chuyun had spoken her mind. But I saw that you, Chuyun, were also exercising. Gang Ziti said with a smile. Hongdu was not surprised by this, because this incident had been played out countless times. So Hongdu deliberately sat between the two of them so that they could clean up together. It was only that time, and Ziti just happened to see it. Shinnu Chuyun felt that she could still struggle a bit. Hongdu ignored Shinnu Chuyun's sophistry, rubbed her fists and prepared to fight. It would be a miracle if she could believe what these two said. The next moment, Hongdu's idea of fighting was extinguished. Because the teacher came, Muyu pushed open the door and walked into the classroom, showing a gentle smile and looking at the students. I have a lot of troubles recently, so the update is a bit lagging. I am sorry about this. I will try my best to adjust back. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 292, Jonin Meeting. Good morning, Teacher Muyu. All the students in the class greeted Muyu actively. Hongdu, who was quite good at socializing, even stood up and waved to Muyu. Good morning, everyone. Muyu smiled and responded, then used her eyes to signal Hongdu to sit down. From today on, you are no longer first-year students but second-year students. Last school year, Everyone worked very hard and achieved good results. Do you want to surpass last year this year? Miyu looked around and asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Hongdu said 3 yes in a row to show her momentum. I want to enter Group B in this year's summer special training. Gang Ziti shouted out his small goal for this semester. This year, we will continue to develop more practical ninjutsu. Shen Uizuma shouted at the same time. This year, we must take a theory test with a score of more than 95. The practical score must be more than 35 points. After Miyu finished speaking, the students quickly stated their goals for this semester, looking like they were about to get excited. Miyu smiled and nodded, very satisfied with the students' enthusiasm. Well, let's start the class. The students immediately quieted down. At the beginning, some people would communicate in a very low voice, but in the middle, basically no one spoke and they all listened to the class and practiced seriously. Complete the lecture. Evaluation. A. Reward. Water style middle. Water array wall. Miyu planned to use this school year to brush up on ninjutsu, expand his skill library, and improve his skill proficiency. Ordinary ninjas need to find a track and then conduct in-depth study to construct their own system, but Miyu, who is cheating, does not need to be so troublesome. He can use the pattern mode of thunder breathing to become a super speed ninja, and can also use the highly proficient nature-changing ninjutsu to use a powerful combination of ninjutsu. He is also a complete taijutsu master using only rock breathing and 8 gates. Since there will be no such thing as biting off more than he can chew, Miyu must try to make himself more versatile. Because there is a restrained relationship between ninjutsu and ninjas, Lao Zi will be killed by Kisame alone in the future, and the current Minato cannot take down the Jinchuriki alone. Does it mean that the future Kisame can defeat the current Minato? Obviously, this cannot be said. It was just because Kisame's Samada restrained the tailed beasts, and Kisame's own water escape restrained Lao Zi's lava escape. The double restraint caused Lao Zi to lose to Kisame. But if Kisame fights with the current Minato, Miyu can only say that Kisame may not lose. But if someone wins, it must be Minato. Even the young Minato who has not mastered the Rasengan is very powerful. In order to prevent being restrained and to restrain others, Miyu wants to master more high-proficiency skills. It's not that he didn't construct a system, but he constructed many systems at the same time to make himself all-powerful. The afternoon class was a big class, and Miyu brushed out to a wind escape ninjutsu. Just when Miyu was about to find Tsunade, he noticed that the Jonin meeting was held. So Miyu turned around and went directly to the Hokage building. Miyu came neither too late nor too early. When he arrived, there were already some Jonin in the room, but not many. Miyu Jonin. A Jonin said hello. Miyu smiled in response, and he recognized that this was the Konoha Jonin he met on the battlefield. Unlike before, this time Miyu is considered to be a little famous, and he has earned it with his own strength, which has led to many Jonins taking the initiative to talk to Miyu to get to know Miyu. The suddenly appeared Jonin. What a bad time. I was just about to buy some rice balls to eat. Teacher Chen walked in and complained directly. He noticed Miyu, walked up to Miyu and asked, "How is the training of Konoha Dragon God? If you don't understand something, just tell me after the meeting. It happens that I have some problems with your physical skills." "Well, I can basically perform it, but I do have some doubts. Let's have a good discussion after the meeting." Miyu smiled and nodded and replied, "It's a bit scary to show the level of proficiency directly. It's better to do it in a circular and progressive way." The Jonin around heard the exchange between the two and looked at Miyu with more curiosity. Teacher Chen's physical skills can be said to be very famous in the Konoha Jonin circle, and listening to the conversation between the two, Teacher Chen actually had to ask Miyu questions about physical skills. Haha, Miyu, how about studying with Tsunade? Don't make her angry, or the consequences will be terrible. Jiraiya, who came in with Minato, saw Miyu and reminded her seriously, maybe because the medical ninjutsu was too strong. Tsunade's punch was a bit heavy. Even her fellow Konoha ninjas also hit hard. "Well, it's going well," Miyu answered Jiraiya and greeted Minato with a smile. "Why am I terrible?" Tsunade, who came in 2 steps later, asked Jiraiya with her arms folded and an unhappy look. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Although she did hit Jiraiya a little too much, Tsunade thought that Jiraiya really deserved a beating. Ahaha, what I mean is that Tsunade, you are a strict and good teacher. Let Miyu study hard and not let your serious teaching go to waste. Jiraiya explained with an awkward laugh. Fortunately, Tsunade had no intention of looking for trouble, she just said it casually. After that, Tsunade walked to Miyu's side and asked Miyu if she would come to study today. Originally, Miyu said she would go, but now she has to attend a meeting and it will take up some time, so it is not certain. Miyu thought about it and told Tsunade that she would go, but she would go later. Hiruzen, when did you discover his potential? In the only 4 positions. Danzo looked at Miyu, who had intersected with many Hokage-style Jonin, and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with an unhappy face. On the first day he entered the ninja school, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and stroked his mustache and said, if Danzo did not send Miyu to the ninja school, he would not know that Danzo had such a talent under his command. The situation in the ninja world is getting more and more chaotic now, and countries are fighting each other. I need some stronger subordinates to obtain intelligence. With his strength, he should not be in the ninja school. He should return to the root to perform more important tasks. Danzo said in a deep voice, you know, I'm the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became sharp, staring at Danzo speechless. Danzo cursed in his heart, but soon became proud again. Of course he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let him go. How could he let such a talent go back after poaching it? Danzo didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen would be stupid about such a simple thing. The reason why he said this was that he wanted to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for some benefits after the end. Hiruzen, you still underestimated me. My subordinates are not so easy to take away. Danzo sneered in his heart. He still remembered the sincere expression of Miyu before she left the root base. She was definitely a pure root member with the will of the root. Let the meeting begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said when most people had arrived. Chapter 293, Cloud Hidden Attack. Just today, a large number of Kumagakure ninjas from the land of hot water attacked our border, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. Some of the younger Jonins looked solemn. Although Kumagakure had been at war with Konoha for a long time, there had been no major battles between the two sides. However, most of the Jonins were calm, because they knew that if it was really urgent, they would not hold a meeting, but directly assign ninja troops to support. Since there was still time to hold a meeting, the situation must be fine. Fortunately, the ninjas of our front-line troops were very tenacious and blocked the enemy's offensive very well, blocking the Kumagakure ninja troops outside the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and said, on the one hand, the reconnaissance ninjas discovered the unusual movement, and Minato met the new ab combination, so Sarutobi Hiruzen sent more ninjas to guard the border, so there was no big problem. But the situation is still not optimistic, and more ninjas need to be sent to the border to thwart the conspiracy of Kumagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Choosing a commander to lead the ninja troops to support the front line was one of the contents of this meeting. Actually, before this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had held a small meeting with Danzo and the other 3. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to let Jiraiya continue to be the commander, but Danzo thought that Orochimaru would be better, and finally decided to put it on the Jonin meeting for a decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. He wanted Jiraiya to volunteer to lead the team to support the border. The best way to become Hokage is to get achievements that surpass everyone. Jiraiya has just defeated the Iwagakure ninja troops once. If he succeeds in defeating Kumagakure, then Jiraiya's reputation in Konoha will reach a new level. Minato, what does it feel like to teach disciples? It's great to see disciples grow up day by day under your guidance. Jiraiya turned his head and said to Minato, without looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yeah, Minato smiled gently and nodded. Ah, this guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart as he watched Jiraiya turn his head at the right time. The meeting was silent for 20 seconds, and then Orochimaru said, Sandaime-sama, I am willing to go to the border to support. Because it was a meeting, Orochimaru did not call Sarutobi Hiruzen his teacher. Seeing Orochimaru stand up, Danzo immediately supported him and praised Orochimaru's will of fire. Looking at Jiraiya, who had no desire to compete, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided to let Orochimaru be the commander to lead 1,000 ninjas to support the border. After all, he just rejected Danzo's request, and Jiraiya himself didn't seem to want to go. The meeting did not end after determining the candidates for supporting the front line. It was naturally impossible to hold a meeting of Jonin to discuss only this matter. The situation in the ninja world is chaotic, and now there are wars between countries. Under such a situation, what actions do you think Konoha should take? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Jonin. Compared with who should lead the troops to support the front line, this is the main content of the meeting, because there are only a few candidates for the former, and they have almost figured it out before the meeting started. Of course, we should actively participate in the war, so that the daimyo and the clients can recognize our strength. In this way, Konoha's reputation can reach a new peak. Danzo expressed his opinion at the first time. The commissions of the ninja village did not come for no reason, especially the foreign commissions, which were basically aimed at the strength of the ninja village. The ninja village with better performance in the ninja world war will have more commissions after the war, and vice versa. Counterattack into the land of lightning and the land of earth. Let those guys know how powerful our Konoha ninjas are. As the leader of the Konoha Hawk faction, Danzo said, and the hawkish Jonin followed. The Wind Country can send spies to investigate. After losing the third Kazekage and fighting fiercely with the Cloud Village, the Sand Village is now weaker than ever. Compared to this, since the war is getting more and more intense, why not train more medical ninjas? If each team can have a medical ninja, the casualties will be greatly reduced. Tsunade, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. She didn't want to speak at first. She just wanted to go back and lie down after the meeting and wait for Miyu to cook, but she really couldn't stand the speeches of those hawks. Tsunade thinks there is nothing wrong with being invaded and beaten back, but she is crazy to want to attack the Wind Country, a country with no conflict at present. It is true that we need to train more medical ninjas, but it is still difficult to equip one medical ninja for each team. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly. His statement was to give Tsunade face. He would never agree to this proposal because it would be a waste of manpower and material resources and would not be appreciated. Konoha's regular team consists of 4 people, 1 captain and 3 team members. If there is a medical ninja among the 4 people, then there must be 1,000 medical ninjas among the 4,000 ninjas. The number of ninjas that Konoha can afford is limited, not unlimited. Increasing the number of medical ninjas will reduce the number of ordinary ninjas, which will lead to a decline in the overall strength of Konoha ninjas. Moreover, training medical ninjas is more expensive and more difficult than training ordinary ninjas. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen spend money to reduce the strength of Konoha? If we want to train medical ninjutsu talents, I have an idea. Generally speaking, people with good chakra control will be more talented in medical ninjutsu. If we start training talents in this area at the ninja school stage, we can not only screen out talented people but also shorten the training time. Miyu thought for a while and said, read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Set up a class for medical specialty students, and let students who have the ambition to become medical ninjas enter this class to train medical ninjas. The system rewards are random and fixed. The improvement brought by teaching students is fixed. Taijutsu improves explosive taijutsu, and ninjutsu improves explosive ninjutsu. He wants to further narrow the scope and try if he only teaches medical ninjutsu, then will the reward only be medical ninjutsu. If successful, Miyu's ninja school reform plan will be promising. In the future, if he wants to improve a certain field and teach students of a certain major, he will get rewards in a targeted manner. And Miyu thinks that saying this at this time should also be able to brush Tsunade's favor. Medical specialty students. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful look, feeling that Miyu's idea was very good, much more reliable than Tsunade's proposal. Tsunade opened her mouth slightly, looking at Miyu with a little surprise. She thought carefully and felt that this proposal was very good, very friendly to medical ninjas. Miyu didn't say anything more. This was not a big deal, and it was not worth discussing too much at the emergency meeting of the senior ninjas. It was not like setting up a new ninja school that only recruited medical ninjas. The Ministry of Education and the ninja school could just hold a meeting on their own. The meeting soon returned to Konoha's actions in the war. After the meeting, Miyu briefly exchanged physical skills with Teacher Chen, and then went to Tsunade's house to cook dinner and learn medical knowledge. Because the basic breathing method test was almost done, Miyu began to teach Noharalin the basic breathing method. However, because the main body was very busy, except for the weekends, it was basically the shadow clone who taught. There was no way Shisui was like this. Chapter 294, Progress in 2.5 months. After Sarutobi Hiruzen dealt with the war-related affairs, he seriously thought about Miyu's medical specialty student plan and felt that it was indeed feasible. So he sent a ninja to call Miyu and Tsunade to the Hokage's office. The reason why Tsunade was called together was because Tsunade was very knowledgeable about medical ninjutsu and could give some suggestions on the specific details of training. Another reason was that Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped to let Tsunade understand his ideas. He did not adopt Tsunade's ideas not because he was ruthless, but because Tsunade's proposal was too little considered. Miyu and Tsunade met on the road. Tsunade-sama, Miyu greeted first. Are you going to the Hokage building too? Tsunade looked at the Hokage building not far away and asked. After the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade stopped accepting tasks related to combat, so she rarely went to the Hokage's office. In addition, she happened to meet Miyu, who proposed the medical ninja specialty student. Connecting these, Tsunade vaguely knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen asked her to go to the Hokage's office. Yes, Tsunade-sama too? Miyu smiled and nodded and asked. Well, it should be related to the medical specialty students you mentioned before. Tsunade said her speculation. By the way, Miyu, how did you come up with this method? As she said that, Tsunade looked at Miyu. She felt that this method was really good. If it was really implemented, the growth of medical ninjas would be much more stable than it is now, and it would be easier to discover ninjas with medical ninjutsu talents. How should I put it? Because I am a teacher at the ninja school, I will think about the problem from the perspective of the ninja school. Miyu thought for a while and replied. I think it's because you personally think more about this. Otherwise, why don't other ninja school teachers propose this idea? Tsunade smiled and praised Miyu. Since the establishment of the ninja school by Senjuto Bairama, there has been basically no change. It has always been the same model. Miyu smiled and said modestly, thinking that Tsunade was quite concerned about this aspect. It was the first time that Miyu saw Tsunade praise him so seriously. Miyu followed the topic and talked about some of his ideas about the ninja school. For example, his ninja middle school and ninja university. The middle school teaches more ninjutsu knowledge and physical skills based on the elementary school, while the university is divided into subspecialties and then deepens in a certain major. Even if you fail to get into university, you can graduate directly and become a ninja. College students can be regarded as ninjas to take on missions. Tsunade looked at Miyu with a bit of a strange look in her eyes. She felt that she saw the shadow of her great uncle, the second-generation Hokage Senjuto Bairama, in Miyu. Miyu's ninja university is completely different from the current ninja school. This level of innovation can only be described as bold. The two walked and talked and soon came to the door of the Hokage's office. Miyu was about to knock on the door, but Tsunade pushed the door open, so Miyu followed in. Sandame-sama, Miyu greeted. Tsunade was not so polite and said directly, if you have anything to say, please tell me. Faced with such Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not annoyed. He took off the pipe in his mouth and replied with a smile. I think Miyu's idea of a medical specialty student is very good, and you are the best at medical ninjutsu, so you can play a role in specific training. Miyu, please expand on your idea of a medical specialty student. Miyu thought for a while and said, first of all, the scope of enrollment of specialty students. I think it is best for specialty students to be in the second or third year. Students at this stage have already laid a foundation. There are quite a few civilian ninjas in the ninja school. Before entering the ninja school, they know nothing, so Miyu is not going to set up a specialty student class in the first year, at least in the second year. In fact, he prefers the third year, but the current state of war students graduate early, and the third year is a bit late. If it is a normal 6-year system, the third year is very good. In addition, the graduation exam for specialty students can be changed to content related to medical ninjutsu. Muyu continued. At the meeting of the Jonin, he did have a flash of inspiration, but after returning, he thought about it carefully and thought out all the details. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Muyu's words and nodded. He was very satisfied with Muyu's attitude. This was obviously not a casual remark but a well thought out one. Then let you and Tsunade take charge of this matter. When the plan is completely perfected, hand it over to me for approval, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after exhaling a light white mist. Muyu and Tsunade had no objection to this. If it were other things, Tsunade might not be willing to do it, but she was willing to do it. In the future, if you don't understand the training of medical ninjas, you can ask me directly. The writing of the plan will be left to you. Tsunade patted Muyu's shoulder with one hand and raised her thumb with the other hand. At least don't say that in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head speechlessly. Otherwise, let me write it. Will you approve it? Tsunade said unceremoniously. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus _. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a helpless smile. Could it be his fault that he failed? It was because Tsunade's idea was too unrealistic. Muyu happily accepted the task. His shadow clone could handle such a small matter very well. However, this matter had no impact on Konoha, but it still had a certain impact on the ninja school. It was a bit unrealistic to set it up directly in the new semester. Muyu felt that it would be fast to implement it in the next semester. Several disciples graduated, but Muyu was still busy this semester. Every day was full of arrangements, including his own affairs and the affairs of his disciples. After all, his disciples just graduated and did not completely leave Konoha. Obito and the others basically came to Muyu when they had time. Time passed quickly under such a busy schedule. The basic breathing method was much simpler. Nohara Lin reached half of the progress in 2.5 months, which could concentrate on breathing and improve physical ability. During this period, Nemite Guy successfully trained the 8 gates to the point where he could open the 3rd gate, and began to practice the rock breathing. Obito's regular practice of breath of fire has reached a new stage. What he needs to do now is to maintain the breath of fire for 24 hours. Although Kakashi still hasn't solved the reaction problem, he has improved his Thunderbolt Flash and developed the Half Flash, which is a move he has explored for a long time. It has an explosion, but it will not exceed his reaction. The speed is slower than the Flash but the power is stronger. Shisui redeveloped the existing fire release to make the ninjutsu more suitable for himself. In the past 2.5 months, Muyu has mastered more medical ninjutsu knowledge with the help of Tsunade. Through classes, he has mastered many ninjutsu of various attributes and has gone a long way in solving his shortcomings. As July approaches, Muyu has another thing on his mind. He was selected as an examiner for the Chunin exam. Chapter 295 Girl Terumi Mai. Strange, Minato-sensei is late today. Did he oversleep? Obito rushed to the training ground and only saw Nohara Rin and Kakashi. Do you think Minato-sensei is you? Kakashi looked at Obito who arrived just before the assembly time with a speechless face. He was almost late and still complained about the teacher. It's as if you have never been late, Kakashi. Obito clenched his fist and said unconvinced. I have been late before, but the number of times is much less than yours. Kakashi replied calmly. When he is not in good condition, he will suffer from insomnia and disordered work and rest, which will lead to lateness, but this is rare in a year, and Obito's lateness has reached the point where it is normal for him. How can you slander my innocence out of thin air? Obito glared at the avenue, and then continued to argue. What lateness? I went to help others. How can helping others be called lateness? The so-called lateness is not to arrive at the agreed time? Kakashi killed the debate with one sentence. Okay. Nohara Rin smiled helplessly and began to change the subject. Minato-sensei, he must be late because of something important. And he's so fast, maybe he'll be here soon. Nohara Rin naturally didn't think that Minato would oversleep, considering how reliable he was. Whoosh, as if to confirm Nohara Rin's words, Minato appeared in front of the three of them the next moment. Sorry, I'm a little late. Minato looked a little apologetic, but soon turned into a gentle smile. Do you want to take the Chunin exam? I recommend you. If you want to take part, you can fill out this application form. Minato took out 3 forms. Nohara Rin's guess was correct. The reason he was a little late was because he had just gone to the Hokage building to get the Chunin exam qualification. Chunin exam, then I can be promoted to Chunin. Yes, yes, yes. Obito's eyes lit up, and he said the important words 3 times. Although Kakashi was already defeated, Obito was very upset that Kakashi's ninja level was higher than his, so he would be 1 level lower than Kakashi when performing missions. It's just a qualification. You must pass the exam to become a Chunin, Minato hurriedly explained, worried that Obito would mistakenly think that he could become a Chunin as long as he participated. However, after saying that, Minato felt that it didn't matter if he didn't say anything. As a teacher, he knew the strength of Obito and the other 2, and it was no problem for them to pass the Chunin exam with this strength. I'm sure I can pass. Obito was very confident in himself. He had defeated several Chunins from the enemy ninja villages during missions. Kakashi looked at the 3 forms in Minato's hand and was a little confused. It should be enough to have 2 forms, so he asked, Teacher, should I participate too? Kakashi, haven't you become a Chunin? You can still take the exam. Can you become a Jonin by passing the Chunin exam 3 times in a row? Obito took a form with his photo from Minato and complained. Kakashi, even if I ask him like this, he doesn't know. Kakashi, you do have to take the exam, but you can't become a Jonin if you pass the Chunin exam 3 times in a row. A Jonin can only be promoted by the Hokage. Minato answered the 2 people's questions with a serious face. The reason why Kakashi can take part in this Chunin exam is mainly because your team is special in all senses. Minato went on to explain, the Chunin exam officially starts on July 1st, and Obito and Nohara Rin will graduate in mid-March, which means that Obito and Nohara Rin are new genin who have only graduated for 1.4 months. Generally, the genin who take part in the Chunin exam are graduated for more than a year at the earliest, and most of them take part after 3 years of graduation. Some people take part late not because they don't want to, but because they can't, because the Chunin exam is not unconditional, and there are requirements for the time of becoming a ninja and the team's mission resume. The reason why Obito and his team can take part in this Chunin exam is inseparable from the high-level tasks that Obito completed during his internship. After all, the gold content of S-level tasks is a bit high. And then there is the recommendation of Minato Nimike's. The recommendation of the guiding Jonin can ignore the problem of a short ninja career. However, this time, the Chunin exam had to be attended by a team. Considering that the time for Obito's team to graduate was too short, and there were some other issues, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally allowed Kakashi, a Chunin, to attend the Chunin exam with Obito and Nohara Rin. After listening to Minato's words, Kakashi nodded to show that he understood, and then took his own form away. Kakashi looked at this somewhat familiar volunteer form with a subtle expression on his face. It was really strange to attend the Chunin exam as a Chunin. Kakashi found that since he left the last official team, his encounters were getting stranger and stranger. First, he formed a team with students from the ninja school, then he encountered accidents in several consecutive missions, and now he had to attend the Chunin exam as a Chunin. Kakashi, don't hold us back just because you are already a Chunin, Obito said after filling out the form. He suddenly thought that if Kakashi played badly in the exam, he would not lose anything, because he was already a Chunin, but they would lose a lot and could not be promoted. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. The first exam of the Chunin exam is the theory exam. Those who fail will be eliminated directly. Kakashi looked up at Obito and said lightly, with a look of disdain in his eyes. This is the confidence that the full score theory brings him. He can easily beat Obito in theory. The first one is the theory exam. Obito showed an expression of being ready to face a great enemy, and he no longer cared about Kakashi's eyes. He asked hurriedly, what does it take to pass? He just wanted Kakashi, an old guy who had participated in the Chunin exam, to reveal some information. It depends on the specific requirements. The requirements of the Chunin exam are not the same every time. Kakashi shook his head and replied, the Chunin exam is held twice a year, and the requirements of the same year may not be the same, let alone the ones he took a few years ago. But the minimum requirement, if it is based on a 100-point system, is basically more than 60 points. Kakashi added. Obito's expression became more serious. 60 points was a huge challenge for him. Just go back and review it well. You will definitely have no problem. Minato encouraged with a smile. He was very confident in his disciples. That's because you haven't seen me in my prime. Obito could only complain silently in his heart. He was not as confident as Minato. You know, when he was in the ninja school, he even scored in the single digit. In the 4th grade, he had tutoring from Yu, and his grades improved slightly, but they dropped again after he learned less theory. Of course, Obito had another way. Although he didn't believe in his own theory, he believed in the almighty Yu, and he would go to Yu when he was in doubt. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to help Yu make his resume look better. Yu served in many positions in this Chunin exam. He was responsible for the test papers for the theoretical exam, and he was also the chief examiner of the second round of exams. In addition, there were some positions that were just in name but did not require any work. Although there seemed to be many positions, there were actually not many things to do, and some of them could be completed by shadow clones. Overall, it was still within the acceptable range for Yu. If it was too busy, Yu would directly refuse it. Wouldn't it be better to study more sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu with that time? Why go to work for Sarutobi Hiruzen? It's really troublesome. We actually have to invite other ninja villages at this time. Can't we just do it casually? And why do we need me to welcome them? Jiraiya complained to Yu next to him on the way to the gate of Konoha. Yu smiled and said nothing. It was not appropriate for him to complain about such a problem in front of the public. In the war period, we can still hold this level of Chunin exam to prove the strength of our Konoha to the daimyo and the clients. Even if we are the 5 major ninja villages, we are the strongest. Mitaminen paused and explained. The senior management also held a meeting to discuss the issue of holding the Chunin exam. Because the war was going very smoothly, they finally decided to invite other ninja villages to participate in the exam as before. Let those ninja villages that come to participate and the clients who come to visit the exam feel the strength of Konoha. The first thing to decide is the list of small ninja villages. All the surrounding small ninja villages will be invited to make them stand on the side of Konoha more firmly in the war. As for the big ninja village, they chose Kirigakure. Although the top leaders of Konoha were very confident in the strength of their own villages, they were not so arrogant as to invite their opponents to the village to take the exam during the war. Although Sand Village did not go to war with Konoha, its own cage disappeared. In addition, the battle with Kumagakure was fierce, so Konoha did not disturb Sand Village and chose Kirigakure, the only village that did not participate in the war. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. After all, inviting only small ninja villages is a bit suspicious of bullying the weak, and even if they fight well, it cannot prove their strength. Hiruzen values you because he asked you to come. Don't let him down. Udaten Koharu turned to Jiraiya with a stern face. As an old classmate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she could naturally guess who Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to train to be the Hokage from his series of actions. The wind is very noisy today. Jiraiya began to talk about something unrelated to the topic. He could see what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, but he really had no intention of becoming Hokage. He just wanted the war to end quickly and then continue to travel around the ninja world. The 2 advisors looked at Jiraiya with a look of disappointment. When they were about to reach the door, the 2 advisors adjusted their expressions and looked at the oncoming Kirigakure ninja team with a smile. They naturally could not welcome all ninja villages. Only Kirigakure, which was one of the 5 major ninja villages, had this treatment. The small ninja villages had to show their certificates and come in by themselves. Yu stayed in the team calmly and looked at the Kirigakure team. Everyone gave an appraisal. Name: Yuanshai, Chakra, 74,000, Skills, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery. Kirigakure Technique. Mastery. Water Escape Middle. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Mastery. This is an old man holding a snake-shaped wooden staff, who looks to be between 65 and 70 years old. The faceplate looks very good. Miyu estimated that this is a figure at the level of Kirigakure elders. Although the faceplate is very good, Miyu feels that this master should not be able to beat the current Danzo in actual combat. The strength of a ninja at this age is somewhat affected. Miyu also saw some familiar faces in the crowd, but they have not grown up. Name: Terumi Mai. Chakra: 4000. Potential: S. Skills: Change of Water Attribute Chakra Nature. Proficient: 2203 Dissolution Escape. Proficient: 1003 Boiling Escape. Proficient: the future 5th generation Mizukage with a good figure is still a flat red-haired child. He looks about the same age as Kakashi and others. However, Terumi Mai, who can use water escape to block Madara's fire escape, does have a good talent, and the data in all aspects are very good. Name: Momoki Zabuza. Chakra: 3600. Skills: Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Proficient: 903 Mist Hidden Technique. Proficient: due to his early appearance, Zabuza has a very impressive record. He once single-handedly forced the 6th Hokage and the chakra reincarnation of Indra and the chakra reincarnation of Ashura into a desperate situation. Zabuza now looks about the same age as Kakashi. Although he is a child version, his expression is very similar to Zabuza in Miyu's memory. He has a bandage wrapped around the lower half of his face, and his eyes are extremely cold, as if he is not happy with anyone. Name: Hoshigaki Kisame. Chakra: 7000. Skills: Water Attribute Chakra Property Change. Proficient: 2403 Water Style: Water Prison Technique. Proficient: Water Style: Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Proficient: Kisame doesn't look like he is the same age as Kakashi. Miyu conservatively estimates that he is at least 2 or 3 years older. Because Kisame's face is quite special, he underestimated it. But this panel doesn't look like a genin at all, Miyu thought as he looked at Kisame's panel. This chakra is already similar to some ordinary jonin. Although the skill proficiency is a little worse, it's not much different. Is Kirigakure trying to cause trouble? Is there this plot in the original work? Miyu kept thinking in his mind. There are very few plots related to the Third Ninja World War. He only knows that Kirigakure and Konoha fought each other later. He doesn't know whether Kirigakure's participation in this Chunin exam is in the original work or the result of his butterfly effect. I haven't figured out the plot, but Miyu guessed their purpose based on the overall strength of the Kirigakure team. They probably want to suppress Konoha in the Chunin exam. With the overall strength of this Kirigakure team, they are not even qualified to cause trouble in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't even need to do it himself. Jiraiya can wipe out this team by himself. Miyu can only say that it is a coincidence. In another Chunin exam, Kirigakure might be able to suppress Konoha with people like Midorami who are really young, but this time, his disciples happened to participate in the Chunin exam, and he was present when the Jonin recommended his disciples. In fact, Midorami is not very old. She was only 31 during the Fourth War, the same age as Kakashi. There will be a 2-in-1 chapter later, but it will be a bit late. Chapter 296, 9 years old, targeting the 5th Mizukage. Teacher Yamamura, this mission is to perform well in Konoha's Chunin exam, right? Midorami looked at Konoha, which was not far away, and confirmed the mission content to her instructor again. Well, you just need to show your strength normally. Yamamura Sashu nodded and replied. Before Konoha's invitation came, Kirigakure had never thought that Konoha would suddenly invite them to participate in the Chunin exam. Because the Land of Water is an island country, Kirigakure rarely participates in the activities of the other 4 major ninja villages on the mainland. However, since Kirigakure was invited, they would definitely not be timid, and they felt that this was a good opportunity to not only make Kirigakure famous on the mainland but also observe Konoha's strength. Although Kirigakure rarely participated in the Ninja World War, it was not completely unconcerned. They still sent ninjas to investigate intelligence and knew that the 4 major ninja villages on the mainland were fighting. However, this had nothing to do with Yamamura Sashu and his team members, because the mission he received was just to defeat the Konoha ninjas in the Chunin exam and get a good ranking. Yamamura Sashu was very confident about this, because there was a ninja genius named Urami Mai in his team. At the age of 9, she had mastered 2 bloodline limits and was very good at water escape. By the way, that shark-faced guy, I remember he is not a Chunin. Why is he here to take the Chunin exam? Urami Mai looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and asked in a low voice. Hoshigaki Kisame was so unique that Urami Mai remembered him at a glance. She remembered that Hoshigaki Kisame passed the Chunin exam in the Hidden Mist village last year and became a Chunin. You failed the mission and were demoted, right? You don't need to delve into this issue. During the exam, no matter who your opponent is, you must try your best to fight. The better the result, the better the reward from the village. Yamamura Sashu explained casually and then reminded, the law of the jungle is the law of the Hidden Mist village. Yamamura Sashu naturally hopes that his disciples can go further and get more rewards. Urami Mai nodded and stopped asking questions about Hoshigaki Kisame. Urami Mai, who grew up in the high-pressure and cruel environment of the Hidden Mist village, knew that she didn't need to know things that she shouldn't know. She was just secretly wary of this fellow ninja who came to participate in the Chunin exam as a Chunin, and thought that Hoshigaki Kisame was her biggest enemy to win the first place. As the distance got closer, Urami Mai also saw the wooden giant gate of Konoha. There are many tall buildings in the Kirigakure village, so Urami Mai was not surprised by this. She just felt excited because she wanted to defeat all the Konoha genin who participated in the Chunin exam and take a solid step towards her dream. As long as I can get the first place here, I will be valued in the village. At that time, even the master and the 3rd generation Mizukage will look at me with new eyes. Urami Mai thought to herself. The Chunin exam was conducted by 2 ninja villages at the level of the 5 major ninja villages. If a 9-year-old genin like her stood at the end, she would definitely be considered a genius among geniuses. Although it was just an exam, Urami Mai thought it was a big step for her to become a Mizukage. Urami Mai likes Kirigakure village because it is her hometown. She likes the morning view of Kirigakure village, which is full of white fog and looks beautiful. Urami hates the Hidden Mist village because the atmosphere there is very depressing, and even the students are killing each other. Urami doesn't want to hate her hometown. In order to make herself like the Hidden Mist village in the future, Urami wants to become the Mizukage. She wants to change the high-pressure policy of the 3rd Mizukage and make the Hidden Mist village peaceful. When she saw the Konoha ninjas who seemed to be welcoming them at the door, Urami carefully observed each ninja, trying to find out the enemies she would meet in the Chunin exam. When Urami saw Miyu was using the identification technique on Urami, and their eyes met. Although she was facing an adult ninja much older than herself, Urami looked at Miyu without fear, and tried to open her eyes as wide as possible to increase her momentum. However, Miyu didn't want to compete with Urami to see who could hold her eyes longer without blinking. So she smiled and began to identify the next person. It was late June, and we had bid farewell to spring and arrived in the hot summer. Under the hot summer sun, Miyu's dazzling blonde hair became even more dazzling, and the gentle smile on her face that she had maintained for a long time also became warmer. What's wrong with this person? Why is he smiling so warmly? Urami, who thought she had won the no-blinking competition and was a little proud, couldn't help but mutter when she saw Miyu's smile. That's right, she felt that Miyu's smile was a little warm to her. Urami rarely saw others smile. It was okay when she first went to school. Everyone would play and laugh together, but after a year, it became less common, because everyone except herself might be an enemy. In such a situation, how could they still play and laugh together? A cruel sneer was possible. The high-level conversation did not waste too much time. After a few simple business talks, the Kirigakure team followed the Konoha team that came to greet them into Konoha and walked towards the hotel in the main city of Konoha. Urami didn't know much about Konoha. She only knew that it was a ninja village of the same level as Kirigakure, and the leader of the village was called Hokage. This was her first time in the Land of Fire. She had left the Land of Water before when she was on a mission, but she didn't go to the mainland countries, but to the surrounding islands to carry out missions. HMPH. Our Kirigakure houses are still tall. Terumimai looked at those houses that were mostly only 2 stories high and thought proudly. Kirigakure has many tall stone buildings, which look spectacular. Kirigakure. When, after arriving at the designated hotel, Terumimai put down her things and asked Yamamurasoki if she could move freely. Just now, she didn't find any potential opponents in the welcoming team of Konoha, so Terumi was thinking about going out to collect intelligence. It's okay to move freely, but be careful not to cause trouble. This is another village after all. It's best to move with your teammates. Yamamurasoki replied. Terumimai selectively ignored Yamamurasoki's words later. The reason was simple because her 2 teammates were the kind of ninjas that Terumimai didn't like. Except for the mission, Terumimai didn't want to move with her teammates. Terumimai first moved in the surrounding areas and memorized the nearby roads to prevent getting lost. The only purpose of coming here was to compare the size of the buildings. When Terumi carefully observed the streets and pedestrians in the main city of Konoha, she found that Konoha was more prosperous than the Hidden Mist village. There are so many shops, it feels like there are shops everywhere, and the smell is so fragrant. It's desserts. Terumi suddenly found herself standing at the door of a dessert shop, looking at the signs of those desserts and the sweet smell coming from them. Terumi subconsciously wanted to go in, but she relied on her strong willpower to stop after only taking half a step. Terumi, you are here to collect information, not to buy desserts, Terumi said to herself in her heart. Although the desserts are delicious, better than those fishy seafood, it is obviously more important to become the Mizukage and change the Hidden Mist village. Terumi forced her attention from the dessert shop to the people around her and found the difference in Konoha village. Although not everyone laughed very warmly, Terumi could feel the relaxed atmosphere, not heavy at all, and it didn't look like she was at war with other ninja villages. Terumi had to admit that in terms of prosperity and village atmosphere, Konoha was more comfortable. The Hidden Mist village, temporarily lost. Konoha, what kind of village is it? Terumi decided to continue observing. Why are you standing in front of the dessert shop? Is there anything I can help you with? Obito, who was about to ask Miyu for a solution to the problem, found a red-haired girl standing still in the dessert shop, so he asked, "Did you want to eat and forgot to bring money? I can lend you some." Terumi, who was thinking about Konoha, subconsciously stepped back when she heard the stranger's voice, condensing chakra and ready to spit out a dissolution escape at any time. After hearing the words clearly, she found that she was still standing in front of the dessert shop. "I'm not here to buy dessert." Terumi said that she was not the kind of person who didn't know the importance of the matter. "Then why are you standing here all the time?" Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. "Hey, you are not an angel from our village." Because of his doubtful look at Terumi, Obito realized that the forehead protector on Terumi's head was not from Konoha, but a forehead protector pattern he had never seen before. "Is it a spy who sneaked into the village?" Obito immediately jumped back and looked at Terumi with a cautious face, ready to enter the full concentration breathing state and open the Sharingan at any time. How can a spy sneak into the village with his own village's forehead protector? Terumi couldn't help but complain because Obito's words were too outrageous. Although she did want to collect intelligence, it was not considered espionage. Maybe there are spies who take advantage of other people's psychology to carry out activities. Obito's eyes revealed wisdom, as if he had seen through everything. Terumi, read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. I mean, is there a possibility that I am an angel from the Hidden Mist village invited by your village for the Chunin exam? Terumi directly stated her identity. She felt that if she didn't make it clear, this stupid-looking and stupid-speaking Konoha ninja would really attack her as a spy. Although she didn't think that this Konoha ninja who looked similar to her could threaten her, she didn't forget that this was Konoha. It was unwise to have a conflict with Konoha ninjas outside the examination hall. Are there ninjas from other ninja villages participating in the Chunin exam? Obito asked in shock. Terumi felt that Konoha's ninjas must be much gentler than Kirigakure. Such a fool would usually die in the graduation exam if he was in Kirigakure. Then you won't be my opponent in the Chunin exam. Obito looked a little excited. He really didn't expect that there would be ninjas from other villages in the Chunin exam. If he could defeat all the ninjas from other villages and take the first place, wouldn't his image in Nohara Rin's eyes be a little taller? Did you participate in this Chunin exam? Terumi looked at Obito for a few times. She didn't expect that she would come across information that could be collected so quickly. Of course. Obito gave himself a thumbs up. Not only did you participate, but you will also become a Chunin directly. Terumi looked at Obito's silly look and remained skeptical of Obito's words. After all, if someone could become a Chunin at this age, he would be considered a genius. Terumi never sets her sights on people of the same age. She wants to compare herself with them. Her enemies are all ninjas who are older than her. This is the confidence that the double blood limit brings to Terumi. She is invincible at the same age. My name is Uchiha Obito. Since you have no difficulties, let's see each other again. Obito waved his hand to Terumi and turned to find Muyu. Although he said that he would become a Chunin directly, Obito's heart began to tremble when he thought that the first round of the Chunin exam was a theoretical exam. The almighty Muyu Sage will definitely solve this problem. Obito put his hands together and prayed to Muyu Sage. He has always believed in Muyu Sage before believing in him. What a strange ninja. Are all Konoha ninjas like this? Terumi looked at Obito and thought, if there were no difficulties, we would see each other again. Would he help a ninja who was not from the same ninja village or had just met? Since he didn't know whether Muyu was at home, Obito went directly to the south border forest. Even if he was not there, there was a high possibility that Muyu's shadow clone was there. Obito's judgment was correct. After he arrived, he saw Muyu who was teaching Shisui fire style after a tour. He just didn't know whether it was the real person or the shadow clone. Teacher Muyu. Obito trotted to Muyu and called, and then put his hands together and bowed to Muyu. Please help me improve my theory score. Obito looked at Muyu with a pious expression and asked, Pa. Muyu's finger landed accurately on Obito's forehead. What's wrong? Don't you always say that theory is unnecessary? The shadow clone Muyu said with a smile. He was a shadow clone created this morning, and it was easy to guess the reason why Obito made the request, which was nothing more than the Chunin exam. I hope so, but he's still here for the theory exam. Obito wailed with his hands on his head. I have already told Zealand that I will definitely become a Chunin this time. If I fail because of the theory, Kakashi will definitely laugh to death, and Zealand will be very disappointed. He was full of confidence in front of others saying that he could become a Chunin, and he was really embarrassed when he begged to improve his theory in front of Muyu. Just go to my house in the evening. There are things that can solve your problem there. Shadow clone Muyu smiled and pulled Obito up and said, this time, Muyu set the questions for the Chunin exam. He had expected that this would happen to Obito. After he set the questions, he made several test papers with similar questions for Obito to do. If Obito can absorb the knowledge smoothly, he can solve the exam perfectly by himself. Even if it doesn't go smoothly, it can also reduce the pressure of Kakashi and Nohara Rin to help Obito. Is it a magic weapon that can make people master a lot of knowledge at once? Obito looked at Muyu with expectation. How he wanted to have a kind of bread with knowledge printed on it, so that he could increase his knowledge by eating, so that Kakashi might not be able to surpass him in knowledge. In terms of eating, Obito didn't think he was worse than Kakashi. Shadow clone Muyu smiled but said nothing. He had a nice thought. If he had such a good thing, he would have used it to learn medical ninjutsu. Are you doing a test paper? Obito's forehead began to sweat. Although the sun was scorching, he was sweating coldly, because he remembered the horrible memory of the time when he forgot the time because of doing the test. Now Obito felt terrified when he thought about it. Shadow clone Muyu nodded with a gentle smile. I finally finished the second chapter at 2 o'clock. It can be regarded as a small repayment for yesterday's debt. I will continue to work hard tomorrow, but I shouldn't stay up that late. Chapter 297, Chunin Exam. In the evening, Muyu finished studying with Tsunade and walked towards her home in the main city. Are you still buying? If not, I'm going to close the stall and go home. You've been standing here for almost an hour. The boss looked at the red-haired girl standing in front of the cart with a thoughtful look on his face. Terumi Mai did not answer the boss's words. She was thinking seriously in her heart about which ice cream to buy: strawberry ice cream, vanilla ice cream, or chocolate ice cream. Chocolate ice cream has a very important position in Terumi Mai's heart, because this is the first flavor she tasted when she ate ice cream, which made her know that there is such a delicious thing in the world. Although vanilla ice cream appeared later, its slightly fresh taste quickly won the first place in the ice cream flavor ranking in Terumi Mai's heart. As for strawberry ice cream, this is a flavor that Terumi Mai has never eaten before, because she has never eaten strawberries, let alone strawberry ice cream. One is chocolate ice cream that opened the door to the world of ice cream for her, the other is vanilla ice cream that she likes most at present, and the last is strawberry ice cream, a new flavor that she has never tried. This makes Terumi Mai very difficult to choose, and it seems that there are enough reasons to choose any one of them. Since you can't decide, why not buy all of them? Yu, who happened to be on the same street, gave a suggestion. He could understand this kind of choice difficulty a little, because in his previous life, he was also a person who could choose takeout for more than an hour, and even chose, and finally chose the first store that opened. But he felt that he was much better than Terumi, because he was choosing one from a pile of takeouts, and Terumi only chose one from 3. It can actually be like this. Terumi's eyes widened, looking at Yu in shock. Is he a genius? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no problem. After all, she is now a ninja. She doesn't need to ask adults for money to buy ice cream. She can buy as much as she wants. Terumi seems to have opened the door to a new world. Please give me 2 of each. Terumi directly doubled and bought 6. The ice cream owner quickly packed 6 ice creams for Terumi and put them in a bag and handed them over. In fact, if he hadn't gone home to eat, he wouldn't care if Terumi stood here all the time. After all, stalls with people patronizing always give people a better feeling, but they have to close down after all. Yu also continued to walk towards home. He just happened to meet her on the way home and simply helped her. After all, he only needed to say one sentence. He didn't want to communicate too much with Terumi Mai, because Terumi Mai was a Kirigakure ninja. Although he didn't have a sense of belonging to Konoha, he still had to maintain his identity on the surface. The guy who looks hot, please stop. Terumi Mai called Yu, because Yu walked faster. Terumi Mai said the image of Yu in her heart in a hurry. Yu looked back at Terumi Mai. He didn't know whether Terumi Mai was polite or impolite. If Terumi Mai was polite, she would just give a nickname casually, and if she was impolite, she would still use honorifics. Here, it's your reward just now. Terumi Mai took out the strawberry-flavored ice cream and handed it to Yu with a heartbroken look. Although Yu was a Konoha ninja, he was the benefactor who helped her open the door to the new world. Moreover, Terumi thought that Yu, as an adult, would not accept a gift from a child from another ninja village. In this way, she not only repaid Yu's kindness, but also kept the ice cream, since Yu did not want it anyway. Thank you very much. Yu took it with a smile. He was too familiar with this kind of plot. If he refused, there might be other plots. If he just accepted and left, nothing would happen. After Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left again, walking towards home. Terumi stared at Yu, who turned around and walked away decisively in amazement. This was different from what she imagined. Why didn't this person play by the rules? How could an adult accept ice cream from a 9-year-old child like this? Terumi subconsciously stretched out her right hand forward, but she was embarrassed to continue to call Yu to take the ice cream back, because she had given it out with her own hands. I'm so stupid, really. Terumi's eyes gradually lost their spirit, and the ice cream that was about to reach her mouth flew away. Maybe the strawberry ice cream is not delicious at all. Terumi comforted herself in her heart. In this way, her loss would be minimal. After all, her favorite vanilla ice cream and the most missed chocolate ice cream were not given away. Terumi found a park and sat on a chair and started eating directly. She ate vanilla ice cream first. After all, it was her favorite. When she stuffed a large spoonful of vanilla ice cream into her mouth, Terumima showed a smile from the heart. Terumima originally wanted to eat chocolate ice cream second, but after thinking about it, she decided to try strawberry ice cream, which she had never eaten before. After putting the ice cream with strawberry pulp into her mouth, a pleasant expression appeared on Terumima's face. She felt that it was more delicious than vanilla. But Terumima's expression quickly became depressed after thinking about something. Good news, the new flavor of ice cream is delicious. Bad news, she gave away one. Until lying in bed at night, Terumima could not forget it for a long time. Her mind was full of the smile of the blonde man and the strawberry ice cream handed over. There were 2 delicious strawberry ice creams in front of her, but she did not cherish them well. If she was given a chance to start over. On the morning of July 1st, the Chunin exam officially began. Because of this, many ninjas will come to the ninja school for the exam, including many ninjas from other villages, so the school simply gave the students a day off to prevent unnecessary accidents. Chunin exam. I didn't expect to be able to participate so soon. A few months ago, I thought Chunin was very far away from us. Shire Anui Genma sighed as he looked at the gate of the ninja school. A few months ago, he was not even a genin, and Chunin was a very reliable existence in his eyes at that time. It doesn't mean you can become a Chunin after participating, and we can participate in the Chunin exam because of Kai. Ebisu said rationally. The situation of their team is a bit similar to that of Obito and the others. Might Guy's resume and strength make Teacher Chen feel that there is no problem in passing the Chunin exam, so he recommended them to participate in the Chunin exam. However, in order to prevent Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu from being disappointed, Teacher Chen told them in advance that they are quite strong among their peers, but it is very difficult to become a Chunin, so don't hold the hope of being promoted to Chunin. There is no disappointment without expectation. Hee. Shire Anui Genma hugged Ebisu's arm and laughed. People always have to have some dreams. Kakashi became a Chunin when he was 6 years old. We are 9 years old now. Maybe we will become one too. Just give your best to the exam, so that you won't regret it even if you fail. Might Guy smiled brightly and gave the 2 of them a thumbs up to encourage them. Ebisu nodded. Although he was pessimistic, he had come to take the exam, so how could he not have any ideas at all? Okay, you also took the Chunin exam. Obito waved and greeted Might Guy and his group immediately when he saw him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Well, you too. Shire Anui Genma nodded and said with a smile. Of course, not only do you have to take the exam, but you also have to pass it once and become a Chunin. Obito laughed and replied. Might Guy looked at Kakashi and felt the desire to fight. He challenged Kakashi and said, "My dear friend, let's have a competition full of youth and passion to see who has the better result in the Chunin exam." Okay, let's compete with the result in the first round. Kakashi nodded calmly and agreed directly. My youth is starting to burn. Might Guy felt that his blood was boiling when he saw Kakashi agreed so decisively. He wanted the exam to start immediately. Ebisu felt very harmonious when he saw this scene, but he soon thought of something wrong, and his expression became a little weird, because Kakashi, a Chunin, seemed to be taking part in this Chunin exam. Thinking of this, Ebisu realized that Kakashi was not wearing a Chunin vest today. Confused, Ebisu walked up to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi, are you also going to take part in this Chunin exam with Obito? Kakashi's expression was a little subtle, and after thinking for a while, he replied, yes, for various reasons, I will take part in this Chunin exam. Ebisu's expression was a little solemn, and he felt that his hope of becoming a Chunin was getting smaller. It was okay for a Chunin to take part in the Chunin exam. I hope Kakashi is the only exception. Ebisu sighed in his heart. Shire Anui Genma and Might Guy did not notice anything unusual, and thought that there was nothing wrong with Kakashi, as a teammate, taking part in the Chunin exam with Obito. As the exam was getting closer and closer, more and more ninjas came to the ninja school, and Ebisu keenly discovered that there were ninjas from other ninja villages. Ramen Village, Taki Village, Kusanagi Village, Mist Village. Ebisu recognized their ninja villages based on the forehead protectors. You are taking part in the Chunin exam so soon. Asuma saw Obito and others and walked up to greet them. He graduated last year, and this is his first time taking part in the Chunin exam. Is it not possible? Obito scratched his head and asked Asuma with a puzzled look on his face. Obito's words really stumped Asuma. This was his first time taking part, and he didn't know much. It doesn't matter. I've become much stronger since the special training. You'll be surprised if you meet me in the battle later, Asuma said confidently. I've made a lot of progress, too. Like Asuma, Obito was confident in himself. Except for the first theoretical exam, the 9 of them chatted while walking towards the designated teaching building for the exam, walked into the exam room, and sat in the seats arranged in advance. When there were still 10 minutes left before the exam, all the invigilators walked into the classroom and began to announce the rules of the first exam of the Chunin exam. There is another chapter later, but it should be written around 1 o'clock. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. Staying up late is harmful to your health. I will try to adjust tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. When in trouble, find a time machine first. I am Hisanobu Shimano, the examiner of the first theoretical exam of the Chunin exam. The exam will last until 10 a.m. There are 10 questions in total. The full score is 100. Those who score below 70 will be eliminated. If one person is eliminated, the whole team will be eliminated together. Hisanobu Shimano wrote the exam time on the blackboard and said to all the students in the classroom, 70 points. Kakashi subconsciously glanced at Obito 2 lines behind him. Although Kakashi thought that 70 points would be enough, he doubted whether Obito could complete it independently. You can do your best to complete the exam, provided that you don't get caught. If you are found to cheat 5 times, you will be disqualified from the exam. Hisanobu Shimano paused and added, cheating is allowed in the Chunin exam because it is part of the exam itself. The Chunin exam is not an exam of a student's single ability, but an exam of their comprehensive ability. If you can't do it yourself, you can complete the exam by obtaining information from others. In order to prevent no one in the entire exam room from being able to do the questions, Konoha will also send some ninjas to use transformation techniques to blend into the candidates and write the correct answers. Damn it, 70 points island not a pass, it's already very high. Obito complained to Nohara Hisanobu in his heart, but after complaining, he was nervous. Although he had worked hard on the test papers in the past few days, the score of the last test paper was only over 60. Obito took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Anyway, he prayed to the immortal Muyu first. Almighty immortal Muyu, please take me back to 7 days ago and study for another 7 days. Obito put his hands together and prayed in his heart. Obito felt that he would be doomed without the almighty immortal Muyu to take him through time and space. If he failed at the first level because of his poor theory and caused Nohara Rin to fail together, Obito would be very sad. Just when Obito was desperate, he suddenly noticed that the test paper seemed a little familiar. Obito picked up the test paper and carefully read the questions on it. His expression instantly changed from worry to joy, because he had done similar questions on the 10 questions above, and Muyu had also explained them. Although the actual questions were still different, the difference was not very big. Muyuxian is indeed omnipotent. Obito cheered in his heart, picked up the pen and started to do the questions quickly. Although he had never scored 70 points before, Obito firmly believed that he could break through the limit and reach the high score of 70 this time. However, Obito knew that the power to break through the limit did not belong to him, but to Muyuxian. Could it be that he just happened to encounter a question that he could do? Kakashi guessed in his heart after noticing Obito's excited expression. This is indeed unlikely to happen to him, because with the scope of the Chunin exam, there is basically nothing he can't do. Then Kakashi started to do the questions very quickly. Although Obito looked quite confident, Kakashi did not trust Obito in this regard. He planned to finish it quickly and then find a way to pass the answer to Obito. Fortunately, there are Obito and Muyu teachers. Might Guy was relieved when he saw the content of the test paper. Muyu took into account that Obito would naturally not forget Might Guy, who was as weak in theory as Obito. That day, he asked Obito to take away 2 test papers and handed one to Might Guy. Ebisu didn't know that Might Guy had been training for a period of time. He was glad that he was lucky this time. His position was right behind Might Guy, so it was very easy to pass on the answers. At the beginning of the exam, almost everyone was doing the questions. The examination room was filled with the rustling sound of writing. After all, no one could copy at this time. 4th row, 5 seats. You and your teammates can leave, Shimano Hisanobu said lightly when the exam was halfway through. The Kusuga ninja who was named by him showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't there 5 chances in total?" "There are 5 chances, but you have been caught 5 times, Shimano Hisanobu said lightly. The other students who were cheating in the examination room became alert instantly. This one didn't even remind them how many times they had to go. When the number of times was reached, they were eliminated directly. The Kusuga ninja was speechless, and finally could only walk out of the classroom with a frustrated look on his face, and his teammates followed him out. With the first team eliminated, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became serious and tense. Zabuza used the fog hiding technique immediately when the teachers and students were focusing on the eliminated ninja team. The classroom was covered with thick white fog. Then Zabuza quickly took over the answers from his teammates and started to work frantically. Kakashi had already finished and had also prepared the answers for Obito. Seeing the thick fog rising in the classroom, he immediately threw the answers to Obito's position according to his memory. Ebisu secretly sighed that these ninjas from other villages were brave and quickly handed the answers to Might Guy in front of him. The thick fog came and went quickly. The invigilators immediately used wind escape to disperse the fog, revealing the students who were extremely well behaved in the classroom. The exam is over. Everyone put down their pens immediately, and the exam results will be announced at 1 o'clock. As soon as 10 o'clock came, Shimano Hisanobu immediately asked the students to stop writing. Obito, who had finished before 10 o'clock, left his seat with a comfortable look on his face. This was the easiest exam he had experienced since he came into contact with theory. "Obito, how do you feel about the exam? Can you get 70 points?" After leaving the classroom, Nohara Rin asked Obito with a concerned look on his face. When the exam was in the middle and late stages, she was ready to pass the answers to Obito, but Obito told her with his eyes that it was not necessary. Nohara Rin decided to believe first and then question, so she did not pass the answers to Obito, but just asked briefly after the exam. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. It must be more than 70 points. Obito answered decisively. That's great, then there should be no problem with the first round of the exam. Nohara Rin clapped her hands lightly and said with a smile, I can trust him this time. After all, the food has been fed into his mouth. If he still fails, I can't do anything. Kakashi nodded and said, he directly gave all the answers to Obito, and he would pass as long as he copied. So it was you, Kakashi. Nohara Rin wanted to thank Kakashi for Obito, but Obito interrupted immediately. What food has been fed into my mouth? I didn't copy the answers you threw to me. I wrote them all myself. Obito hurriedly explained. He didn't want all the credit for his passing to go to Kakashi. He admitted that Kakashi did have a role in passing on the answers, but he didn't copy the answers from above. He just took a quick look. The real MVP was Muyu. Are you sure? Kakashi looked into Obito's eyes and asked. Of course. Obito answered with his chest raised. That might be a bit troublesome. Zealand, you should be prepared to be eliminated along with him. Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin and said. Kakashi knew Obito too well, so he knew that what Obito said just now was all true, and Obito really didn't copy his answers. Hey, Kakashi, what do you mean? Is it impossible for me to get more than 70 points by myself? Obito asked unconvinced. Have you ever scored more than 70 points in the exams of the ninja school? Kakashi asked back. Well, that was in the past. It's different now. Now I have the help of teacher Muyu. Obito said that he was no longer the same as before. You'll know in a while. I hope you're not bragging. After all, you're only harming you and Zealand. Hearing the word Muyu, Kakashi gained a little more confidence in Obito. Chapter 299 The second exam. When the time came to 12:50, Obito could not wait to take Nohara-rin and Kakashi to the bulletin board to wait for the results to be posted. So many people. Obito was a little dumbfounded when he looked at the bulletin board that had been surrounded. He thought it would be better if he came earlier, but he didn't expect that so many people were more anxious than him to see the results. We can just stand here and wait. After all, this is an exam related to promotion, and everyone is very enthusiastic, Nohara-rin said with a smile. Obito nodded and stood with Nohara-rin, not forcing his way in. Make way. A few minutes later, two ninjas wearing Chunin vests came over. The semicircle of people formed around the bulletin board immediately made a gap to let the invigilator post the results. It's a close call. It's exactly 71 points. If you make a few more mistakes, you will be eliminated. Someone made a thankful voice. You idiot. The answers were sent to you and you only got 67. This is over. You didn't even pass the first level for the first time. Some people complained about their companions speechlessly after seeing the results. Everyone on the bulletin board was frantically searching for their names and scores. Kakashi, who was standing next to them, looked at the people who were madly pushing themselves. This was within his expectations. The more anxious they were to see their scores, the worse their scores would be. If they were as sure of passing as he was, they would definitely not be anxious to know their scores. Let me in. Obito heard that those people had already started discussing their scores, so he used a brute force to squeeze in. He was not worried that he would fail. He just wanted to know how many points he had, so that he could slap Kakashi in the face. Obito directly entered a state of full concentration and squeezed in with his physical advantage. Obito looked up and saw the 3-digit score of Kakashi at the front at first glance. Obito ignored Kakashi's score and began to look down for his own score. Lin, you are amazing. You scored 88 points, 18 points above the passing line. Obito first saw Nohara-rin's score. So did you pass? Kakashi asked. He was not worried about Nohara-rin's score. The only flaw in their team in the theoretical exam was Obito. Kakashi, come and see. Obito found his own score. His eyes widened, and he did not answer Kakashi's question directly, but called Kakashi in. At this time, the group of people who first gathered around had already finished looking at the results, so there were fewer people, and Kakashi walked to Obito's side easily. 80 points. Kakashi, speak up. Obito pointed to his name with excitement and said, looking in the direction of Obito's finger. Kakashi saw Obito's score, which was indeed 80 points. Kakashi was a little surprised. Although 80 points was not a particularly good score, Obito scored 80 points, which was more rare than a person who usually just passed the passing line to score full marks. Obito's smile was extremely proud. This was an unprecedented high score. What do you want me to say? Can't you get 80 points by doing 2 fewer questions? Kakashi replied lightly. Obito was speechless for a moment. Kakashi, who scored full marks, obviously did all 10 questions perfectly. If he wanted 80 points, he really only needed to do 2 fewer questions. Obito is really amazing. He didn't even get 50 points in the last ninja school exam, but he managed to get 80 points this time. He must have studied hard for a long time. Nohara-rin praised softly. It's not bad. I'm not as serious as you think. Hearing Nohara-rin's praise, Obito smiled again. At this time, Might Guy and Asuma also came to see the results. Very good. Everyone passed. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Shiranui Genma and Ebisu. We are the same, Asuma said after reading the results. Come on and become Chunin together. Obito excitedly waved his fist. They are all friends, and it's the first time for them to take the Chunin exam. It's really interesting. Is Konoha's Chunin exam just a game? Come on together. Zabuza, who was passing by, sneered. Who knows, maybe. Zabuza's teammate shrugged and replied. Hey, what do you mean? Asuma asked with an unhappy face after hearing the conversation between the two. One sentence denied them and Konoha at the same time, which Asuma couldn't stand. Literally, Zabuza replied indifferently. He was very unhappy with these Konoha ninjas. Why did they, Kirigakure, have to kill each other with their classmates since school? while the Konoha ninjas were so harmonious, you'd better take back your words. Obito stood next to Asuma and said to Zabuza, facing such an arrogant ninja from another village, even Obito, who was invited to participate in the Chunin exam, would not be polite to him. Zabuza, Kurosawa, don't make trouble, Hoshigaki Kisame said lightly when he saw this. If it was outside Konoha village, he wouldn't mind competing with these Konoha ninjas, but forget it. In Konoha village, they came to participate in the Chunin exam with a mission. After speaking, Hoshigaki Kisame took the lead and left, going to the second exam to explain the location. Zabuza glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and left as well. He and Hoshigaki Kisame were not originally in the same team, but formed a temporary team because of this Chunin exam. Hoshigaki Kisame was the designated captain, but Zabuza listened to Hoshigaki Kisame not because he was the captain, but because Hoshigaki Kisame was very strong. He was only 2 years older than him, and he gave him the feeling of those mist hidden ninjas. What a bunch of rude guys. If I fight them in the exam later, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Obito waved his fist and said. Obito, who had defeated many Chunins in head-on battles, believed that he had the strength to kill in this exam. Don't underestimate them. It's hard to say about others. The guy with the shark face is not weak, Kakashi reminded. Although he couldn't sense ninjutsu, the experienced Kakashi keenly noticed that Hoshigaki Kisame was not simple, and his momentum was different from that of ordinary ninjas. I admit that I am a little worse than you in the theoretical exam, but as long as it's a practical battle next time, I will definitely have no problem, Obito said confidently. Haha, this is not weaker than my confidence. You are worthy of being Obito. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth and gave Obito a thumbs up. You Guy. Kakashi shook his head, feeling that Obito might suffer because of his arrogance. With Obito's strength, it would be no problem to kill normal genin, but this is a Chunin exam jointly held by 2 major ninja villages, and genin may not be ordinary genin. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. Kakashi felt that he might not be the only exception. Maybe there were also young Chunins from Kirigakure who came to participate in this Chunin exam. If the opponent was those people, Kakashi didn't think Obito could win easily. Several people arrived at a large open space next to the teaching building of the ninja school. After waiting here for about half an hour, Muyu walked to the front of the students with 2 Chunins after all the qualified students arrived. I am Hanyu Muyu, the examiner of the second exam. Muyu first gave a brief self-introduction. Teacher Muyu. Obito immediately waved to Muyu with a happy face when he saw Muyu. Damn it, it's the guy who ate my strawberry ice cream. Midorimi puffed up her face and glared at Muyu, secretly engraving the words Hanyu Muyu in her mind. Then Midorimi looked at Obito again, memorized Obito's appearance, and prepared to teach him a lesson when she met him during the exam. Although it's not good to bully stupid guys, it's your teacher who ate my ice cream. Midorimi felt more and more heartbroken. How happy she would be if she could eat 2 strawberry ice creams in one go that day. Muyu smiled and responded to Obito, and then continued, before the rules are read out, you must sign a consent form first. After Muyu finished speaking, the 2 Chunins began to distribute consent forms, and each candidate had one, because you may be injured or even die in this exam. In fact, it was a life and death agreement. After signing, all candidates in this exam can use any means to attack their opponents, and they don't have to bear any responsibility for killing their opponents. You can choose not to sign, but if one person does not sign, it will be regarded as a waiver of the whole team. After speaking, Muyu stopped and waited for the exam to sign the consent form. We actually have to sign a real consent form. It feels so dangerous. Yeah, I was asking my senior a few days ago, and he didn't say anything about this. Is this exam special? Some genin who were taking part in the Chunin exam for the first time started to discuss. Wouldn't that be exactly the same as a real fight? Obito scratched his head and said he didn't feel much about this, and thought that it was just to remove the restrictions on the exam battles. Asuma, do you want to sign? He looked at Asuma and asked. Of course I have to sign, if I'm afraid of getting hurt. I won't be a ninja. Asumi signed the consent form without hesitation, then Nui Kurenai also signed decisively. Within a few minutes, all the students signed the consent form, and no one gave up. They were ninjas from ninja schools. Even the most gentle ninja schools were places where people were taught to kill. When it came to life and death, they were particularly courageous. Then Muyu didn't waste any words. He first took out a map of the death forest and said, "This is the examination room for your second exam. It is a circular venue surrounded by iron nets. The straight line distance from the iron nets to the middle tower is about 10 kilometers. There are many poisonous insects and beasts inside." After introducing the venue, Muyu took out 2 scrolls, one white and one dark. Each of your teams can receive an initial scroll, which may be a scroll of heaven or a scroll of earth. But no matter which scroll you receive, you need to collect both scrolls and arrive at the middle tower to complete the exam. You have a total of 5 days. If you cannot collect the scrolls of heaven and earth and arrive at the middle tower within 5 days, you will be eliminated. Because of special reasons, I am still outside now, so the update is late. Sorry, there will be another chapter later, which will be late. I originally wanted to adjust my work and rest schedule, but I can only say that plans cannot keep up with changes. Chapter 300, Battle for the Scroll. It feels very simple. In this case, we only need to defeat one team to pass the exam. After listening to the rules, Obito felt that this exam was much easier than the previous one. If we are lucky, we can. Kakashi nodded. A distance of 10 kilometers is not long for a ninja. The core of this exam is to snatch the scroll. Then at least half of the people will be eliminated after this exam. Noharlin analyzed the rules and said, in the last theoretical exam, there were only 3 teams that cheated and did not score enough. Most of the teams passed the first exam. Not only that, at most 1/3 of the people will be left after this exam. Kakashi shook his head slightly. In order to pass the exam, all teams will actively attack other teams, but the problem is that they may not be able to snatch the matching scrolls. If they can't grab them, they will continue to attack. Kakashi feels that 1/3 is conservative. Some people who like to make trouble may not stop even if they get all the scrolls, further increasing the number of eliminations. It's bad if it depends on luck. We will definitely not be able to encounter the matching scrolls smoothly. With Kakashi here, there will definitely be accidents. Obito has been prepared to win 5 times in a row and get nothing. Kakashi, maybe you are the unlucky one. After all, we have always been in the same team. Kakashi retorted, how can I be unlucky? I have been expecting the enemy to appear. If they really appear, it should be a proof of my good luck. Obito thought Kakashi was forcing an explanation. Each team sends a representative to receive the scroll. The Chunin in charge of distributing the scrolls shouted. Kakashi looked and saw that the place to receive the scrolls was a wooden house with only front and back doors and no windows. Zealand, go and receive the scroll. After you get it, put it away immediately and don't show it, Kakashi said decisively. He realized that the second Chunin exam had already begun, starting with receiving the scroll. If you know in advance whether a certain team has the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth, you can fight according to your needs. Obito, you and I will stay here and watch those who come out. If anyone doesn't hide the scroll, remember his face and the type of scroll. You should not have forgotten how to distinguish the scrolls. Mr. Muyu just said it. How could I forget? The white one is the scroll of heaven, and the dark one is the scroll of earth. Obito felt that he was seriously underestimated. Even a fool would not forget it just after he said it. However, Obito also knew the priorities. He did not continue to argue with Kakashi about this issue. Instead, he and Kakashi stared at the exit of the wooden house from 2 different directions. Scroll of heaven, scroll of earth, scroll of earth. After looking at 5 teams in a row, Kakashi found that there was no pattern in the distribution of scrolls, which was purely random. There were also other ninjas who discovered Kakashi's actions, but they did not make a sound. They reminded their teammates and quietly used their peripheral vision to explore intelligence nearby. Ninjas with special abilities directly used their own abilities to obtain intelligence. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan directly opened their Byakugan to check everyone's scrolls, and the ninjas of the Aburame clan released a small flying insect into the cabin. Water style. Mist Hidden Technique. When it was Mitorimi's turn to get the scroll, she used the Mist Hidden Technique to cover the cabin with thick fog. Our scroll is the Earth Scroll, come grab it if you have the guts. When Kurosawa got the scroll, he raised it and showed it to the people around. Kurosawa's arrogance caused a discussion among the students. However, no one explicitly said that they wanted to snatch Kurosawa's scroll. After all, it would be equivalent to directly exposing the scroll information of their team. Hoshigaki Kisame was unmoved. Kurosawa's move was not mindless, but their mission was to make a big splash in Konoha's Chunin exam this time. The 9-year-old Zabuza was a ruthless person who killed all the graduates of the same period. The 13-year-old Kurosawa became a Chunin 3 years ago and was an experienced young Chunin. The 11-year-old Hoshigaki Kisame had chakra and strength beyond ordinary people. With such a configuration, the top leaders of the Mist Hidden Temple would naturally not let them take the exam normally. After Nohara Rin got the scroll, she immediately put it in her ninja tool bag and then met up with Obito and Kakashi. Kakashi led the two to the edge of the deserted area and began to communicate in a low voice. "We are the Scroll of Heaven," Nohara Rin said in a low voice. "Then what we need is the Scroll of Earth." Kakashi began to recall the teams with the Scroll of Earth, in addition to Kurosawa, who took the initiative to disclose it. He knew that there were 5 teams that had the Scroll of Earth. Kakashi looked at the teams that had the Scroll of Earth and remembered all their members. When Kakashi was observing other teams, he found that many teams had also set their sights on them. Most of them were ninjas from other villages, mostly from the Hidden Mist. Kakashi was not surprised by this, because their team did look easy to bully. All of them were children under 10 years old. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. TSK. It would be nice if we were near their entrance. They should all be genin who graduated not long ago. A Hidden Mist ninja thought. Ninjas basically don't have a one-on-one duel or don't bully the weak. Compared to hard bones, more people like to pick on soft persimmons. Not only Kakashi's team, but also Might Guy and Asuma's teams were treated the same. There were even more people eyeing them, because there were also many ninjas from the same village eyeing them. Kakashi was still a little famous in Konoha. Some of the ninjas who participated in this Chunin exam were seniors of Kakashi's ninja school, and some were genin who had taken the Chunin exam together. Although they didn't know why Kakashi came to participate in the Chunin exam, they knew Kakashi's strength and would definitely not regard Kakashi's team as the first target. "It's really not good." Feeling the malicious gazes from all around, Obito raised his sunglasses with his middle finger, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he didn't notice and take action immediately like Kakashi, he also followed up in time to protect the scroll information well. But Obito saw that those teams didn't care about any scrolls they had and wanted to snatch them, treating them as existence that could be manipulated at will. Facing those seniors who had graduated for 3 or even 5 years, Obito admitted that he was sweating a little. Shire Anui Genma couldn't show that relaxed smile anymore. He was under a lot of pressure. "It's okay, believe in your youth." Might Guy put his palms on the shoulders of the two and encouraged them. Looking at Might Guy's bright smile, Obito felt relieved. With a super thigh, there was still hope for promotion. 15 minutes after the scrolls were distributed, Miyu began to make the next arrangements and took the candidates to their respective entrances. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.